Good morning. Okay. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. Le président du Conseil.
The President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor and the privilege to table in both official languages the departmental plans for 2020-2021.
Tabling of documents. L'honorable ministre des Finances.
The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Amendments to the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, Stockpiling and Use of Chemical Weapons and on their destruction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Monsieur Champagne, appuyé par
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. Schulte, seeks leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act.
Adopted. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mrs. Schulte, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next meeting of the House or sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Introduction of, first reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Honorable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to rise and present a petition on Motion M1, the Green New Deal, on behalf of dozens of residents from British Columbia. They are joining their voices to the thousands of Canadians who have signed petitions thus far, and all of them are calling on the Government of Canada to address this climate emergency with the ambition and urgency required on behalf of present and future generations. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to support Motion M1, a made-in-Canada Green New Deal, which calls on Canada to take bold and rapid action to tackle the climate emergency and address worsening socio-economic and racial inequalities at the same time, and also, Mr. Speaker, to support workers who are impacted by the transition in the shift to a clean and renewable energy economy. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Burnaby, Westminster. Westminster, Burnaby.
New Westminster, Westminster, Burnaby, Mr. Speaker, but we'll
West of Thunder Bay?
Yes, it is. And it's my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to also present a petition on the Green New Deal on behalf of dozens of residents of the Toronto, Burlington, and Waterdown, Ontario areas. These petitioners add their names to the thousands of petitions and signatures that are pouring in from across the length and breadth of our country, calling on the Parliament of Canada to adopt Motion M1, the Green New Deal, and for the Government of Canada to put in place a rigorous and comprehensive plan to combat the climate emergency. They also call upon the government and for Parliament to act through M1 to address the climate emergency, make sure that we're tackling at the same time through the Green New Deal increasing socioeconomic and racial inequalities, and ensuring that workers are transitioned to a clean energy economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. I'm getting everything backwards today. I'm sorry. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today from constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith who are concerned about the opioid crisis and the number of deaths that have been caused by overdoses of contaminated product. And they're calling for a declaration of a public health emergency due to overdose deaths in Canada, and to reframe the overdose crisis in Canada as a health issue rather than a criminal issue. and take a comprehensive, multifaceted approach to the overdose crisis by addressing issues of addiction, poverty, housing, healthcare, racial discrimination, economic inequality, and instability, and listen to and act on recommendations made by social workers, frontline workers, nurses, doctors, drug users, and individuals directly involved in the drug-using community, and to decriminalize drugs in Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Perfect. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-4, the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement Implementation Act.
There is one motion amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-4. La motion numéro 1 ne sera...
Motion number 1 will not be selected because it could have been made at committee.
Comme il n'y a aucune...
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Monsieur Champagne, appuie.
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. Schultz, moves that Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States, be concurred in at report stage.
Lafall. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I believe we have. Pardon me, I declare the motion carried. Good. When shall we hear the bill a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. Schulte, moves that Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important bill, Bill C-4, which is an act to implement the new North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, and it's formally known as the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement. Mr. Speaker, this bill and this agreement is extremely important to Canada, to Canadian businesses and Canadian workers, and I can say that as well as a representative of a Mississauga riding, that this bill and this agreement is very important for my constituents and the businesses in Mississauga. Madam Speaker, our government has embarked on a very aggressive trade agenda because trade is extremely important to Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. Madam Speaker, you'd be interested to know that 1 out of 6 jobs in Canada depend on trade. It is because as our country is one of the best, produces one of the best products and services to the world, and the world needs more of Canadian products and services. And we know that as with our agenda to grow and support middle class and to create more jobs for the middle class, we need to encourage Canadian businesses to trade and export and import more, Madam Speaker. So our government maintained an aggressive trade agenda, and over the last few years, we have signed and ratified CETA, Free Trade Agreement with the European Union, and we have signed and ratified that CPTPP, a free trade agreement with Asia-Pacific nations, Madam Speaker. Today, Canada is the only G7 country that has a free trade agreement with all other G7 nations. This is a competitive advantage that our friends and our competitors in the United States do not have, Madam Speaker. So this is a great environment that we have here in Canada for businesses, for workers, to export our products and services around the world. And Madam Speaker, over the last few years, after the election of President Trump, President Trump had campaigned on the issue of revamping and reviewing NAFTA. Our government took that issue very seriously, and we engaged with the U.S. administration on making sure that we protect Canadian interests, we protect the interest of Canadian workers and Canadian businesses, as they are very important. Access to the United States market is extremely important for those businesses, Madam Speaker. Every day, almost $2 billion of products and services cross the border into the United States. So we know how important to maintain access to U.S. customers and U.S. businesses for our businesses and for our workers. And Madam Speaker, at a time of increased protectionism, and we all know that the U.S. administration was adamant at increasing protectionism and building barriers, it was very, very important for our government to protect the interest of Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. So what we've done, we've assembled a strong team of industry, labor, stakeholders, of a team that crosses and transcends partisan lines, representatives from different parties, from different groups, to make sure that we have had a complete voice of Canadian businesses at the table as we are negotiating and protecting Canadian interests. And Madam Speaker, Canadians will recall the process that we engaged over the last few years, how it was at times very difficult, as most trade negotiations are, and how there were moments of challenges and difficulties. But it was the fact that we've assembled a great team approach. We've engaged the provinces, the premiers, other stakeholders, legislators in the House of Commons, senators. We did an excellent Team Canada approach as we embarked on this negotiation process with the United States. It was led by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and other ministers. We've made sure that Canada's voice was strong and firm at the table, and that we, of course, are very interested in maintaining this access to Canadian businesses and Canadian market and Canadian workers. So, Madam Speaker, there were some challenges, and you may recall there was a period where the U.S. administration also imposed steel and aluminum tariffs on Canadian businesses. We were very firm and clear in our opposition to those tariffs. We fought very hard for businesses and workers to lift those tariffs. And there was a regrettable time when some opposition voices were asking us to lift the counter duties that we imposed on American products at the time, but we knew it was the right thing for Canada. We knew it was the right thing for Canadian interest. Madam Speaker, the outcome of the negotiation was very good for Canada. We maintained that 99.9% of Canadian businesses and Canadian products and services maintained tariff-free access to U.S. markets. And it was really important for business certainty, for business continuity, for workers to know that that access will be maintained. For the automotive sector, Madam Speaker, we've increased the rules of origin to 75%. That's good news for Canadian workers, good news for Canadian businesses. And we all know, Madam Speaker, how important the auto sector is for the Canadian economy. And it is very important as well for the businesses in Mississauga, in my riding, Madam Speaker. We've also preserved the state-to-state dispute resolution mechanism, Madam Speaker. That was something that the U.S. administration was intent on removing, but we knew that it was really important to continue to have an independent adjudicator for dispute resolution mechanism, and we were able to preserve it, Madam Speaker. We also were able to preserve the integrity of our supply management system. Again, the U.S. administration came to the table with an intent on completely dismantling our supply management system. But we stood our ground, we stood firm behind our farmers, our producers, and we protected the integrity of our supply management, Madam Speaker. We also preserved the cultural exemption that existed within NAFTA, Madam Speaker. That was very important for our cultural industries. As Canada, relatively compared to the United States, we're a small market, but we have our own unique identity. We have our unique identity of bilingualism, multiculturalism. So we were able to protect an exclusion for our cultural industries, so we can maintain our policies to nurture and support Canadian culture here at home. Madam Speaker, we created provisions or chapters for labor enforcement, rules of labor for the environment, making sure that we maintain also the rights to maintain our policies for reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. So we wanted to make sure that we retain sovereignty over how we've had policies implemented as we are embarking on this journey of reconciliation with our Indigenous peoples. So, Madam Speaker, the agreement preserved important access to the United States market and to the Mexican market, Madam Speaker. So now, today, businesses, especially during this difficult time of business uncertainty as we are dealing with the COVID-19 outbreak around the world, we're seeing a lot of uncertainty. But it's very important for businesses who are investing in Canada, for businesses who rely on access to the United States, that they know that access to the U.S. market is preserved, it's supported, and it's there for the long term. So, Madam Speaker, it's really important to thank all the stakeholders who were involved throughout this difficult and long journey in reaching this agreement with our friends in the United States and Mexico. It was important to have their voices at the table. It was important to have their insight at the table, and our government made sure that we've taken their input into account. And I want to take a moment to thank our colleagues in the House, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives, the Bloc, and the NDP, for offering support to help us ratify this bill in front of us today, Madam Speaker. It's a sign for all of Canada that we can set aside partisanship when we know that we are working on something is in the interest of all Canadians and Canadian businesses. And this is, even though at a time when people are saying a minority parliament may be more difficult to work within, but this is a great moment for all of Canada to see that we are able to set aside partisanship interest, because we know what's in the interest of Canadians is in the interest of all parties in this House, Madam Speaker. And I'm grateful to the Committee of International Trade for doing their job in studying this bill. I know they worked tirelessly around the clock to making sure that voices that wanted to offer their opinion on this bill were able to testify before committee. Experts were able to come and present their testimony before committee. And members of the House who sat across from each other on the committee were able to work collaboratively and pass the bill at second stage and send it back to the House of Commons. So this is a moment for us to recognize and acknowledge that we're able to work together for the benefits of all Canadians. And I look forward to our colleagues in the other House, in the Senate, as they also study this bill in an expedited fashion, because I know my colleagues and our colleagues in the Senate understand the importance of this bill. Madam Speaker, we know that our friends in the United States and Mexico have already ratified the agreement, so Canada now is on its way of finalizing the ratification process, because businesses know that it's very important for them. So, Madam Speaker, it's very important to note that businesses are breathing sigh of relief today when they're seeing the House of Commons about to ratify this NAFTA agreement, and they're also comforted by the fact that there are so many upgrades that have been done to this agreement that benefits them. I talked about the protections for labor standards and environment and indigenous policies and cultural exemptions, but there were many other, and I talked about also increasing the rules of origin for our products. But I also want to take a moment to recognize how we were able to deal with the steel and aluminum tariffs that were imposed on the Canadian products by the United States. We were able to stand firm, Madam Speaker, and today not only have we been able to lift those tariffs, but now we have a side letter with our friends in the United States that ensures that if at any point in the future the United States decides to impose tariffs under the guise of national security, we were able to get Canadian businesses an exemption from those tariffs. And those exemptions are at a greater level of where our current productions and current exports to the United States. So we also now, not only were we able to lift those tariffs, but we were able to get guarantees and exemptions from the United States that if at any point in the future there are, for some reason or another, the United States decided to impose those tariffs again, Canadian products and services are, from steel and aluminum are exempted. And Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment to talk about how when we first tabled this bill, C4, I know our friends in the NDP and the Bloc had some questions about the bill. And I'm happy to talk about the process of our discussions that took place in ensuring that we listened to their concerns and we found a way to respond and address their questions so we could reach consensus on this bill. So let me take a moment to thank my colleagues in the NDP, and we were able to reach an agreement that with future trade agreements, we will declare our intentions and our objectives of those negotiations here in the House of Commons, where all MPs and all Canadians will see up front what the objectives of those negotiations are. And in discussions with the Bloc, Madam Speaker, we were able to come to agreement that Canada, on behalf of Canadian workers and Canadian producers of steel and aluminum, will work with our friends in the U.S. and Mexico to encourage them to implement some monitoring measures the way we have in Canada, Madam Speaker, on our productions for steel and aluminum. So this is a great example of how our government is able to work with other parties in the House to respond to their needs and address their legitimate questions. So, Madam Speaker, I'm looking forward, and I know our Prime Minister, our Deputy Prime Minister, our entire government is looking forward to ratifying this important legislation. It will mean stability and increased exports for our businesses, for our workers, and it will mean increased and growing prosperity for the middle class and growing jobs for the middle class in Canada. So I'm grateful for my colleagues in the House of Commons for supporting us, and I'm looking forward to the debate. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member opposite for his speech. Again, he's used the term nonpartisan on quite a few points, but I don't think anyone in this room would consider it, Madam Speaker, partisan to point out that all members of Parliament that are not part of the executive, not part of Cabinet, have a duty to hold the government to account for its conduct, particularly when it comes to these free trade deals. So, Madam Speaker, he talked about how Canada had a Team Canada approach when it came to working together. Madam Speaker, very early on, this government decided they would work with Mexico and take a team approach against the challenges that the Americans, particularly the President, had launched. Madam Speaker, the President had been very clear. Most of the issues in this NAFTA negotiation had to do with Mexico. It did not have to do with Canada. Yet, near the end of the negotiation, Madam Speaker, the Mexican government did a bilateral where clearly trilateral issues were discussed, and Canada was left out in the cold. The Team Canada approach was left out in the cold. Does this member believe that the government let the country down when it came to this approach at that critical juncture, Madam Speaker, critical for this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if you have to read my entire title, but I appreciate that, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And I agree with him. I totally understand the important role that opposition plays in asking tough questions in the House of Commons. I do disagree with him, though, about his party's advice to our government throughout the negotiation. And no, Madam Speaker, I don't agree with him. Canadian businesses and Canadian workers were not left out. In fact, everybody who's been observing this process can tell you today that our government took the best approach for protecting Canadian interests and for protecting Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. Madam Speaker, the opposition, the Conservative Party, wanted us to surrender early on and to not to have a response to the tariffs that were imposed on Canadian businesses by U.S. administration. We did the right thing. We stood up for Canadian interests, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I understood my colleague's message, which was that there was some good collaboration on this particular file, and particularly on the issue of aluminum. I want to thank everyone who was involved across the way for being open-minded on that issue. But there was something that struck me in what you said. You said the member needs to address his comments to the chair and not directly to the member. Yes, so there's something, Madam Speaker, that struck me in my colleague's speech. He said that in the future, the government was planning on presenting its intentions in advance, before the negotiations start. But it seems to me that in the last trade negotiations, people tended to prioritize the Alberta oil industry and the Ontario automotive industry rather than Quebec interests. And so my question for my colleague is, wouldn't it be better to find a mechanism that would allow us to ensure that Quebec's voice is better heard in those negotiations? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And I want to assure him that Quebec's voice is very important and has been very important throughout this negotiation process, not only by our colleagues, the Liberal members of Parliament from Quebec, and also other members from Quebec in this House, but also by businesses and stakeholders who represented Quebec, who worked in Quebec. They were at the table throughout this process. And Madam Speaker, we've always declared our intentions as we embarked on negotiations for free trade agreement. This agreement that we reached with the NDP formalized a way for us to table it in the House of Commons. We've always declared our interest. And I just want to remind my colleague, Canadians and Quebec interests were preserved in this negotiation, whether it was supply management, whether it's automotive, whether it's aerospace, whether it's agriculture, they were preserved, and I know many Quebec producers, farmers, manufacturers, and workers are relieved that we are about to ratify this bill, Madam Speaker.
Then comments, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker. Well, certainly I want to thank the Democrats in the United States for standing up for Canada and ensuring we got some better deals than the Liberals are willing to sign off on. And we got rid of the investor state provisions, and we support that. But what the member did not talk about was Chapter 19, the fact that this government has traded away our right to have data sovereignty. When I spoke with UK colleagues in Washington recently, they were really disturbed about this factor, that we no longer have the right to protect our data sovereignty, that we've lost the rights to put in privacy provisions that the EU is moving towards, that we don't have the power to tax the Google, Facebook, Amazon giants. I mean, certainly their lobbyists are doing dances and popping the champagne, but I'm really concerned about the safe harbor provisions, which does not allow Canada to hold YouTube or Facebook to account for the drive of extremist content that's happening through their algorithms on their sites. We don't have that power to take them on. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why Canada has dropped the ball so clearly on the issue of data rights and the rights of our citizens in the digital realm.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do want to thank my colleague for his question, although I do want to start off by saying I completely disagree with his characterization. In fact, I feel everything he said is not accurate, but I know he believes what he's saying, and his interpretation of the agreement is what he thinks is saying. But I'm here to tell you, Madam Speaker, and to tell all of my colleagues in the House and all Canadians that his interpretation is inaccurate, and I'm happy to work with him. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, stay tuned. We are working here in Canada, in this House, within our government, on finding rules to hold internet giants responsible for the content that they have, for privacy concerns of Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, this is an important subject, and I can assure you we are on top of it.
Questions and comments? And remember from the Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In general, the Green Party supports this new agreement. But I've received an email from the National Farmers Union related to a press release that they put out, and they're saying that amendments to the Canada Grain Act go beyond what is required for CUSMA. So there's a couple of changes in this legislation that aren't required by CUSMA that are detrimental to Canadian farmers. Now, if the standing orders hadn't been changed at the committee level with a motion that changed Standing Order 76, I would be able to put forward an amendment right now to change this legislation, but I'm not able to do that. So unfortunately, farmers, grain farmers in particular, are upset about part of this agreement, and I'm wondering what we can do in order to deal with their concerns.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question. I also want to thank him and his party for their support in ratifying NAFTA. This issue, Madam Speaker, has been studied at length in committee, has been considered by our government. Grain farmers, grain producers are well served with this agreement, Madam Speaker. In fact, they're relieved that we've reached this agreement, and we will always protect the interests of Canadian farmers and Canadian producers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cloverdale-Langley City.
I was surprised with the amount of talk about the wins that they had, that there was no mention of the gender equality issues. Before negotiations even started, the Prime Minister talked a lot about how he was going to really ensure that there was a lot of gender issues tackled, and it didn't seem like that's actually happened somehow. And so I'm shocked he didn't even mention it, even one word about it in his speech. I wonder if he can mention why that's the case.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has just under a minute to respond.
So I do want to thank my honourable colleague for raising this issue, and she's right. I neglected to mention it, not because it's less important, but there's a limited time to talk about those issues, Madam Speaker. But she's right. We actually have a chapter in the agreement that encourages and facilitates working between our countries on making sure that we promote gender equality and promote women entrepreneurs. So this is something to celebrate, Madam Speaker, and to be proud of.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent from this House to split my time with the member from Chatham, Kent, Leamington.
The Honourable Member have unanimous consent to split his time. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Thank the House for allowing me to do this. For your information, it is his maiden speech, so I think we're going to see a really good speech from this member here today. Plus, I just can't, I think of a better topic for him to speak on, because the riding he comes from and trade is so important to the people in his riding that I think it's great that he's going to be able to present on that here today. And I look forward to listening to his comments, because I'm sure they'll be wise and worth listening to, unlike some of the other comments we've heard here today. No offense. Madam Speaker, we are getting through C4. There's no question about that. And we kept our word. We said we would not hold this up. We would do everything we can to properly see this go through the committee stage, which we did. We had some 200 submissions in front of us of people that wanted to appear in front of committee. And even though the Liberals shortened the time with agreement with the NDP, made it tough to hear all those witnesses, we managed to get through the bulk of them by having extended sittings. And I want to thank all the members of the committee for sharing their time in the evenings and the staff that were involved so that we could actually listen to these people, because they had serious concerns. And I want to talk about some of those serious concerns today, Madam Speaker, and just get them on the record. You know, maybe I'll start off with dairy. When you look at the dairy sector, you know, when we had TPP in the negotiations, we're going to give up roughly 3.5% market access for dairy. That was for the U.S. and all of the TPP other countries. When the Liberals pulled us out of TPP and held us back for a year and a half, and Obama lost the ability to move it forward in the U.S., TPP was actually going to be the replacement. So by them not moving forward here in Canada, not creating the window for Obama to move forward in the U.S., we lost that window of opportunity for a period of time, thus a new election in the U.S., and we do TPP. We still give up the 3.5%, but now we have to go in and renegotiate a new deal on NAFTA with the U.S. And what do? We give up another 3.5%. So they've been hit twice, which they feel is unfair, and I can understand where they're coming from. Now, what makes it even more disturbing is what else they gave up. They gave up their ability to actually take and market things like powdered milk around the world, things that we have a surplus here in Canada. They gave up that ability to do that. Now, when they were being consulted through the negotiations, they told us in committee that they were under the impression that that would be just limited to North America. When we see the text, it's global. So why would you let another country determine the amount of exports you're able to do? That's what they agreed to here. And I think dairy has some serious concerns and complaints about that. And these are something that I think the minister is going to have to address. Aluminum, the 70% rule. You know, there's still lots of concern in the aluminum sector here in Quebec about why that was different than the steel. Why weren't we given the same considerations in aluminum as we were in steel? If we wanted to have North American content, that should have been that way. Now, what is concerning here is there could be a back door possibly through Mexico for a whole pile of cheap aluminum to be dumped into the North American market based on how they go through the process of the identification. That's concerning. Now, I understand our officials say they're going to monitor it with the U.S. to make sure that doesn't happen, but they could have just simply done the same thing for aluminum as they did for steel, and we've been fine. Now, one other opportunity that they missed out when the member from Chicoutimi-Laforge brought up in one of our meetings with Steve Burrill, our trade negotiator, is the fact that we produce green aluminum here in Quebec and in Canada. It's all based off hydropower. So if you look at the facility in British Columbia, it's based off hydro. The facilities in Chicoutimi are based off hydro. We actually produce the probably most environmentally friendly aluminum in the world. So why wouldn't we put that into the act and say, you know what, if you want to have green vehicles, environmentally friendly vehicles, let's use environmentally friendly products like Canadian aluminum. I think in the implementation there's some opportunity to say that should be the way that the implementation should be, so that we're not renegotiating the deal, Madam Speaker. We're just saying, you know what, we all said we wanted to do more for the environment, all three countries. Here's one way, so let's make it in our implementation act to do just that. So there's an opportunity there. Again, that opportunity we wouldn't have known about unless we actually did some due diligence in committee. Government procurement, very disturbing. They didn't even touch it in this agreement. They said, we'll leave it up to the WTO. Then we find out the U.S. is talking about pulling out of the WTO government procurement program. So we have no protection on government procurement. We have no provisions to fight off Buy America. We have nothing in place. So I'd strongly encourage the government to go back to the table in this part, especially if we see the U.S. pull out of the WTO agreement, and get a deal on procurement and deal with Buy America, because they did not do that in this agreement. Auto. You know what? We feel that the auto sector here is going to be hit by almost $1.5 billion in decline. You know, when you look at the impact of the changes in the auto rules, and I understand that the U.S. is being very tough on this negotiations. And there's some wins in it for our guys here in Canada, and there's some wins in the U.S. and some concessions made out of Mexico on that. But reality, when it comes down to the auto part of the deal, that deal is actually done in Mexico between the U.S. and Mexico, and then we took what was left. So we didn't have a lot of input into the auto part of this deal. And I have some concerns, longevity, when it comes to competitiveness of our auto sector. You know, reality is, by these new rules, we're going to have more expensive cars, and they're going to be more expensive on the global marketplace. We did nothing to improve competitiveness in the auto sector within the 3 countries. A real huge missed opportunity. You know, we also want to talk a little bit about de minimis. I know the U.S. wanted us to go up to a higher number. We kept it at a lower number, which is good. But then they put in a strange amendment, or I'm trying to find the right word because it's so strange. They left Canada Post out as being one of the carriers. So you look at it and you say, okay, so all the commercial carriers can handle any packages across the border and get the new de minimis rate, except Canada Post. Well, I live in rural Canada, Madam Speaker. Canada Post delivers my parcels. So why would you make a deal and leave out Canada Post when it's actually part of the, a Crown corporation? And that is probably the most lucrative part of Canada Post. So again, here's an area that I think they need to relook at and fix, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Madam Speaker, we tried all along to see this piece of legislation go forward. We knew the importance of this deal. We didn't like it. We knew it stunk. But I think I want to get in the record that we were being progressive and trying to be proactive in moving this forward. And this goes back to before the election. Before the election, we made the motion in the Standing Committee once the original deal was signed. Let's do the pre-study. Now, there was concerns at the time that we wouldn't have the U.S. moving at the same speed as us. We'd be ahead of them, and Mexico was actually moving very fast. So we said, let's do the pre-study, stop, so that all the pre-study's done, and then we just have to deal with it in the House right now. Liberals declined. In December, we offered to come back early and deal with this. Liberals declined. It wasn't until January that they've actually brought it into the House, the end of January, and we actually managed to work with our opposition parties and everybody here. Instead of taking the normal 16 days, we did it in 6 days. And then in committee, all we wanted to do is do the thorough research. So we actually were willing to get it done last week. Wouldn't have changed today. In fact, last week of sitting, on the Thursday, we put forward a unanimous consent motion, which the Liberals declined. The member across the way said no, to actually start this process basically 2 weeks ago. So I want to make sure that everybody understands this House. We've never been the ones holding this up, but we did say we want to basically have a good, thorough look at it. Now, one other thing that happened to us in committee, which I think committee members will be really concerned about, and all members in this House should be very concerned about. 20 minutes before our last meeting, they dropped their economic analysis. 20 minutes before it. Give us not even an evening, not even an hour to go through it. 20 minutes before, and then we quickly go through it, and we start looking at the analysis and how they're doing their benchmarks. They're comparing to nothing. So they're taking this agreement, instead of comparing it to what we have today, which is what they did on TPP and other trade agreements, they compared it to nothing. So it was a horrible assessment. It was just unusable to help us talk to people that are going to be negatively impact us and find a way forward. Madam Speaker, it was just incredible. You look at CD Howe when they did their assessment, this deal is going to cost our economy $14 billion a year. Wow. $14 billion. So for them to say this is a win-win-win, no, it's not, Madam Speaker. It's plug your nose and be thankful we got something, because something's better than nothing. So, Madam Speaker, as I sum this up, there's more I could probably talk about as we touch the committee, but I want to thank all those companies that came forward, all those individuals that actually gave evidence. And I want to challenge this government, because you've got a lot of really good information. Do something. Do something with that information. Mitigate the losses. Make sure they're not left out, because that is your responsibility to come up with that game plan. And we'd be glad to help.
The honourable member knows fairly well that he's been in the House long enough that he's not to direct the questions directly to the government. And I'm sure that he wasn't directing those directly to me but he should be going through the Speaker to raise those issues. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Humble River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to begin my comment by recognizing the the fabulous work that the Vice Chair of International Trade did on our committee. He was very helpful, making the points that were necessary to be made, and very helpful with getting it through committee and here into the House that we are now. But we talked, I've heard him mention the amount of jobs that he's concerned about, as we all are. But I guess that's always, yes, there's a point, there were some things that we weren't necessarily crazy about, but it was a question of other areas that have some improvements. I'd like him to elaborate a bit on some of those areas that are actually improvements with C4.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Madam Speaker, I also want to congratulate the chair of the committee. She did an excellent job, and actually all the committee members did a very respectful job in moving this forward and getting it out of committee as quickly as possible, which we achieved, and get it here today. And I actually look forward to this House doing the exact same thing. There's no reason to delay this in the House. It can get into the Senate and move forward so Canadian companies can have the bankability and stability. I think that's the big thing we gained out of this agreement, is bankability and stability. You know, the companies are sitting there saying we can't live without any agreement. We need something. We need to know what the rules are. Even if they're not great rules, at least we know what the rules are and we can play by them. And that's one thing this agreement does. It sets the rules out. It sets the stage for maybe some improvements down the road. We do have some work going forward, Madam Speaker, to make this a better deal and to make sure our Canadian companies are more competitive going forward. But we can deal with that going forward.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for both his speech here today, but the work that the Trade Committee, and he's been very liberal in his praise for all members working so hard. It's nice to see because people back home expect us to do these things, although this member is one of our most conservative members. What I'd like to ask, Madam Speaker, specifically on intellectual property. Free trade agreements are changing. They're no longer just tariff access agreements where we're getting rid of tariffs. And in this, we're actually changing copyright, extending it from 50 years after the death of an author to 70, matching the American rules. Madam Speaker, there's been a lot of research done on how by pushing these things back, really only large corporations benefit. At the same time, we see less innovation, less adoption of things going into the public domain. We know that Disney Corporation has been very hawkish on this area to extend the life of their coverage of copyright for Mickey Mouse, etc. Madam Speaker, these changes will harm Canada's interests. Does the member think we need to compensate through other changes in our Modernization of Copyright Act to allow for more innovation in that space?
Member for Prince Albert.
The member for his question. And actually we heard some conflicting testimony on this. We heard some people saying that they actually wanted to see it move up faster and quicker. And then we heard some people saying this is going to have a negative impact in how we go about doing our business. I think we have to do a proper balance. I don't think we had a lot of choice in this scenario in reality. Now, having said that, when you look at the cultural exemptions, when you look at the digital privacy, some things like the safe harbor, like I know our colleague from the NDP talked about before, the inability to take companies like Facebook and Google and Instagram and hold them account for their content is a problem. And we need to figure out how to solve that problem, because I'm sorry, they have to be accountable for what they post or what's posted on their sites. And to say you get no accountability, that's not acceptable to Canadians.
I have time for a brief question. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the major problems with the agreement was the status for aluminum, which was different from steel. On a regional local radio station, the member for Chicoutimi talked about never having the same status for both through negotiations with the government we've had. I'd like to know what my colleague in the opposition thinks about his friend, the member for Chicoutimi-Lafiore, and his remarks.
Prince Albert.
I thank the member for his question. And, I did go to Chicoutimi-Laforge. I actually talked to both the primary and secondary producers of aluminum, and they actually gave us some great suggestions on how to move forward to actually mitigate some of the concerns that they had with this agreement. And he's got some great ideas, which we have shared with this government, or with the government through you, Madam Speaker, and I think there's some good ideas moving forward. That's the thing, though. That's the difference between Conservatives and Bloc members. We're looking for solutions to make Canada a greater country, and that includes Quebec. And the member from Chicoutimi-Laforge was doing just that, and he did an honourable job doing that, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Limington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wish to thank the member from Prince Albert for splitting his time with me. As this is my maiden speech, I would respectfully ask the chair for the traditional maiden speech consideration, as I acknowledge those that have helped create this opportunity, which allows me to address the House today. As a colleague stated several weeks ago, cats have 9 lives, but members of Parliament that don't acknowledge and forget their families, only 1. And so I want to begin by thanking my wife, Charlene, for her support as we began down this road several years ago. Charlene is a relatively quiet, private individual, and so when she joined me knocking on doors in an unfamiliar part of our riding on our 34th wedding anniversary, I knew I had her full backing. Thank you, Char, for your love and support. We are blessed with 4 daughters, aged 23 to 30, who are presently scattered across Canada, and I also enjoy their support. Kiana is pursuing her Master's in Economics in Waterloo. Brenna is articling for the bar in Vancouver. Karina is a registered nurse in long-term care, pursuing her Master's in Gerontology, and together with her husband Adam, they live in Kamloops, BC, and this June will give us our first grandchild. Lastly, our oldest daughter Alyssa lives closest to us near Leamington, and she continues to pursue her dream career as an operatic lyric soprano while teaching music. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of my 4 daughters, and I will continue to work to ensure that their lives have no glass ceilings above them. I'm fortunate that my parents, Abe and Susan Epp, who are in their mid to late 80s, were able to join us here in Ottawa in November as I accepted the responsibilities of this office, and I thank them for a lifetime of love and support. I also want to thank my brother Peter and his family. They are the business partners in Lycoland Farms, a family farm business founded by my grandfather, who purchased the home farm in 1949. I have the privilege of being the 3rd generation living on that property today, and with my brother and his son, they are providing the day-to-day leadership in that business. We pride ourselves on maintaining the farm, this farm, along with other lands now under our stewardship, in a better environmental state than when my grandfather first purchased this property. It is my privilege to represent the riding of Chatham-Kent-Leamington, CKL for short, which is Canada's most southerly riding. I want to thank our EDA along with all the volunteers who joined our campaign last fall. With 2 major centres, Chatham and Leamington, and more than 20 smaller towns and villages, providing a better future for our community of communities is a shared goal. Historical communities such as Comber, Blenheim, Morpeth, Highgate, Ridgetown, North and South Buxton, Charing Cross, Erio, Wheatley, Stony Point, Lighthouse Cove, Rondeau, Merlin, Erie Beach, Clackan, Duarte, Shrewsbury, Guilds, Rushton's Corners, Prairie Siding, Sleepy Hollow, Coatsworth, Jeanette's Creek, Port Crew, Port Alma, Dealtown, Cedar Springs, Fletcher, and Muirkirk. They provide a rich, unique legacy in Canada, and I sure hope I didn't forget one. Chatham-Kent-Leamington is one of the earliest settled areas in Canada. It's largely surrounded by water, which is why it was settled early, as water was one of the most efficient means of travel and trade 2 to 3 centuries ago. That same water still has a profound effect on our riding today. We as Canadians describe our country as stretching from shore to shore to shore. Well, the north shore of Lake Erie forms the southern boundary of the riding, with Peely and Middle Islands shores entirely within that lake, with additional shoreline on Lake St. Clair also adding to the over 150 kilometers of shoreline. Chatham-Kent-Leamington, along with other ridings across approximately 1/3 of Canada's southerly border, truly belongs in our national maritime boundary description. And these shorelines provide sources of employment, of enjoyment, but also challenges as we grapple record-high Great Lakes water levels. For the moment, though, I want to focus on the hard-working folks that work some of Canada's most productive soils that are surrounded by these shores, and the people who add value to the products from our farms in the food sector. Agriculture and food processing is the traditional bedrock of our local economy. With the 42nd parallel running through the riding about 2 kilometers south of my home farm, we enjoy one of the longest growing seasons in Canada. Along with very fertile soils, our microclimate, buffered by the Great Lakes, allows the production of grain and oil seeds and a whole range of fruits and vegetables, which make an important contribution to Canada's food security. This history of vegetable production on some of our sandiest soils also spawned a greenhouse industry that today is a world leader. It's an honor to represent some of the most advanced greenhouses in the world, utilizing the most modern technologies which allow it to reduce negative effects on the environment, to considerably improve energetic efficiency of crops, and thus to remain competitive both in national and international markets. Similarly, our manufacturing sector, with geographic proximity to the historical birthplace of the North American auto sector, has developed into a world leader not only in the tool and die sector for auto, but also for aerospace, for automation, food processing and handling, greenhouse technologies, and a host of other industrial sectors. We have a talented, industrious workforce led by entrepreneurs whose imagination drives their initiatives both in their businesses and in our communities. And so, agriculture and agri-food, as well as the manufacturing sectors, are solid, competitive local industries ready to serve both domestic and export markets. Therefore, Bill C-4, the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, CUSMA, that's being debated today is highly significant to my riding. We have a long history with trade, with many businesses having grown to service the logistics of trade and participate both domestically and in export markets. Our riding is well positioned geographically to serve Canada's interests by being ready, willing, and capable of adding to Canada's exports, one of the stated goals of this government. So let me add my voice to those who say the Conservative Party of Canada is the party of freer and more liberalized trade. We were the party to the original North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA 1.0. Madam Speaker, let me state that this agreement before us today is certainly not NAFTA 2.0. NAFTA 0.7 might be more accurate. Nevertheless, we have been clear from the outset that the Canadian business community needs certainty, and we will support this bill. In fact, we've been pushing the government, as the previous speaker stated, to expedite the passage of this bill, however, coupled with a proper examination of its implications. And a closer look reveals several flaws that will cost our country. For example, and as previously mentioned, Buy American softwood lumber issues were not addressed. But let me focus some comments on two areas of the economy that are important to my riding. While the horticulture and grain and oilseed sector of agriculture were largely unaffected by the negotiations, our supply managed sector was not. An additional 3.6% of our dairy market was opened up to imports, which was more than what was intended under the TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership. Originally, with Mexico and U.S. as planned signatories to the TPP, new TPP thresholds were intended to be updated NAFTA levels. In addition, this agreement eliminates Class 6 and Class 7 and establishes export thresholds for milk protein concentrates, skim milk powder, and infant formula. Other supply managed industries also had similar outcomes, with additional access given to domestic markets through imports. Canadians are wondering what Canada got in return for these concessions. Were the opportunities to other ag sectors like our grain and oilseeds and our hort sectors enhanced? Not that I've heard, Madam Speaker. And at the last minute, another concession was given. Aluminum was not afforded the same protection as steel, namely that 70% of steel used in auto production must be North American, as defined as melted and poured in North America. Aluminum was not afforded the same consideration. With increased interest in the electrification of vehicles and the replacement of steel and aluminum parts to lessen vehicle weight and increase fuel efficiencies, it's expected that aluminum content will only increase in future automobile manufacturing. This development directly impacts the business in my riding. Dashcore Aluminum began 10 years ago in Chatham, and in the last decade has grown from nothing to over 250 employees. They extrude aluminum into various parts, mainly targeted to North American auto manufacturers. Mike Kilby, president of Dashcore, testified at the Trade Committee hearings into Bill C-4 and concluded his testimony, his submission, with the following. To summarize, this is a terribly bad deal for North American aluminum producers and for manufacturers of aluminum components in Canada and the U.S. Mexico already has a labor advantage, and now they get a subsidized commodity to that advantage. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Conservatives support freer and fair trade. We will support this bill despite its many shortcomings, because of the certainty of that investment demands. There must, however...
Unfortunately, the time is up. I tried to allow for a little bit more time. I'm sure that the honourable member will be able to add anything else that he may want during questions and comments. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, and pleased to see our member had his first maiden speech and did a fine job at that, and welcome to the House. On to the issues that you talked about, in particular on the aluminum. Getting 100% was impossible, but 70% certainly was unachievable and something that brings some area of stability to that industry. We currently hear that there is a glut of aluminum on the market as it is. I'd like to hear him elaborate a little bit more on the issue of aluminum and his concerns that it could have been a better deal. So I'd like to hear his suggestions, the member's suggestions. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
I would like to thank the member opposite for the question. Yes, certainly 70% is better than zero, but as I understand, the industry was largely supplied by aluminum from North America. Canada, the industry challenged through CITT hearings dumping allegations in 2009, also again in 2014. The Americans did the same thing in 2010 and 2015. Those hearings were upheld through the Canadian International Trade Tribunal to block dumping. And now at the very last minute, our trade negotiations allow this back door of aluminum potentially from other sectors to be stockpiled and potentially into the North American market through Mexico. So while 70% is better than zero, it is certainly less than 100.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's intervention, and I have a brief comment about aluminum. You have to know that the bloc's gains in negotiations mean that ultimately aluminum may have the same status as steel, and that the demonstration that China was dumping with this mechanism, we may ultimately have the same coverage as steel for aluminum. And when you listen to the bloc, sometimes it works. And we tabled legislation that would put an end to all breaches in supply management. And I was wondering if my colleague would be willing to support such a bill.
Yes, my understanding is that aluminum going forward under the present provisions does not have the same protection as steel. And so I would certainly enjoin any efforts that would grant that to our aluminum producers. I am not aware of that at this point.
And comments, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This agreement that Conservatives are going to be supporting takes out the investor state suing provisions in the current trade agreement with the United States. But I'd be interested, since the members are supporting that, in the honourable member's opinion on the agreement that the Conservative government signed with China, the FIPA agreement. And can we be assured that if Huawei is denied participation in the 5G network, there would not be financial repercussions for the United States under that agreement, which the previous Conservative government negotiated?
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I did not have the time to finish my concluding comments. And I guess to go at that question another way, this government does have a responsibility to the sectors affected by their decisions that there should be redress for the casualties of the government's compromises. And so I wanted to conclude with the fact that the upcoming budget does begin that process. And certainly we as Conservatives stand ready to address the upcoming shortcomings of NAFTA Point 7 and hold this government to account.
Great.
Thank you.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to our honourable colleague, congratulations on his main speech. I want to, Madam Speaker, ask through you. I'm from a forestry riding in the province of British Columbia. Over 140 communities are dependent on forestry. We've lost tens of thousands of jobs just in the last year alone. We've seen the Liberal government dither away time and not secure a new softwood lumber agreement. And through you, Madam Speaker, I want to ask our honourable colleague why he feels that the Liberals missed a key opportunity to negotiate a new softwood lumber agreement in this new agreement.
A brief answer from the member from Chatham-Kent Leamington.
I will keep it brief, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. The short answer is I have no idea. I have no idea why they wouldn't address such outstanding issues, long outstanding issues, softwood lumber, Buy America provisions, and a whole host of other provisions. The answer, Madam Speaker, is I do not know.
Great answer.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to speak today on behalf of the Bloc Québécois about CUSMA. After spending hours at committee and on the International Trade Committee, my colleagues on the committee will confirm that we often sat late on that bill. I want to talk about the independence movement in Quebec. We don't have any lessons to take from others about free trade. The free trade deal with the U.S. was the result of a gamble that paid off, a gamble taken by Mr. Parizeau and Mr. Landry. When it comes to the idea that Quebec could not survive without Canada, that's obviously not true. We took the gamble with free trade, and Quebec has always known that openness to trade goes hand in hand with economic independence. We've used those tools effectively. But, as Jacques Parizeau later said, free trade has too often become a synonym for secret negotiations with multinationals and an abdication of political sovereignty at the expense of the most vulnerable in society. And what about CUSMA? Let's say clearly that there was a huge lack of transparency in the negotiation of this deal. The economic impact studies were only presented in terms of the Trade Committee. We received those studies on economic impact only at the point when we heard from the author of those studies. How are we supposed to have time to read it and study it and prepare our interventions accordingly? What's more, this study presents a doubtful and dishonest methodology because it compares CUSMA with the absence of any deal, as if NAFTA wasn't already in place for such a long time. Some will say, of course, that without CUSMA there'd be nothing. Personally, I don't see that happening in the near future. I can't picture Canada and the U.S. not being trading partners. If NAFTA were torn up, we would go back to the free trade agreement, the original U.S.-Canada free trade agreement. I know that every scenario leads to different results. It's always preferable to have a direct relationship with the trading nations, but to suggest that all of a sudden there'd be no more trade between Canada and the U.S., I think that's just scaremongering. It's a boogeyman. Let's turn to another point. The initial version of CUSMA, that was wholly unacceptable. There were provisions that would have allowed the digital giants, the web giants, to sell their products without customs duties or taxes. There was also provisions that would have served the big pharmaceutical companies. Luckily, those are no longer there in the current version of the deal. So let's look at the current deal. CUSMA leaves a lot to be desired for a 2020 trade deal. Look at climate change. There's almost nothing about the environment except for some wishful thinking. There is some lip service paid to environmental agreements, but there's no acknowledgement of the effect of climate change and no mechanism for dealing with climate change. And other than lip service, for things that haven't even really done much. So, but there is some progress being made with CUSMA. And so, given that, it's better than the status quo. CUSMA does make some headway when it comes to oil. Then the cultural exemption, which was a huge battle spearheaded by Quebec, that culture shouldn't be treated as a product like any other to be exported, and we're happy about that. The other big progress is the elimination of Chapter 11 of NAFTA. That was often referred to as investor-state disputes. That was a way for multinationals to basically erode national sovereignty. It allowed multinationals to sue governments if those governments prevented them or hindered their ability to make profits at the expense of the public, of the people. And there's also a provision to do away with the loophole whereby potentially harmful additives to fuels could be added whether people liked it or not. There was also a Quebec moratorium on drilling under the St. Lawrence. Among NAFTA countries, Canada was the main target of these private investor-state suits. In the world, 60% of those disputes resulted in victories for the multinationals over the governments they were suing, and that's according to a UN report. That means that in 60% of cases, those with the monetary power succeeded in overriding the political will of democratically elected governments. And that doesn't say anything about the pressure that multinationals bring to bear on politicians. Politicians have to do whatever they can to avoid being taken to court by multinationals. Jacques Parizeau said that globalization was like a tide that could not be completely avoided. And that Chapter 11 made it impossible to build dikes to protect ourselves against that tide. Now we can say good riddance to Chapter 11. And then there's also a chapter on good regulatory practices. That chapter was very much tied the hands of politicians. And it's good to get rid. It's good that that has been gotten rid of. This is a laudable precedent. It would be difficult to imagine that in future negotiations, these types of chapters could come back. But unfortunately, there are other things in CUSMA that are far too symbolic. There's a chapter dealing with small and medium-sized businesses. It talks about how important they are. That's great. But unfortunately, that chapter is just a statement of principle. CUSMA preserves market access in most industries, and that's good. And it's remarkable the progress that has been made in the auto sector, but that doesn't really affect Quebec. But it does establish for auto a kind of minimum wage, but that will be difficult to implement, but it's still it's still a sign of progress, but it's hard to apply that to workers in other industries. But CUSMA does provide certain remedies for workers. Whether those will be effective or not remains to be seen. There are still some gray areas under CUSMA as well. One of those is softwood lumber. The softwood lumber problem has been a constant irritant. It's something that is still ongoing. It never gets resolved. The U.S. is still slapping our softwood with punitive duties. Many companies have gone under because of the extremely long wait times for these cases to get adjudicated. CUSMA could have been an opportunity to clarify the softwood lumber rules so that this kind of unfair practice could no longer continue, but this didn't happen. And that's why we tabled an amendment calling on the minister to strike an advisory board to advise the minister respecting softwood lumber products that have not been included in the export control list. I should also mention that in terms of copyright, intellectual property, there are places where we've just copied what the U.S. does, and that will likely benefit their companies. When it comes to the dairy industry, that has clearly been a backward step. It's always been the same. All parties stand up during election time and promise to never touch supply management. But contrary to what they say, as soon as they take office, they enter into secret negotiations, just like their predecessors, and they cut backroom deals whereby whereby supply management is sacrificed. So in public, the excuse they always give is that it's just a tiny concession, a tiny breach, but deal after deal, those tiny breaches add up and create a sizable crater. When it comes to CUSMA, the 3% market concession represents about $150 million a year.
The agreement also abolishes Class 7, and worse, gives Washington the possibility of limiting the amount of dairy protein that our producers have the right to sell around the world. Allowing one country to control its neighbor's exports and limiting its global competitiveness is just unprecedented in history. So let's be clear. Direct compensation to farmers needs to be set up very quickly. I would invite the House to support the block motion that forbids any future sacrifices of supply management. Not only is this industry too important to be subjected to these rules, but we need to move past the rhetoric and have actual binding legal obligations here. We have sacrificed too much for our farmers who feed us 3 times a day. You know, the first thing that we do when we wake up in the morning is open the fridge and get some food, and we owe that to our farmers. Farmers are the only people that we rely on every single day, 3 times a day. Now, talking about the more delicate issue of aluminum. Despite what the government has said, aluminum is a Quebec industry, and it didn't have the same protections as Ontario's steel. While the government was celebrating the agreement, we in the Bloc were noticing that we didn't have the same protections for aluminum. Now, steel is smelted and poured in North America, but only aluminum components can say the same. Mexico does not produce aluminum and could have continued to get its aluminum, or rather now can continue to do so by getting aluminum from coal-fired plants in China. So this Chinese dumping is undermining the Quebec industry and the great environmental opportunities that carbon-neutral green aluminum produced in Canada represents. In a time of climate change, the trend in car manufacturing will be towards lighter pieces. The National Assembly unanimously voted to support aluminum workers in the aluminum sector. The government first denied the elephant in the room, but we persisted. And that paid off because the government finally committed to ensuring that we would better deal with the aluminum issue. If Mexico continues to acquire foreign aluminum, our government will ensure that our aluminum sector receives the same protections as steel. So this is a recognition that there is a problem, even though the government had denied that problem before. Some people claimed that there hadn't actually been a change, but Canada's chief negotiator recognized in committee that indeed this was a gain. So we will be watching the government to make sure that they keep their promise. And we will be voting for CUSMA. We're not particularly enthusiastic about doing so, but we intend to be very vigilant. I consider myself like a watchdog on the International Trade Committee for this issue, and we'll be watching the issue closely. Now, I want to talk about long-term issues. Here, as elsewhere, the goal was to minimize damage. The Bloc has always worked to try and minimize the damage of trade agreements. Now, a basic rule that we shouldn't forget is that a lot of people can't be around the table where those decisions are made, and that's not without consequence. There was a Quebec representative in the CETA delegation who said that all that Quebec was able to do was essentially try to influence the delegation, but they weren't actually there at the table. We can't continue like that. That's why our ultimate goal is, of course, the independence of the Quebec nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to appreciate the fact that our member is a member of our International Trade Committee and appreciated his support and his participation. But on particular to do with the cultural exemption and the fact that it's something that is very important to all of us and certainly to the government. But it means that with this agreement, we're going to be protecting $53.8 billion industry, which is thousands of jobs across Canada, 75,000 in particular in the Quebec region. I'd like to hear the comments from my colleague on whether he thinks that's a worthwhile part to have in this agreement.
The honourable member. Well, you know, I talked about the cultural exemption earlier. We support that, of course, and that was something that Quebec fought for at UNESCO. There are some things that can't be treated as commodities. Our culture is a rich one, and it's recognized all around the world. That said, we don't have anything like Hollywood, like that industry. So we need practices to regulate the industry, to give it preferential status. And of course, the cultural exemption is a great way of meeting those goals. It's not the only way, but it's essential. Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague, I listened to his speech intently, and I want to thank him for his work on the International Trade Committee. He mentioned how Canadians are going to be paying the price for this PM's weak leadership. He talked about the aluminum industry, the dairy sector, the softwood lumber, all these lost opportunities. But one point he brought up, which is incredibly important to Canadians, is the lack of transparency. The original TPP that negotiated 5 years ago by our government, it had a positive effect on our GDP of $4.3 billion. The new agreement, according to CDAO, as he heard in committee, is a $14 billion hit to our economy. And the economic impact studies, like he so carefully pointed out, they weren't even available to us until one day before the end of the agreement. The Liberal government told Canadians before the election that this was a win-win-win. If you remember, it was a great deal for Canadians. Then we found out their own numbers, and in my own community of Oshawa, a 1.5 billion hit to the auto industry, decrease in 1.7% for production. So my question to him, he said he is a watchdog, and he's going to be a very good watchdog on committee, working together. I see myself in that forum as well, but there's so much misleading information and lack of transparency. How important is the implementation of this trade agreement and oversight for that implementation, given the support for the negatively affected sectors, and because of this government's weak leadership and tendencies to secrecy, how important is that implementation and oversight going to be?
The honourable member. Well, transparency is essential. Historically, this type of trade agreement has lacked transparency, unfortunately. And I think we need to find a way to have institutional mechanisms. Our work in committee is part of that. Working with opposition parties all agreed that transparency was lacking in this process. But in general, this type of negotiation involves very little consultation. And before there's discussion with parliamentarians, there's very little consultation done with civil society organizations, for example, whether we're talking about the winners or the losers of the trade deal. So I think we need to find a way all together to try and find a solution. Now, there are also motions that we can present in committee about the potential consequences of trade agreements. So I think we need to do our work there very effectively because, yes, negotiations are done in secret, but we do need to find a way of debating stuff. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte said during his speech that there had been an agreement between the Bloc and the government on aluminum. In committee, we heard that the government already has some mechanisms to understand how much aluminum comes to Mexico from China. So, in theory, they have the information they need to understand the situation. So what's different between that agreement between the Bloc and the government? Basically, what changed following that agreement? The Honourable Member. Well, a big difference, and you were there in committee when this was recognized, is that beyond the agreement to provide all of the data, beyond that commitment, which, was already important, but there was also an agreement that if there is dumping, then the government will come back and give aluminum the same status as steel, and that changes everything. I just want to remind the member once again to please address his remarks through the chair. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for a very well-researched speech. It's a bit of a contrast with some of the speeches that we hear in this House, where people just want to thank their families and their colleagues. So I think that his speech was very interesting and made a good contribution to the debate. As my colleague said, we did make some progress on aluminum, and we were able to reduce some of the negative impacts that the agreement could have had on Quebec aluminum. But I thought it was interesting when he talked about softwood lumber, and he talked about the U.S.'s negative approach of sort of encouraging attrition before the trade courts. He suggested that maybe the solution was Quebec independence. And he said that the Bloc might have a solution to propose. I wonder what my colleague would think if we gave a little bit more room for the Quebec trade delegation to maneuver? Could we not, perhaps in that way, have better trade agreements? The honourable member. Well, honestly, yes, that would be desirable, Madam Speaker. And I apologize for not having addressed my remarks to you earlier. But yes, that would be desirable. And we're up to the task. But that would be a lot of energy that we could be investing elsewhere. We don't want to get into these obscure disagreements with the rest of Canada over things where we're very diametrically opposed. You know, it seems like the rest of Canada doesn't care about aluminum because aluminum is primarily based in Quebec. So I can understand why they prefer to focus on something else. I can understand that very easily. And I think it would be in our mutual interest to be better neighbors.
Commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Lisa, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure my friend can recognize that in virtually all provinces and territories, there's a certain element of uniqueness in terms of their economy and different industries and so forth. It would be a high demand for people to participate in the negotiations. And as government, you have a role to play. And, you know, a member made reference to supply management. We'll use that as an example. The United States wanted us to completely dismantle. The original proposal from the United States was to completely dismantle supply management, Madam Speaker. Here, this government was able, in working with partnerships, was able to ensure that supply management continues on as a part of a Canadian heritage and tradition. Does he not see that as a positive thing?
A brief response from the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we know that the U.S. clearly wanted to eliminate that system. That goes without saying. But there had been a promise, a written promise, not to touch supply management, so it shouldn't have been touched. You know, after all of those commitments that were made, you know, the government said, unlike the previous government, don't worry, we're absolutely not going to touch supply management. But then, of course, they did. So after a while, you know, you need to stop treating people like fools.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to say I've found the third reading debate interesting, and indeed this whole process around the Canada-U.S.-Mexico trade agreement interesting. But I think I watched today as the governing Liberals and the opposition Conservatives and the Separatist Bloc all tried to take credit for free trade and sing the praises of free trade. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that the NDP is not here to sing the praises of corporate free trade. Far from it. We've been pretty consistent critics of this model of trade. Not trade itself, and I think that's one of the sleights of hand that too often happens, not just in this place, but in the media, about trade, that somehow the corporate model of free trade that has been very good at reinforcing corporate rights over the rights of people and the environment is somehow the only way to do trade, Madam Speaker. We're not under that illusion. We know that too often corporate free trade deals have meant that countries get trapped in a race to the bottom, that these deals are structured in a way to allow international capital. And we hear this. I mean, we hear this in other debates, Madam Speaker, about how Canada needs to compete for investment. And if Canada tries to regulate in the public interest, if it has to do with the environment or if it has to do with workers, that international capital is going to leave, it's going to go to other jurisdictions. Well, these types of free trade agreements are all about making that easier and all about intensifying the threat of capital flight in the event that governments choose to stand up for their workers or stand up for the environment or stand up for the rights of Indigenous people within their territory, Madam Speaker. And CUSMA is unfortunately part of that model. What's different here is that we're not talking about going from no free trade agreement to having a corporate free trade agreement. What we're talking about here is two different agreements and which one we're going to have. And as some people have mentioned earlier, if we didn't go for the new CUSMA and the existing NAFTA was abrogated by the President of the United States, there would still be a free trade deal in place, the original free trade deal between Canada and the United States. So we're not in a position where we're talking about whether Canada is going to sign up for some new commitment under the corporate free trade agreement. What we're talking about is which commitment is going to serve Canadians better, and I think that's an important point to make, and I think that that's been a consistent theme throughout the debate on this, and certainly has been an important part of the NDP's deliberations on this particular deal. And so I had said in my second reading speech, Madam Speaker, that there were two questions that were going to guide us in our thinking. One was whether or not, on balance, this deal would leave Canadians better off than the current agreement. And the second question that I said would guide our deliberations was whether or not we could leverage the process around this deal, which we knew was going to pass anyway, because the Conservatives had said early on, whether they like it or not, whether they study it a long time or a short time, ultimately they were going to vote for it. So we knew that this was an agreement that was going to pass, and the question was whether we could use the process around this ratification in order to get a better process that made the next trade agreement negotiation more open and more transparent to the Canadian public. So I just want to talk a little bit about some of the problems with the model, and then I want to talk a little bit about this particular agreement and why, on balance, we think that the package of things that comes with this agreement will leave Canadians a little bit better off than the status quo, Madam Speaker. Among, or in addition to the problems of the corporate free trade model that I mentioned earlier, particularly that race to the bottom when it comes to environmental standards and labor standards, the other problem is that we hear often from Conservatives that what they don't like about government is that it picks winners and losers, except that they have no problem with that when it comes to free trade agreements. They've negotiated and or signed. Actually, often they negotiate the deal and then the Liberals sign the deal. That actually seems to be the pattern. And those two parties work very well together when it comes to advancing this corporate model of free trade. But they don't have a problem picking winners and losers in free trade agreements, even though they don't like the idea of picking winners and losers when it comes to funding, for instance, renewable energy over other industries. That, they say, is an unacceptable picking of winners over losers. But when it comes to sacrificing the dairy industry in agreements, we know that they negotiated concessions on supply management in the TPP that ultimately the Liberals signed on to. I heard members of the Conservative Party, interestingly, and I think, hopefully, optimistically, I was trying to listen in the best spirit, Madam Speaker, defending Canada Post, a Crown corporation, which is great to hear. Not very reminiscent of the way they behaved as a government, I might add, Madam Speaker, but it was nice to hear, and that was another instance where they were decrying picking winners and losers, and I'm inclined to agree that Canada Post shouldn't have been singled out, because I'm a proud supporter of Crown corporations. I hope the Conservatives' resolve carries forward with them into whatever future positions they may have in this House, be it government or fourth party. We can only hope. I'd mention also that CUSMA picks winners and losers when it comes to the digital economy, and unfortunately I think the losers by and large are Canadians themselves. And this has been another feature of these corporate free trade agreements where governments, I think, quite needlessly tie their hands when it comes to making good public policy. One of the things that this agreement does is really constricts the options that Canadian governments have going forward for how to deal with what is a new and emerging and very important and significant aspect of the global economy, which is the digital economy. So, for instance, in this agreement, the government has agreed that they won't make third-party platforms responsible for the content that is posted on those platforms. That's a major policy decision, Madam Speaker. It's one that we may well live to regret. It's a discussion that, in my opinion, should have happened in this House in a far more robust way outside of a trade. This isn't the kind of thing that we should have been negotiating with trading partners prior to having a meaningful debate about how Canada wanted to treat this issue. And, in some places within trade agreements, you get protection for existing laws, rules, and policies. We really haven't had the opportunity to establish those in a meaningful way for many aspects of the digital economy, and we see a government already signing away its ability to make those decisions, and by extension, the ability of this place and of Canadians themselves to decide how they want their digital space managed going forward. But that is a feature of these kinds of agreements. It's the kind of thing that the NEP has been a vocal critic of, because we think that, it's one thing to decide that you want to trade with another country. When you look at agreements like the Auto Pact, which were not global free trade deals, they were about dividing up the wealth that comes from producing those products and ensuring that the trading partners each were getting their fair share of the wealth generated by the products that were going to be moving freely across the border. That's not what free trade is. Rather, it's more about what I said earlier, which is setting up rules to make it easy for multinational corporations to move their production around. And that may have a short-term benefit on price, Madam Speaker, but doesn't always. We know that the market charges what or companies charge what the market will bear. And in the long term, I think there are many Canadians who would appreciate the opportunity to pay a little bit more for a good or service that contributes to Canadian workers and keeps wealth in Canada. But I digress. I mentioned earlier that there were two questions that would guide our deliberations. I want to speak to the first one now, Madam Speaker, which is whether, on balance, this agreement is better than the status quo. And there are a few things that I would point to that I think, despite the faults of this agreement, are laudable. Number one is the elimination of Chapter 11 of the original NAFTA, which was the clause under which foreign corporations, not Canadian corporations even, although I wouldn't have been a fan of that, but I think it was that much more egregious that it only gave these rights to foreign corporations, could sue the Canadian government for creating laws or instituting regulations that protect the environment or workers that they saw as costing them profit. And Canada not only put this in the original NAFTA, but these investor-state dispute settlement clauses have been in most of the trade agreements that we've negotiated, and Canada has paid out the most in the world under these kinds of clauses. So I'm glad to see that go. I note that it was actually something the President of the United States wanted gone, and that initially our government defended, which has always seemed pretty backwards to me, but nevertheless, regardless of who got it out, it is out, and that's a good thing. Likewise with the energy proportionality clause that said that if you take the average percentage of Canadian production of oil and gas that went to the United States over the last 3 years, for any year that you're in future years, the U.S. would have a right to insist on that percentage of Canadian production, regardless of whether it was a domestic shortage, regardless of whether or not we could get a better price somewhere else. The United States would have a right to that percentage of our production of oil and gas. We've always seen that as a completely unreasonable, to put it mildly, infringement on Canadian sovereignty and something that wasn't in the best interest of Canadians, and so we're glad to see that go. I note that there are a number of new North American content provisions for the auto sector, which we think are a good thing. They harken back, again, more to the Auto Pact, though. I mean, those provisions are actually least like free trade provisions, but they're being lauded as doing potentially the most for the Canadian auto sector, Madam Speaker, which I think is a signal that the free trade model in itself is not enough for Canadian success. One of the other things to note is that in the original version of this agreement, Madam Speaker, there was not the original NAFTA, but the original CUSMA. There were provisions that would have significantly increased the costs of biologic drugs and due, again, unfortunately not to our own government, but to the Democrats in the United States who went back to the table because they weren't satisfied with the original agreement. Those provisions came out. And so that means that some of the increases in the cost of prescription drugs that were going to happen as a result of this agreement, which we've seen in other agreements like CETA and the TPP, aren't happening in this agreement. And that's a good thing. And it's been one of the reasons that the NEP has often opposed some of these trade agreements, is because they offer unreasonably good protection to international pharmaceutical companies at the expense of Canadians who require medication to improve their quality of life. So that came out. We also saw first of their kind, again, and this was in the second round of negotiations spurred by the Democrats in the United States, we saw first of its kind labor provisions in a trade agreement. I won't say that they're perfect. I think there's a lot of work that's going to have to be done in order to ensure that they're implemented in a way that realizes the maximum potential for workers in Mexico. But these agreements would provide some upward pressure on wages for Mexicans working in the auto sector. And I think just as, or more importantly, and we heard this at committee from a Mexican member of the labor movement, that it will make it easier for them to organize real unions in their workplaces. And we know the evidence shows that when you have a union, you are able to get better working conditions and you are able to secure better wages. That's good for Mexican workers, but it's not just good for Mexican workers, it's good for workers in the United States and Canada as well. To the extent, and that extent remains to be seen, that it means that companies won't be picking up their operations and simply moving them to Mexico because it's a way of getting out of having a union in the workplace and getting out of paying higher wages. Again, this is not a panacea. It's not going to change things overnight. But these kinds of enforceable labor provisions are the kinds of things that New Democrats have said for decades ought to go hand in hand with the rules that are established and very strongly protected in international trade agreements. So what we are doing by voting for this agreement at this time is trying to consolidate the gains of having Chapter 11 eliminated, having the proportionality clause eliminated, having the potential increase in prescription drugs stopped. We want to give a chance to these first of their kind labor provisions to play out and to see whether we can use trade agreements to increase the fairness for workers. And I hope one day, too, if we can show that there's success on that front, that we could get meaningful enforcement of some environmental rules across jurisdictions, too. This agreement really doesn't do that. It doesn't mention the most important agreement designed to address the most important environmental challenge of our time, which is the Paris Accord and climate change. And I think that's where we're going to need to get if we're going to have accountability internationally for countries reducing their climate emissions. We need to tie those accords to economic accords as well, so that there can be meaningful consequences for countries who don't live up to their expectations. So I want to spend a little time now talking about the second question that I said would guide our deliberations on this matter, Madam Speaker, which was whether or not this process, this ratification process, could be leveraged to get a better trade process for next time. This process in itself was not great, Madam Speaker. We heard other members speak earlier about just how late Parliament got an economic impact assessment. So I think by everyone's admission, we're talking about a major deal. We're talking about a lot of trade crossing the border every day, and there's been a lot of commentary on the agreement. And the surprising thing, I think, for Canadians who may just be learning about this for the first time if they're watching at home, is that that debate wasn't supported by any real economic data, because the government didn't release it until the day before the end of the committee hearings, which was just last sitting Thursday, Madam Speaker. So the report, the economic report that actually puts some numbers to what we're doing here, came out on the Wednesday, and the committee study concluded and moved on the Thursday. So that didn't make a heck of a lot of sense. And there are other things that haven't made sense over the years, particularly, Madam Speaker, the high degree of secrecy around trade negotiations. So if you look at other countries, I mentioned this, I won't repeat all of it, I mentioned this in my second reading speech, Madam Speaker, but if you look at the European Union and the US, two of our biggest trading partners, which we have concluded free trade deals with, both of them release far more information about their negotiation process to the public and create far more of a space for civic engagement around trade negotiation and allow their citizens to weigh in on what's important to them, what they think their executive is doing that's right in those negotiations, and what they think what they're doing is wrong. We saw how that interplay between the legislature and the executive can create opportunities to get better deals. We saw that happen with this very agreement. Unfortunately, not here in Canada, but in the United States, where Congress was able to get involved and require the president to go back to the table in order to get a deal that was acceptable to the legislature. This parliament only deals with trade deals once they're signed, sealed, and delivered, and there is no possibility of going back to the table, Madam Speaker. So that was why I contacted the Deputy Prime Minister early on in this process, Madam Speaker, to talk about some of those problems of process and how we might be able to improve those going forward. And that precipitated a period of negotiation, shall we say, at the end of which the government committed to put in their policy for tabling treaties in the House of Commons, a commitment that the government will now tell Parliament formally 90 days before beginning formal negotiations with another country or group of countries of its intent to bargain a new trade deal. It will table in Parliament, which means publicly, Madam Speaker, 30 days before those negotiations, its negotiating objectives. Now that's comparable to what already happens in the United States and is even less stringent than what happens in the European Union. So it's a completely reasonable thing to do, and I think Canadians will be better off for it. And finally, Madam Speaker, on the topic of the economic impact assessment, we got a commitment from government that they will make it a matter of policy that governments table economic impact assessments side by side with the ratifying legislation so that we never again end up in the ridiculous position we were in this time, where we were being asked to study a bill without having any economic data about its impact. I shouldn't say any. We did have some from the United States, because a year ago, they published an economic impact assessment. But Canadians and their parliamentarians shouldn't have to look to our trading partners for information about how a trade deal is going to affect us. We should be able to get that from the government, and we now have a commitment to make it a matter of policy that governments will provide that information, which I think is important. I'm sorry I'm out of time. There's more I'd like to say, but I look forward to the question and answer period. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
It's the honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member of the NDP for his speech here this morning. But he mentioned a couple of things of interest. One was he mentioned the original status of the trade agreement, and leaving it as it is probably wouldn't have been a bad thing. But has he forgotten about the tariffs that were imposed? And under that trade agreement, with its lack of defining things, I guess, the tariffs that were put on aluminum, that were put on steel, that were put on wood products, paper and whatnot, he's forgotten that. And he said, he mentioned the corporate free trade deal. Well, a lot of the corporations that are in favor of this trade deal employ hundreds and thousands of people across this country, many of them unionized employees, to their benefit. So, and for me in my riding, there's a company, Ocean Choice International, which applauds the trade agreements because it enables them to open markets free of tariffs and provide good paying jobs to the people that work for that company. I wonder, can the member say whether he still supports that, or if he would just assume those corporations didn't have that ability to do in those three trade agreements?
Honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just digesting the question because I hope I was clear enough that I'm not a supporter of the original NAFTA. The NDP wasn't, and we aren't. What I was saying is that I don't like the model. I don't like the model that that agreement was signed under. I don't like the model that this agreement was signed under. And so what we have been tracking in this debate is whether overall the one agreement under a bad model is relatively speaking better than the agreement, the original agreement under a bad model. And, you know, to the extent that, yeah, of course there's lots of corporations that employ a lot of Canadians. Of course there are. That doesn't mean they can do no wrong. That doesn't mean that they're all wonderful people. That doesn't mean they're all looking out for the interests of their employees. I would refer the member to the 400,000 Canadians that have lost manufacturing jobs since the signature of the original NAFTA, including those in Oshawa who just recently had their plant closed, despite the fact they did award-winning work because that plant moved to Mexico for the sole purpose, frankly, Madam Speaker, of having low wages. And, you know, Canadian workers shouldn't be forced to compete with that. That's exactly what these deals do, and there's some relief from that for the first time in these labour provisions, and that's what we're interested to see in terms of how those play out.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to react to something my colleague just said. He said that the manufacturing sector is seeing a lot of job losses with the signing of NAFTA. And I don't really read the situation the same way as he does, because there is a problem in the manufacturing sector that coincides with an increase in the Canadian dollar. And so when we look at the oil sector, it's something that, to my mind, isn't linked directly to the signing of the first NAFTA agreement. But it's that issue that affects it. And I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on that. Well, I think that it's clear that there were a lot of job losses between 1994 and 2007, 2008, when the dollar was at parity. So that could explain the more recent job losses, but it doesn't explain the many job losses in the manufacturing sector during the period between 1994 and 2007.
Member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to congratulate the member for Elmwood-Transcona on a very clear laying out of the NDP trade policies, and his congratulations was very effective work as our trade spokesperson. I think he doesn't take enough credit here for something I think we will regard as historic. When we look back on the changes that his work with the Deputy Prime Minister led to in the way we approach trade agreements, we're going to see this was a historic change, providing more transparency, more openness, and a role in Parliament in having input into the trade agreements instead of a last-minute yes or no, as in this case. So I wonder if the honourable member could give us some idea of how these agreements he reached with the government will apply to the upcoming trade negotiations with other countries.
Honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much to my colleague for that kind question. I mean, I think one of the things, I'm going to go back a little ways to a process that some might remember around what was referred to as the Security and Prosperity Partnership. One of the really frustrating aspects about those negotiations, such as they were, and we don't know the full extent of that. In fact, in one of the minority parliaments that preceded 2011, there was an attempt to get documents just for Canadians to be able to get some basic information about what the government was doing at the negotiating table with the United States on that file. And it was a Conservative chair of the committee at that time that actually just stood up and walked out of the room lest a motion passed demanding information about what was going on at that table, Madam Speaker. So what we've negotiated with the government and what should be different is at least Canadians will know that a negotiation is taking place. Now that sounds really basic. That doesn't sound particularly exciting. It sounds like the kind of thing you'd think, well, of course we would know that. Doesn't the government always tell us? And the fact is, Madam Speaker, is that no, there is no requirement for the government to tell us. And the SPP was a great example of a time when they refused to tell us. Not only would we know that that negotiation was happening, Madam Speaker, but we would have, at the very least, the high-level negotiating objectives which presumably were different for the SPP than they were for the TPP, than they were for CETA, right? So this, I think it's one of those things that is easy to understate. It sounds like, oh, well, that's not that big a deal, whatever. Weren't they always doing that? And the point is no. And for people in the Trade Justice Network and labor unions and other parts of civil society that know that these trade agreements can have a real impact on the lives of working people, not just corporate tycoons that are going to make more money, but real Canadians who have a real potential to lose out on things that matter to them in their lives. This is going to give them a window in and to know where to start looking and where to start sniffing around to find out what's going on and how it's going to affect people, whether it's members of their union or members of their organization or just ordinary Canadians whose welfare they are concerned for. So I think that's why it's a really important starting point.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I am encouraged by the Deputy Prime Minister and her ability to reach out in terms of ways in which we can improve upon the system. I applaud the member's approach in terms of trying to deal with that issue. But I wouldn't want to give an impression as if all of a sudden you get a group of individuals that met in the United States with Mexico representatives and an agreement is signed off and there was no background work done to it. We know, Madam Speaker, that for months, if not years now, there have been discussions and dialogue in regards to an agreement, a potential agreement that needed to be achieved in Canada. We had industry representation from all regions of the country. We had hundreds of hours of debate, not only on this sort of discussion, but also on other trade agreements. So we shouldn't try to give Canadians a false impression that would try to imply that everyone was kind of blindsided. Even after the agreement was signed, the Deputy Prime Minister made available for the leadership of all parties to participate and gain more information. I wonder if you could just provide just a general oversight to those comments.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know the Deputy Prime Minister has made a lot of the extent of consultation that went on, but I'll tell you, there's a big difference between consulting sector-specific people under the cloak of NDAs, or non-disclosure agreements, where they're not allowed to talk about anything, versus bringing it into Parliament, where there are things that we can discuss. There's a difference between sharing your objectives at the negotiating table with people who aren't allowed to talk about those with anybody else, and sharing them in Parliament, where the country can have a conversation about what should be on that list that's not on the list, what should be taken off the list that is on the list. And supply management is a great example, Madam Speaker, where dairy farmers are hit hard by this agreement. I hope maybe there'll be another context. We've done it a bit at committee where we've talked about some of the ways government can mitigate some of the ill effects that are part of this agreement. But certainly, Madam Speaker, I think being able to have had that debate with more information on the table, because up until 2 weeks before this version of the deal was signed, dairy farmers were told that they were going to be okay, that there wasn't significant concessions beyond what was in the original NAFTA. So, yeah, people got caught off guard, and I think public debate has a way of bringing those things out. It doesn't always, it's not perfect, it's a blunt instrument, but it can really bring things out to the surface, and that's why it was such a priority for us to take the first meaningful step on a road towards a better, more transparent process, because we think in the long term that's going to help us get better deals that are fair for workers and the environment.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to my honourable colleagues, and bonjour to you, Madame la Présidente. It is with great pleasure that I rise to speak on Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. Madame la Présidente, we must,
Madam Speaker,
come together and join our partners in the United States and Mexico and ratify this agreement. We need to ratify it expeditiously and ensure certainty for businesses, and more importantly, ensure certainty for employees across this beautiful country we call home. It's of paramount importance, Mr. Speaker. As is stated, and I recommend all my honourable colleagues and all Canadians watching read the economic impact assessment on the new NAFTA named CUSMA, and if I can just read some of the preamble. The final CUSMA outcome effectively achieved Canada's overarching objectives by preserving key elements of NAFTA, modernizing and updating the agreement to support Canada's access to and integration with the North American economy, providing important stability and predictability with respect to overall market access, and addressing the harmful impacts of U.S. Section 232 tariffs on steel and aluminum, as well as threats of similar tariffs on automobiles and auto parts. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment that I am sharing my time today with my honourable colleague, friend, mentor, the honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek. Two aspects of the agreement which I think we need to highlight as we begin the debate here in the House, which I think are of paramount importance to the New Democratic Party, paramount importance to us, and paramount importance to the Conservatives and all parties in the House, the Greens and the Bloc, is that, first of all, this ensures that Canada's trading partners in North America will maintain high levels of labour and environmental protection. In this agreement, bipartisan support in the United States between the Democrats and the Republicans, ratification already through both in the United States and Mexico, and support from our major unions here in Canada, Unifor, Canadian Labour Congress, and you can go on and on and on, that this agreement is a win for the environment, this agreement is a win for labour, it's a win for middle-class Canadians working hard coast to coast to coast, and it's a win for our businesses to help grow our economy and keep it moving forward. And secondly, I'd like to point out is how the agreement strengthens the state-to-state dispute settlement mechanism between parties and ensures that disputes are settled in an effective and an efficient manner. Now, this is all contained in the impact assessment that was done by Global Affairs. It's a great read. It's quite insightful, and it kind of provides an overview of where we are going with this agreement, how it's going to benefit all three trading partners and the workers that benefit and are exposed to trade. Monsieur le Président, we all know we live in a world that's currently seeing a lot of uncertainty. We have the COVID-19, and I want to express my sincere appreciation and full support to our health professionals here in Canada and across the world at the front lines of the situation we are facing. Prayers to them, and again, thank you for what you do. Many of my colleagues will know that I'm an economist by training. I've worked globally in Toronto, New York City, spent time in Europe before I entered politics. And in my view, Mr. Speaker, Canada, its workers, its businesses are well positioned to handle the evolving economic environment or landscape. And with that, we are a country that will continue to succeed and grow as a people, as a country, and with our economy, and continue to create jobs. I witnessed firsthand the tech boom and bust, the global financial crisis of 2008-2009, at one point, our U.S. neighbors to the south were losing several 100,000 jobs a month. And thankfully, coordinated action by the Federal Reserve under Ben Bernanke and central bankers everywhere in policy pursued by the Obama administration that staved off what I believe would have been a second global depression. Mr. Speaker, we as parliamentarians must understand how interconnected the global economy is, and with that, how interconnected the global energy sector is. Monsieur le Président, we have all read the headlines. There are many forces at work currently in the global energy markets, and I do wish to begin part of my speech and speak to the importance of Canada's energy sector to Canada's economy today, and yes, in the years and the decades to come. CUSMA guarantees access for Canadian products and services to the United States, keeps barrier-free trade from happening, and it's good for our energy sector among all other sectors: autos, aluminum, steel, dairy, services, intellectual property, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my thanks to all of Canada's energy workers and mineral workers mining, whether it is those that in the oil sands sector, those working in the Western Canadian Sedimentary Basin, those mining uranium, those maintaining our nuclear plants here in Ontario, and yes, those working on the TMX pipeline on the Coastal GasLink, which will supply LNG to the Asian markets, displacing coal and thus reducing the world's global greenhouse gas emissions. We speak about climate change, Mr. Speaker. We speak about saving our planet. We speak about moving forward. One of those aspects is displacing coal through LNG, and that needs to happen so we can get to where we need to be. CUSMA provides the energy sector, auto sector, our tremendously hardworking dairy farmers, steel and aluminum sector workers, and the entire Canadian economy with certainty. But again, Mr. Speaker, let's focus on Canada's energy sector, which accounts for a very large portion of the two-way trade between Canada and the United States, and for a very large portion of the trade between all three countries. Here are a few facts, Mr. Speaker, about how important the energy sector is to the Canadian economy. As of 2018, Canada's energy sector directly employed more than 269,000 people and indirectly supported over 550,500 jobs. It's all on Enercan's website, and I encourage Canadians who want to analyze how important this sector is just to take a quick look. Mr. Speaker, that is over 800,000 good middle-class jobs, with the overwhelming majority providing good wages and benefits to families across Canada. According to 2018 statistics, the energy sector accounts for over 11%, or $230 billion of Canada's nominal GDP, and direct revenues to governments for energy totaled over $14 billion in 2018. Mr. Speaker, one measure as an economist I like to see is our merchandise trade statistics that are published monthly. Canadian oil and gas sector for 2019 generated a trade surplus of $76 billion for our economy. That is money flowing into our economy to pay for schools and bridges and roads and everything, and maintain our high standard of living. This compares, for example, for the auto sector, which we know is so very, very important for Ontario, with a trade deficit of $20 billion. So just to kind of give a comparison, we know, Mr. Speaker, $76 billion trade surplus. Behind that, Canada is the sixth largest world's energy producer, the fifth largest net exporter, and the eighth largest consumer of energy. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, energy drives our economy, our daily lives, and our standard of living. Total energy exports in 2018 were at $132 billion versus $55 billion of imports, with oil and gas exports at $118 billion, of which 95% were to the U.S. And notably, we export energy products to approximately 148 countries. Of note, 90% goes to the United States. Mr. Speaker, human capital is a paramount strength of Canada. Its people, its diversity, the ability to be an inclusive society, and strengthen our economy. And that's what makes our country a blessed place to live. When you also include Canada's natural capital resources, which I've coined, whether it's our agricultural sector, our forestry sector, hydroelectric power driven by our rivers and waterways, the mineral and energy wealth which is contained in this country, Canada and its citizens are blessed, and our potential when we work together is endless. Mr. Speaker, the new free trade deal between the three countries provides certainty to over $1.4 trillion and growing in trade volumes. We know that trade generates jobs, grows our economy, and ensures a bright future for our children and my children. We know, again, Mr. Speaker, the world is becoming more interconnected. Our trade deals, CETA, CPTPP, and CUSMA, allows preferential access to 1.5 billion individuals across the world. It allows us to continue to export our goods and services. It allows, on the services side, we know Canada is a magnet for immigration. We know the best and brightest want to work here. We know they want to invent, they want to raise their families, they want to call Canada home, and we welcome them. And Mr. Speaker, on that front, CUSMA allows us to move forward. When I read the impact assessment produced by the economic impact assessment produced by Global Affairs, I saw what we have done, what the team under Steve Verheuvel had done, and I applaud them. I applaud the Deputy Minister for her steadfast commitment to ensure a good deal, a great deal for Canadian workers and Canadian businesses. On that note, I'd like to end my comments to say that I've heard from all sectors and all stakeholders in our economy, and they all want this deal to pass, whether it's the Chamber of Commerce, both locally, federal, Canada-wide, whether it's Unifor, the Canadian Labour Congress, they all want certainty. And in this period of time, this juncture, we need certainty for our economy. This deal delivers it. I look forward to debate this week and participating in it, obviously commencing with today's speech. And we know we need to provide certainty for our workers and the literally millions of Canadians whose livelihoods depend on trade with the United States and Mexico. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jean.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I learned from my colleague's speech that he was an economist by training, and so I'd like to ask him this question. There was an issue in the House. Many members from the party opposite said that aluminum was getting the same treatment as steel, but following our discussion, the position changed a little bit, and the government admitted that aluminum didn't actually have the same treatment as steel. So I'd like, once and for all, for a member of the Liberal Party to stand up and say clearly here in the House that, yes, indeed, aluminum did not get the same treatment as steel until the Bloc Québécois got involved. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for National Revenue.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, the member for Jonquière.
I would like to say first on the CUSMA, the cultural exemption was maintained in the deal, and we know how important that is for the Quebec economy, for its cultural sector, which is very, very large, employs over, I believe, over 75,000 workers. With regards to the aluminum sector, I had the pleasure many years ago of visiting the Alma smelter. I think it's in Lac-Saint-Jean region, and I spent a couple of days there touring the plants, and it's beautiful to see, and it's beautiful to see us harnessing the power of our natural resources. And I would like to answer the question directly in terms of from Mr. Simnard, the President and CEO of the Aluminum Association of Canada, who stated with regards to the revised USMCA, CUSMA, we think the United States and Mexico-Canada agreement is the right way to go. And I believe we need the support of all parties in the House to provide certainty not only to the steel and aluminum sectors, but to all sectors in Canada and all workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things that's deeply concerning about this deal, and I'm certainly glad we finally got rid of the investor state provisions that negatively impacted Canada's jurisdiction and our ability to put forward policies for the benefit of our citizens. But what concerns me is that Chapter 19 reads like a wish list for the lobbyists of Google, Facebook, Amazon, who spend as much time in the halls of the Liberal government as they do in Washington, that the fundamental issue of data sovereignty, which is emerging around the world in the wake of the Cambridge Analytica scandal, the right and the need to have data sovereignty, to put in proper privacy protections, has been stripped away. The Liberals have given that over to the Google, Facebook, Amazon lobby in Washington. The inability of Canada to actually hold the data giants to account through the safe harbor provisions or being able to look in the black box of the algorithms that are pushing extremist content. This is an issue that in Europe is driving legislators to take action, and yet we've stripped it away to become a branch plant of Silicon Valley without the right of legislators to be able to protect our citizens. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about this.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from the riding of Timmins, James Bay, for that question. Canadians' data information is of paramount importance for our government, should be for any government throughout the world. We have very, very strict guidelines in terms of how we use data and the privacy, PIPEDA being one of the regulations that governs Canadians' data. I'm in full support of provisions that ensure that corporate behavior is good, if I can use that term, if corporate behavior follows all the rules when businesses practice. I'm not a big believer at all, and I fully condone any sort of corporate cronyism, as I've coined it. For me, it's about corporations following the rules. Individuals have to do it. Corporations have to do it. With regards to attracting workers here to Canada, I welcome investments by Google and SAP and SAS and MasterCard here to Canada. We're generating good middle-class jobs here for Canada in the sectors that are going to lead growth, and we want to make sure it's happening here and not in other jurisdictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to join with my colleagues today as we deal with something with C4 that was extremely important for us. We call it the CUSMA Agreement, Canada, United States, Mexico, and we're pleased to see the work that we did at committee on this particular issue. My committee colleagues from all parties showed their dedication to their constituents and to their country during committee while we did this study. Every member made it clear to me it was their sincerest intent to collaborate, cooperate, and to come together as a committee to make sure that we do the job that we were elected to do, and that we work in a non-partisan way on something that's critically important to Canada. Our intensified schedule saw that our committee analyzed this bill for a total of 38.5 hours. The hard work that took place in committee ensured that Bill C4 was returned in a timely fashion. There were over 117 witnesses invited, and we heard from a large range of individuals, organizations, and businesses. Mr. Speaker, I would also be remiss if I did not acknowledge the hard work of the staff of the House of Commons who were present during these extended meetings. None of this could have been possible without the work of our committee clerks, analysts, translators, and the House of Commons staff who carried out their duties with the utmost of professionalism. A huge thanks goes out to everyone involved. So, Mr. Speaker, this new agreement will help reinforce strong economic ties between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. It will improve North America's ability to compete on the global stage. This agreement also brings back predictability and stability to the economic relationship between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, which we heard a lot of from various businesses and presenters. We've seen several actions from the U.S. on trade that have contributed to economic instability for Canadian businesses and their workers, and they were clearly concerned. Canada was confronted with the option of either renegotiating NAFTA or facing the possibility of the United States withdrawing from the agreement. So I'm pleased that we now have a modern trilateral agreement that turns the page and focuses on the three pillars that make our economic relationship so successful: stability, economic integration, and clear, transparent, and enforceable rules. From the start of the negotiations, Canada set out to achieve key priority outcomes: preserve important NAFTA provisions and market access into the U.S. and Mexico, modernize and improve the agreement, and reinforce the security and stability of market access into the U.S. and Mexico for Canadian businesses. And we are proud of the fact that we have achieved all three of those objectives. It's particularly important to note that the preferential tariff treatment under NAFTA is preserved in this new agreement. Canada's preferential access to the U.S. and Mexican markets is vital to the continuing prosperity of Canadian workers whose livelihoods rely on this trade. During consultations with stakeholders, we heard repeatedly about the importance of preserving the benefits of NAFTA and the integrity of North American supply chains. We understand how vital it is to Canadian companies and exporters. As an annual average from 2016 to 2018, Canada exported $412.2 billion worth of goods to the United States, Canada's top export market. And over the same period, Canada exported an annual average of $9.2 billion worth of goods to Mexico, Canada's fifth largest trading partners. Very significant numbers, Mr. Speaker. The new NAFTA ensures continued preferential access to these key export destinations. The new agreement preserves the market access outcomes that were achieved in the original NAFTA. This means that NAFTA's duty-free access for all non-agricultural goods will be maintained. For agricultural goods, Canadian exports will also continue to benefit from duty-free access for nearly 89% of U.S. agricultural tariff lines and 91% of Mexican tariff lines. The new NAFTA will help farmers to be more competitive and will make it easier for them to export their products and continue to feed North America and the rest of the world. Maintaining these tariff outcomes provides Canadians with an advantage over those countries without a preferential trade agreement with the United States and Mexico. It also ensures predictability and continued secure market access for Canadian exporters to our largest trading partners. The preserved tariff-free environment also safeguards the integrity of the integrated North American supply chains. Other key elements of the original NAFTA have also been preserved, including the Chapter 19 binational panel dispute settlement, a state-to-state dispute settlement, the cultural exception, and temporary entry for business persons. The new NAFTA also helps open new market access opportunities in the U.S. for Canadian companies and improves existing market access. The new modernized agreement includes new customs and trade facilitation measures that will make it easier for companies to move goods across the border, including by eliminating paper processes and providing a single portal for traders to submit import documentation electronically. In particular, the new agreement moves away from the traditional certificate of origin to a new certificate of origin that allows companies to use existing documents in their business process to certify origin. The new NAFTA includes a new standalone chapter on rules of origin and origin procedures for textiles and apparel goods that will support Canada's textile and apparel sector. The agreement preserves the existing market access that Canada has under the NAFTA to the U.S. and Mexican markets in these sectors and ensures that the benefits of the agreement go primarily to producers located in North America. The new agreement provides greater flexibility for producers to use small amounts of materials from outside the region without losing their preference. Furthermore, the agreement expands a provision from NAFTA to set out a special procedure to more easily establish the origin of the indigenous textiles and apparel. Under this provision, a textile or apparel item that the parties agree is an indigenous handcrafted good will be eligible for duty-free treatment, even if the good does not satisfy the applicable product-specific rule of origin. Given the importance of predictability and transparency in international trade, the new NAFTA includes provisions that will provide added assurance for exporters that their goods will not be delayed by unjustified or unclear measures at the borders. Companies will have enough time to adjust to new regulations and other requirements. The agreement also ensures Canada's agricultural and processed food exports can rely on sanitary and phytosanitary measures that are risk-based and that increase predictability of market access so that products make it to market in a reasonable amount of time. Section 232 side letter on autos and auto parts achieved as part of the overall outcome provides added security and stability for Canadian automotive and parts companies who export to the U.S. market and will reaffirm Canada's attractiveness as an investment destination for this sector. On trade and Indigenous people, for the first time in a Canadian free trade agreement, the new NAFTA incorporates a general exception that clearly confirms that the government can adopt or maintain measures it deems necessary to fulfill its legal obligations to Indigenous peoples. An Indigenous working group was established to further the dialogue between the government and Indigenous peoples to share ideas and work collaboratively on solutions. We are pleased to have concluded an agreement that incorporates new and modernized provisions that seek to address 21st century trade issues and support opportunities for Canadian businesses and workers. This includes bringing obligations on labor and environment into the agreement and subjecting them to dispute settlement. It also includes important outcomes towards inclusive trade, including with respect to gender and the interests of Indigenous people. In particular, the new labor chapter includes commitments to protect and promote internationally recognized labor rights and principles in North America. It also includes unprecedented protections against violence, as well as gender-based discrimination with regard to sexual orientation, sexual harassment, gender identity, caregiving responsibilities, and wage discrimination. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague who chairs the International Trade Committee. We found that we were able to work together quite well on this agreement. The question I have for, though, is something that we found out which was quite disturbing. It was the transparency of the government, the economic impact implications of this trade agreement. And before the election, the Prime Minister was very clear, the Deputy Prime Minister was very clear that this was going to be a win-win-win for Canadians. But we found out late in the game, the government's own numbers, for example, for my community and people in the auto sector, it was going to be a hit of $1.5 billion to the auto industry, a decrease in 1.7% in production. So my question to my colleague, she didn't know, we didn't know. The Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, I believe we're aware of it because they were working on this since 2017. But in order for this not to happen again, what does she think has to be implemented for future trade agreements? Because this was extremely misleading and it may have caused people to vote differently in the election.
Well, member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you to my colleague, and actually thank you for the great work that he did on the committee. He was a great member to work with, as were all of the members on the committee. Not everything goes the way we all want it to go, and certainly at the committee level, in reference to the economic report that we were waiting, we did get it quite late into the process. But all of this has been very difficult to ensure that this NAFTA agreement and C4 gets through the committee, that we recognize all the pluses, the thousands of jobs that we are protecting here in Canada, and the opportunities for growth that need to happen as well. We always learn in everything that we do as parliamentarians, and I would hope that we will learn from this experience as well to move forward.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Speaker, and I listened to the member's remarks with interest. At the end, she touched on provisions dealing with gender and equality for women. And one of the problems with the way we've negotiated trade agreements has been the secrecy around those negotiations. And I certainly salute the Deputy Prime Minister and the member for Elmer-Transcona for trying to fix that in the future. But my understanding was that many sources reported that the deal originally had much more extensive provisions dealing with gender equity, workplace harassment, and other things that are very important to equality of women in the workplace, and that those disappeared from the final agreement, replaced by just very general statements. Can the member tell us if she has any information about what happened to those more extensive gender equity provisions and why they disappeared?
Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. The fact that we've got issues to do with sexual identity, sexual harassment, and protection of the Indigenous community and a variety of other things in a trade agreement, I think is terrific. Would I like to see more? Yes. Would I like to see these kinds of issues, human rights, embedded into trade agreements? I think that there should be more opportunities in the future to see that happen, and I certainly would like to see more of it, not less of it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to add to the voices of everyone in the House who praised my honourable colleague, the member for Humber River, Black Creek, for her great enthusiasm and also her very hard work. She chaired the committee very competently. I'd like to know how she would assess the new NAFTA when it comes to stability in Canada, particularly in these uncertain economic times, and how she views Canada's signing of the agreement as contributing to that stability.
Black Creek.
Thank you to my honourable member for his acknowledgement. It's well appreciated very much. Let me say that I think that the NAFTA agreement is clearly going to give what we heard from, out of the 117 witnesses, I think at least 100 of them talked about the need for security and stability, that they were very uneasy knowing that these discussions had been going on for several years, were very fearful of losing the NAFTA completely, wanted to see us do the best we could to get this through, because they, in their minds, and we talk about the Business Council of Canada and numerous others, that this was going to bring stability to Canadian businesses.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. As a member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate regarding the Canada-U.S.-Mexico Agreement, CUSMA, replacing the North American Free Trade Agreement that was negotiated by a previous Conservative government. To paraphrase comments previously made by my Conservative colleagues, the good news is that after rigorous debate in Parliament and in committee, Canada will continue to have a trade agreement with our largest trading partner. The bad news is that it was negotiated by the Liberal government, which made concession after concession to the United States and Mexico. The United States is our greatest ally and our largest trading partner. The NAFTA deal that was negotiated by Conservatives has been good for Canada, with $2 billion a day in trade crossing our border, which represents 75% of Canadian exports. U.S. direct investment in Canada in 2018 was over $400 billion, which is huge. Since NAFTA was first implemented, over 5 million jobs have been created, and total trilateral trade has quadrupled to $1.2 trillion. Conservative trade deals have done a good job creating jobs for Canadians. The Conservative Party of Canada is the party of free trade. An election was fought over free trade. Luckily for Canadians, Conservatives won that election. It was under former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney that the first Canada-US free trade agreement was signed. Then it was under former Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper that Canada signed a record number of trade agreements, providing our Canadian businesses with unprecedented access to markets around the world. The Conservative Party is the party of free trade. We have long supported free trade and will continue to support a free trade agreement with our largest trading partner, the United States, and Mexico. On February 25th, I had the honor of presenting Private Members Bill C-222, an act to amend the Expropriation Act, protection of private property. There's been a disturbing trend in Canada towards what is referred to as regulatory, de facto, or constructive taking of private property. This happens when a government uses its statutory powers to regulate or restrict the property rights of an owner without acquiring title to the land being adversely affected. The landowner feels the impact of the regulation as if the land has been expropriated. In the United States, the Fifth Amendment of the American Constitution protects private property rights. In Canada, government acquisition of land without the owner's consent is not subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Private property rights were excluded from the Canadian Constitution when it was repatriated in 1982. In Canada, landowners' rights are found in the expropriation legislation. The government must follow the law as to what land may be expropriated and must observe procedures set out in the legislation. In Canada, the government can strictly regulate land, limiting its value and what a landowner can and cannot do with it without triggering the procedures in the legislation. A de facto regulatory taking means a property owner is not entitled to compensation unless the restrictions of the owner's rights are such that they should be properly regarded within the meaning of the Expropriation Act. Now, I introduced Bill C-222 to provide some protections from the government taking people's property without compensation. It would appear that CUSMA addresses the issue raised by my private member's bill, C-222. Canadian common law on de facto expropriation suffers from what some jurists refer to as external incoherence. The present context of CUSMA decries the possibility that the rights of foreign investors in Canadian property are afforded more protection than are the rights of Canadian property owners of Canadian property. The source of this incoherence is Article 1110 of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, which has been carried over into CUSMA under Article 14.8, expropriation and compensation. Article 14.8 in the new agreement provides, 1, no party shall expropriate or nationalize a covered investment either directly or indirectly through measures equivalent to expropriation or nationalization, except A, for a public purpose, B, in a non-discriminatory manner, C, on payment of prompt, adequate, and effective compensation in accordance with paragraphs 2, 3, and 4, and in accordance with due process of law. 2, compensation shall be paid without delay, be equivalent to the fair market value of the expropriated investment immediately before the expropriation took place, the date of expropriation, and C, not reflect on any change in value occurring because the intended expropriation had become known earlier, and D, to be fully realizable and freely transferable. 3, if the fair market value is dominated in a freely usable currency, the compensation paid shall be no less than the fair market value on the date of the expropriation, plus interest at a commercially reasonable rate for that currency accrued from the date of expropriation until the date of payment. 4, in the fair market value, if the fair market value is denominated in a currency that is not freely usable, the compensation paid, converted into the currency of a payment at the market rate of exchange prevailing on the date of the payment, shall be no less than A, the fair market value on the date of expropriation, converted into a freely usable currency at the market rate of exchange prevailing on that date, plus interest at a commercially reasonable rate for that freely usable currency, accrued from the date of expropriation until the date of payment. And 5, for greater certainty whether an action or series of actions by a party constitutes an expropriation, shall be determined in accordance with paragraph 1 of this article and Annex 14B, expropriation. The language used here, which has rolled over from the 1992 NAFTA agreement, indirectly nationalize or expropriate and measure a tantamount to nationalization or expropriation, clearly exists. That compensation will be owed to de jure and de facto expropriation by the expropriating country. The scope of Article 14.8 is indeed wide. Measure includes any law, regulation, procedure, requirement, or practice, and the definition of investment is so expansive that it cannot be included here. Moreover, there is no allowance, as there is in Canadian common law, for express statutory language to extinguish the right of compensation. How the previous NAFTA Article 1110 has been treated in arbitration between the parties of NAFTA, Canada, the United States, and Mexico, has or at least should have bearing on expropriation law in Canada generally. This is particularly so given NAFTA's and now CUSMA constitutional-like status as a document which cannot be amended without the consent of all signatories. The NAFTA expropriation case that's received the most attention from Canadian legal scholars is probably Metalclad Corp versus United Mexican States, Metalclad. In that case, Metalclad had received approval from the federal government of Mexico to operate a landfill in the municipality of Guadalcazar and began to construct the landfill on that basis. Mid-construction, Guadalcazar informed Metalclad that it would require a municipal permit and must cease construction pending its issuance. More than a year later, Guadalcazar finally made its decision. Permit denied. The governor of San Luis Potosi, the state in which Guadalcazar is situated, further declared that Metalclad's land to be a natural area for the protection of rare cacti. The federal government took no saving action. In its decision, the tribunal stated, these measures, taken together with the representations of the Mexican federal government on which Metalclad relied, and the absence of a timely, orderly, or substantive basis for the denial by the municipality of the local construction permit, amount to an indirect or de facto expropriation. Its belief in the far-ranging scope of Article 1110 is evident. Thus, expropriation in NAFTA, and now CUSMA, includes only not open, deliberate, and also acknowledged takings of property, but also covert or incidental interference with the use of property, which has the effect of depriving the owner in whole or in significant part of the use or reasonably to be expected economic benefit of the property. Where the ratification of CUSMA will leave expropriation law and Canadian property rights in the future is uncertain. Time will tell whether or not the law will continue to afford foreign investors more protection than Canadians. And this is one example why a detailed analysis of the CUSMA agreement is so important for Canadians to understand what is being signed.
Questions and comments. Conseil Commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, very simply, obviously we on this side of the House believe strongly in the agreement that has been forged with our partners and allies, and note the concerns raised by my honourable colleague, and would just simply ask if she's that concerned about it, why is she voting for the agreement?
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, CUSMA validates my private member's bill C-222, and it naturally follows for C-4 that it also supports the same principles found in C-222, and that's why I'm supporting this CUSMA agreement.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke for her remarks. I always enjoy working with her, even though we rarely agree on anything. I would have to say that my question really involves the fact that she's now supporting a trade agreement that will take out the investor-state dispute resolutions. But that's something that the government, Conservative government, which she was a supporter of in the previous Parliament, put into the Canada-China free trade agreement, or the investment protection agreement. And so does she still support the idea that a corporation like Huawei should be able to sue the Canadian government for losses, and to do so in a secret process if they're denied the ability to participate in the 5G network? Because that's something that the previous Conservative government put in place in 2014.
Yeah.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the issue of Huawei involves matters of national security, and I believe there's a ranking where the security of Canada and the defense of Canada are paramount. I look forward to my colleagues' support and broad government member support for C-222 on the basis of consistency between supporting Article 14 of CUSMA when voting for the agreement and the articulation of private property rights in Private Members Bill C-222. And this is in addition to other sound legislative reasons for supporting Bill C-222.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Vice President of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture made this quote: Canada agreed to place a worldwide cap on exports of certain dairy products in the CUSMA, which is unprecedented in regional trade agreements. As the nation's prosperity depends on reliable access to global markets, Canada must not agree to this kind of provision in any future trade agreement. So I'd like to ask the member what she sees as dangers in making this concession in regards to limiting our own trade in other countries on the basis of this agreement.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
My colleague makes a very good point, and dairy producers tell me that with what has been negotiated, at the very least, there has to be some form of compensation for what they specifically have given up. Now, after negotiating CETA successfully, and then an election happened, we had in place a compensation program that was ready to go. Then the election occurred in 2015, the Liberals took over, and they denied compensation to the dairy farmers. Furthermore, we have to get permission from the United States before we sign any further trade agreements.
And some comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you. Just on the last point, I'd just emphasize the fact that there wasn't a loss in the trade of those projects because there is a maximum, there's a level when additional fee is added, but Canada's nowhere near that level yet, so there's not a loss there. But my question to the member is, and thank you for her speech on a slightly different topic, that was great, but I just wonder if she supports the increased benefits in CUSMA for labor, for the environment, and for women's rights.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, what I support most is the fact that CUSMA justifies the Bill C-222, and in terms of anything that the member just described, I would want to make sure that the rights of the property rights of Canadians are at least equal to what is being given to foreigners who own property in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I truly do appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill C-4, the new free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico at third reading. Perhaps I should say that I appreciate finally having the chance to speak on this agreement, as Conservatives have tried time and again to move this deal forward. It is clear we need economic stability, and an unsigned free trade agreement with our largest trading partner is anything but stable. In 2016 alone, Canada exported approximately $425 billion in goods and services to the United States, while importing approximately $407 billion. I will be speaking about how this deal will impact my riding and my province, but first, I want to reflect on how we got here. For over 30 years, free trade in North America has been a cornerstone of the Canadian economy. Negotiated by a Conservative government in the early 90s, NAFTA made tangible, positive impacts in the lives of millions of Canadians. It helped propel us to becoming one of the most prosperous countries in the world, a country that weathered the 2008 recession better than any of our G7 counterparts. This is a Conservative legacy, a legacy of prosperity. However, for some time during the previous Parliament, it appeared that this legacy of prosperity was in jeopardy due to the actions of this Liberal government. But they managed to pull out a deal out of the fire. Of course, it would have been better to not have started the fire in the first place. This deal is likely the best the Liberals could do, but it certainly was not the best deal possible. When negotiations began, President Trump was concerned about what he perceived as unfair trade practices from Mexico. Canada was not his target, nor was there any reason to expect that we would be. Yet the Liberals squandered much of the goodwill we had with the United States almost as soon as the negotiations began by presenting a list of priorities that had essentially nothing to do with free trade. Not, I would note, dissimilar to the list they presented in their initial discussions with China, who quickly sent them on their way. Within months, the United States had placed the removal of the dispute settlement mechanism and supply management on the table. There had been little indication that these were issues with Canada. The United States went further by imposing tariffs, unfairly no doubt, on Canadian steel and aluminum. Then we were left on the outside looking in as they negotiated and agreed to a bilateral trade agreement with Mexico. Canada was forced to play catch-up in negotiations and needed every ounce of goodwill to save a deal. So how did the now Deputy Prime Minister respond to this precarious situation? By using her platform while accepting an award to imply that the President of the country we were trying to sign a free trade agreement with was a totalitarian. That is what I mean by starting the fire. It is remarkable, and I say this with all honesty, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals were able to salvage any deal out of that house fire, let alone one that contained the dispute resolution mechanism and did not do away with supply management entirely. Yet the question must be asked, how much better would this deal be if the Liberals had not undermined themselves time and time again? Unfortunately, we will never know what deal we could have gotten, but we do know what deal we have. And now I would like to take some time to speak about how this agreement will impact my riding and my province. As many in the House may know, I represent a large, mostly rural riding, which is home to the majority of Saskatchewan's supply-managed farms. However, most of my colleagues would be unaware that I also represent a large area, which is referred to as the Iron Triangle, a cluster of municipalities with metal manufacturing as a primary or major industry. Communities like Humboldt, Anaheim, Engelfelt, St. Gregor, Vonda, and many others punch well above their weight in the design, development, and manufacture of high-quality, world-leading agricultural equipment. They make up an important part of Saskatchewan's growing manufacturing industry, an industry that exports over $300 million in products each and every year. So one can imagine how much of an impact the tariffs placed on Canadian steel and aluminum had on these communities and the companies that call them home. The trade war that resulted had real consequences for the constituents in my riding, many of whose livelihoods rely on the free trade, on the free movement of manufactured metal equipment throughout North America. Understandably, it came as a relief that the tariffs on steel were removed in the negotiation process. However, that good news has been tempered by the ongoing tariffs on Canadian aluminum. Given what I have already outlined, I think there can be little doubt that a better approach in negotiations would have seen these tariffs removed completely. Similarly, Canada was in a good position at the beginning of these negotiations to finally bring an end to the long-running saga of softwood lumber disputes. Now, as luck would have it, the United States Commerce Department recently announced that there would be a significant decrease in the tariffs on Canadian softwood lumber. Yet there is still no agreement in place going forward, leaving lumber producers in Saskatchewan in limbo for long-term planning. This was another missed opportunity. Consider supply management, as I mentioned earlier, a part of our economy that likely only came under scrutiny due to the Liberals' poor strategy in the early days of negotiations. First, let me be clear. I am very happy to see that the Liberals did not literally give away the farm, although whether they figuratively did is up for debate. This new agreement opens up 3.6% of the Canadian dairy market to imports, significantly more than was agreed upon by the previous Conservative government in the TPP. It also imposes a threshold on Canadian exports of milk protein concentrates and other similar products to the United States and Mexico. But there is more. Not only does CUSMA limit dairy exports to the signatory countries, but it limits exports to other countries not party to this agreement. What's more, we are now required to report to the U.S. Dairy Commission before we begin negotiations with other countries. Mr. Speaker, this further limits the ability of Canadian dairy farmers to replace market share lost in Canada by sales to the signatories of CUSMA, and it handcuffs us in other free trade negotiation going forward. The losses to our dairy sector arising from these concessions are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And Mr. Speaker, this comes at a time when dairy farmers are seeing increased costs from the carbon tax, costs they cannot recover either through rebates or the market. This government must realize that our dairy industry, especially the many family farms in my riding, cannot continue to see their margins shrink and still remain in business. There is more I could say on this deal, Mr. Speaker, but I do see that my time is nearing its end. In truth, Canada needs a free trade agreement going forward. We recognize that. Our already weakening economy cannot handle further trade uncertainty. Industry groups, chambers of commerce, and provincial premiers understand this, and the majority have therefore asked the House to ratify CUSMA. Faced with this reality, the questions of what could have been must give way to what is. So while far from perfect, CUSMA is better than nothing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Can I say a comment there? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development for the Canadian Northern Development Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for the speech, a very thoughtful speech. I just wanted to get clarification. She suggested that tariffs remain on aluminum, but no tariffs remain on aluminum, so I'm not sure what she was referring to there. But just to emphasize the benefits for aluminum, first of all, the regional value of content in automobiles is increased from 62.5% to 75%. The aluminum purchased by automobile makers in the past, 0% had to be from North America. Now 70% has to be from North America. And 7 core parts, the major parts of automobiles, must have a 75% regional value, which they never had to have before. And a lot of those parts are aluminum. The provisions on aluminum, to make them even better, can be changed at any time. So just ask for clarification on her point that there are still tariffs on aluminum.
For Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for his question, and perhaps I did misspeak. What I would like to point out is that we have been clear in our support of this industry, of the aluminum industry, and have stated that while the 70% rule of origin included in CUSMA looks good on paper, there are many things that we are concerned about. And in fact, my colleagues on the committee did write a letter to the Deputy Prime Minister outlining the following, that failure to include a smelted and poured definition will leave the North American industry vulnerable to dumping from overseas, and particularly through Mexico. And that is why my colleagues recommended that the Liberal government adopt the recommendations of the Aluminum Association of Canada, including working to ensure that Mexico adopts an import monitoring system for aluminum as robust as our own, reporting on the status of the $2 billion in tariff revenue collected so far, and developing a strategy to market Canadian aluminum as the greenest in the world. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. I've enjoyed working with her on a number of committees and always appreciate her input. Her and a number of other colleagues have talked about the lack of transparency in the current process around trades. And of course, the NDP has negotiated an agreement where the government moving forward, not impacting this agreement, but henceforth, will be looking to transparency in negotiating trade agreements, consulting with people up front, and particularly important, something that Canada really hasn't done, putting in place the economic evaluations of what a trade agreement could mean, so that the trade negotiators actually have content in front of them as the trade agreement is negotiated. So I wanted to ask the member how she feels about that approach with more transparency around trade, and does she feel, as I do, that ultimately that will lead to better trade agreements?
Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too thank my honourable colleague for the question and have appreciated working with him over the last number of years. I think all of us would agree that accountability and transparency in everything that we do as elected representatives are goals and values that we should support and look to attain. I think I would like to refer back to the letter that was written by my colleagues to the Deputy Prime Minister when they voiced deep concerns and disappointment that both the government's refusal to cooperate with the official opposition and other opposition parties and its inability to organize an effective legislative schedule delayed the work of the committee regarding the scrutiny of CUSMA, which is where we might be able to see some of that transparency and accountability when, as legislators, we are tasked with doing our due diligence in scrutinizing an agreement that we have to ratify in this place. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Surrey Centre. C'est un plaisir pour moi de prendre la parole.
It's a pleasure for me to rise in the House today to speak in support of Bill C-4. Over generations, Canada, Mexico, and the United States have built an economic relationship that's a model for the world. Since 1993, trilateral trade in goods between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico has more than quadrupled to reach $1.2 trillion U.S. dollars in 2018. In 1994, NAFTA created the world's largest free trade area. The continental North American economy, now valued at U.S. $23 trillion, encompasses a regional market of nearly 490 million consumers. Under this proven system of rules-based free trade, key sectors of the North American economy have developed into an integrated production platform that strengthens North America's innovative and competitive economic pillar. The new agreement will strengthen the close economic ties between the three countries and enhance North America's ability to compete globally. This agreement also restores predictability and stability to the economic relationship between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. The U.S. has taken several trade actions that have contributed to economic instability for Canadian businesses and their workers. Canada was faced with the option of renegotiating NAFTA or the possibility of the United States withdrawing from the deal. I'm pleased that we now have a modern trilateral deal that turns the page and focuses on the three pillars of our successful economic relationship: stability, economic integration, and clear, transparent, enforceable rules. At the outset of negotiations, Canada set out to achieve key priority outcomes: preserving important NAFTA provisions and access to the U.S. and Mexican markets, modernizing and improving the deal where possible, and strengthening secure and stable access to the U.S. and Mexican markets for Canadian businesses. We're proud to have achieved those objectives. It's particularly important to note that the preferential tariff treatment provided under NAFTA has been preserved in the new deal, strengthening our most important trading relationship. Canada's preferential access to the U.S. and Mexican markets is critical to the continued prosperity of Canadian workers whose incomes depend on trade. During stakeholder engagements, we heard repeatedly about the importance of maintaining the benefits of NAFTA and preserving the integrity of North American supply chains. We understand how critical this is for Canadian businesses and exporters. From 2016 to 2018, Canada exported an annual average of $412.2 billion worth of goods to the United States, our largest export market. For the same period, Canada exported an average of $9.2 billion worth of goods annually to Mexico, Canada's fifth largest trading partner. The new NAFTA provides continued preferential access to these key export destinations. Maintaining these tariff provisions gives Canadians an advantage over countries that don't have preferential trade agreements with the United States and Mexico. It provides predictability and continued secure access for Canadian exporters to the market of our largest trading partner. The deal's duty-free environment also protects the integrity of integrated North American supply chains. Other key elements of the original NAFTA have been preserved, including the Chapter 19 binational panel-based dispute settlement mechanism, as well as the state-to-state dispute settlement procedure, the cultural exception, and the temporary entry of business persons. The new NAFTA also provides market access gains that will help open up new opportunities in the U.S. for Canadian businesses while improving existing market access. The new modernized deal includes new customs and trade facilitation measures that will make it less difficult for businesses to move their goods across the border, including reducing the use of paper documents and introducing a single window for submitting import documents electronically. In particular, the new deal moves away from the traditional certificate of origin to a new certification of origin that allows businesses to use existing documents in their business process to certify origin. For example, an invoice. The new NAFTA includes a separate new chapter on rules and procedures of origin for textiles and clothing that will support the Canadian textile and clothing industry. In these industries, the agreement preserves the access to the U.S. and Mexican markets that Canada enjoyed under the current NAFTA and ensures that the benefits of the agreement accrue primarily to North American producers. In addition, the deal expands a provision in NAFTA to provide a specific procedure to more easily establish the origin of Indigenous textile and apparel products. This means that a textile or apparel product mutually considered by the parties as an Indigenous handicraft product will be eligible for duty-free treatment even if it doesn't meet the specific rule of origin that applies to it. The Article 232 cover letter contained in the agreement provides greater security and stability for Canadian automotive and automotive parts companies exporting to the United States. This letter will enhance Canada's attractiveness as a destination for investment in this sector. The new NAFTA includes provisions that will give exporters greater certainty that their goods will not be delayed by unjustified or unclear border measures. With respect to trade and Aboriginal peoples, for the first time in a Canadian free trade deal, the new NAFTA includes a general exception that clearly confirms that the government may adopt or maintain measures it deems necessary to fulfill its legal obligations to Indigenous peoples. An Indigenous working group has also been established to foster dialogue between the government and Indigenous people, the exchange of ideas, and collaborative searches for solutions. We're pleased to have reached an agreement that incorporates new and modernized provisions to address business challenges of the 21st century and to support opportunities for Canadian businesses and workers. This includes incorporating labor and environmental obligations into the deal and making them subject to a dispute resolution mechanism. It also includes important results on inclusive trade, including gender equality and the interests of Indigenous peoples. In particular, the new labor chapter includes commitments to protect and promote internationally recognized labor principles and rights in North America. The chapter also contains unprecedented protections against gender-based violence and discrimination, particularly with respect to sexual orientation, sexual harassment, gender identity, caregiver responsibilities, and wage discrimination. Importantly, the new chapter also includes a non-derogation clause to prevent parties from relaxing their labor laws to encourage trade or investment. In order to promptly address a potential labor violation that could occur in the form of a denial of the right to collective bargaining and freedom of association, the agreement also provides for new rapid reaction mechanisms between Canada and Mexico and between the United States and Mexico. Therefore, if it is established as a result of an interstate dispute settlement procedure that a party has failed to comply with its child labor obligations, the other party could activate the rapid reaction mechanism to remedy the noncompliance with child labor obligations. The Comprehensive Environment chapter, which is subject to the dispute settlement mechanism, includes measures to implement the parties' obligations under multilateral environmental agreements and to address global environmental problems such as illegal wildlife trade, illegal fishing, conservation of endangered species, protection of biodiversity, ozone-depleting substances, and marine pollution. The New Deal preserves key elements of the North American trading relationship, allowing us to maintain our regional prosperity and stability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
That's the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. The NDP negotiated a deal which would bring greater transparency to future negotiations and would boost public confidence in the whole process. People should be consulted ahead of time rather than after the fact, and should be made aware of what the economic impact of a future deal will be prior to the negotiation process. We've never had that before. We've never had a process that was seen as credible to the public, and the Liberal Party has understood that the NDP approach is a better approach. I was curious as to whether my colleague was in agreement with that new approach, with the greater transparency, so that the public understands the stakes with each new deal, trade deal that will be negotiated. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. First of all, the principle of transparency is one that is very important to us as elected officials. We need to respect that principle. Those are principles we subscribe to. Secondly, our Prime Minister our Deputy Prime Minister negotiated with the other parties to ensure that transparency was provided for all throughout the process.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A unanimous motion passed at the International Trade Committee requesting that the member's government release its economic impact analysis for CUSMA, and it wasn't provided until one day before the clause by clause was conducted. And the government's economic impact report compared CUSMA to not having a NAFTA deal at all. What this says is that the government wanted Canadians to believe that any trade deal, no matter how unbalanced or restrictive at this point in time, would be better than nothing at all. However, the C.D. Howe Institute released a report comparing CUSMA to the old NAFTA on February 21st. It shows that this will reduce Canada's GDP by $14.2 billion, and Canada's exports to the U.S. will fall by $3.2 billion, while our imports from the U.S. will increase by $8.6 billion. So my question to the member is, how does she see that this is a fair deal for Canada?
No, member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
For her question. First off, with regards to the availability of the report, it is my understanding that the Deputy Prime Minister made it readily available, herself and her staff, as soon as the agreement was signed. Insofar as the validity or the advantages of this new CUSMA agreement, it is fair to say that it is a great advantage for all Canadians in all spheres of work, whether it be agriculture, indigenous, textiles, aluminum, for the car industry. It is a very good deal for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do think it is important to recognize that after the agreement was in fact signed off, that the Deputy Prime Minister made available negotiators for the agreement and staff to the leadership of all the different political entities inside the House, so that there could be some ongoing dialogue prior to the House even coming back in January. I think it's an important point, because I realize that there's concerns. But my question to my colleague, would she not agree that over the last year and a half, there's been a great deal of discussion, not only inside the chamber, but outside the chamber, and a lot of stakeholders have been involved in this process for a long time?
Honourable Member, la députée de Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And colleague for his question and statement. Indeed, it has been an ongoing negotiations with various members in the House and outside the House. But I think what is worth noting to highlight this time around is that it is for the first time that we have the unanimous consent of all parties for the ratification of this new CUSMA deal. So it is an outstanding accomplishment. Thank you.
Je vois le leader du gouvernement.
I see the Government House Leader rising on a point of interest to the House.
I'd like to inform the House that Thursday, March 12, 2020 shall be an allotted day. Thank you.
So the House appreciates the notice on the part of the Honourable House Leader. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure to be here to discuss the benefits of the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement will bring to Canadians. Over the last few weeks, my colleagues and I on the International Trade Committee had the opportunity to hear over 100 witnesses from across industries and from across this country as part of our study on Bill C-4. We presented the report back to the House on February 27th without amendments. The new NAFTA, or the CUSMA, as it is called, marks a new milestone in the mutually beneficial trade relationship between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. We understood this from the start, that the achievement would not have been possible without the support, contribution, and dedications of Canadians across this country. Before negotiations started, we began speaking with Canadians across the country. We listened to their views on the original agreement's benefits and challenges, and what could be done to improve Canada's trading relationship with the United States and Mexico. Guided by Canada's inclusive approach to trade, we worked very hard from the beginning of the negotiations to secure outcomes that will advance the interests of our provinces and territories, Indigenous peoples, businesses and business associations, labor organizations, civil society organizations, women and youth, among others. From February 2017 to December 2019, the government engaged with over 1,300 stakeholders through nearly 1,100 interactions on NAFTA modernization. Over the same period, we received over 47,000 submissions from Canadians on NAFTA modernization. Canadian stakeholders have been largely supportive of the new agreement and have underlined the importance of securing stability and predictability in our commercial relationship with the United States and Mexico. Their views inform Canada's negotiating positions in this modernization process. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, the government worked closely with the provincial and territorial governments. Their representatives were invited to travel to the location of each negotiation round and receive daily debriefs from the chief negotiator and the members of the negotiating team. We also worked very closely with representatives of the Indigenous peoples. In fact, an Indigenous working group was formed to work collaboratively on elements of importance to Indigenous peoples in the NAFTA modernization process. In total, the Government of Canada met with representatives from 49 different Indigenous groups, including self-governing nations, tribal organizations, national organizations, development corporations, business and lending organizations, legal advisors, and policy experts. We sought and received input and insight from across party lines. We reached out to current and former politicians, to premiers, to mayors, and to community and Indigenous leaders for help in not only shaping Canada's priorities, but in championing them. We created a NAFTA advisory council that included representatives of other political parties, as well as business, labor, and Indigenous leaders. Your contributions and advice helped guide our way forward. Since early 2017, fellow federal, provincial, and territorial ministerial colleagues and their teams have cumulatively undertaken over 530 visits to the United States, including parliamentarians in here who engaged on similar bilaterals with congressmen and governors in the United States. Others, including many of you, have contributed to these efforts. Together, Team Canada has collectively engaged with over 750 influencers and decision makers across the United States. The new agreement was made possible because we acted together, and we acted with resolve at the negotiating table to uphold the interests and values of Canadians in seeking a workable and progressive trade agreement. We sought and obtained consensus on the key issues at home, and that helped us prioritize Canada's interests and develop Canada's negotiating positions. In spite of the many hurdles, we worked tirelessly and remained steadfast in our principles and objectives in reaching agreement with the United States and Mexico. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of the new agreement for Canadians are concrete and considerable and reflect Canadians' views expressed in the engagement process. Most Canadians viewed the modernization process as an opportunity to preserve key elements of NAFTA, the original NAFTA, modernize and improve the agreement where possible, and ensure the stability and predictability of the North American market. Mr. Speaker, we delivered on these key priorities. The new agreement preserves key elements of the original NAFTA, allowing for our continued regional prosperity and stability. It reinforces the strong economic ties between Canada, Mexico, and the United States, while also recognizing the importance of progressive and inclusive trade by including key components in areas such as labor and environment, as well as language on gender and the rights of Indigenous peoples. In particular, Canada was successful in preserving the NAFTA Chapter 19 binational panel dispute settlement mechanism for anti-dumping and countervailing duties, the cultural exemption, NAFTA duty-free access in the U.S. and Mexican markets, and the provision on temporary entry of business persons. We also preserved Canada's system of supply management despite U.S. attempts to dismantle it. We also modernized and improved the agreement to address the modern-day trade realities and enhance business opportunities in North America. The CUSMA has 9 chapters, including a chapter on digital trade, anti-corruption, and small and medium-sized enterprises. We eliminated investor-state dispute settlement and the energy proportionality clause. We brought the labor and environmental chapters into the agreement and subjected them to a more effective and efficient dispute settlement procedure. Mr. Speaker, the CUSMA improves the dispute settlement mechanism in a manner that strengthens reinforcement, including the areas of labor and environment. This is an outstanding achievement for Canada. The agreement streamlines customs procedures to facilitate trade, reduce red tape, and lessen the administrative burden for Canadian exporters and investors. It also includes outcomes that advance the interests of small and medium-sized enterprises, women and Indigenous peoples, in line with Canada's inclusive approach to trade. Overall, the CUSMA provides key outcomes for Canadian workers, businesses, communities, and families. In the new agreement, Canada was successful in achieving priority outcomes with respect to the Indigenous peoples, in line with the government's efforts to advance Indigenous rights, prosperity, and sustainable development in Canada and around the world. There are also outcomes that reflect the important role of Indigenous peoples regarding the environment, including the conservation of biodiversity. Canada has made gender equality and women's economic empowerment a key priority in recent trade negotiations, including playing a leadership role to integrate gender-related provisions in the agreement. This is the first international trade deal to recognize the discrimination of gender and sexual orientation-based discrimination. This includes labor organizations regarding the elimination of employment discrimination based on gender, as well as other provisions related to corporate social responsibility and small and medium-sized enterprises. The inclusion of language on Indigenous peoples and gender rights is an important step in our government's commitment to reconciliation and gender equality. What we learned throughout the consultation and negotiation period of this agreement will be beneficial to apply negotiations for future trade agreements. With the stability of CUSMA brings Canadian producers and industries, we hope that it will help Canada take advantage of our unique position of having free trade agreements with so many other regions around the world, including CETA with Europe and CPTPP with Asia and the Pacific. While the United States is our largest trading partner, Canada has the opportunity to become a hub for trade, being the only North American nation with free trade agreements in so many regions that reach over 1.5 billion people around the world. It is amusing to hear members from across the aisle critique Prime Minister Trudeau or our government's handling of CUSMA and NAFTA, but what their most experienced expert on this issue said is in stark contrast. To quote someone considered the architect or originator of the first free trade deal and the second one with the U.S., the former Conservative Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, he said about our government, "I told Trudeau he did a really good job. With this renegotiation..."
Order. 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 I note the honourable member did finish up there. Unfortunately, I had risen already, and the last few sentences might not be on the record. I just wanted to remind the honourable member that the use of members' names in the House, there was one instance of that and kind of let that go, but a second one. So just to watch that we don't use particularly prime ministers and other members that happen to get included in speeches from time to time and in comments and questions in the House. So I thank the honourable member for that. We'll go to questions and comments, and the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that was certainly a fascinating way to spend part of my afternoon listening to the Liberal fiction of the open process that never existed until the American Democrats finally stood up on their hind legs and defended Canada, and we came back and we got a better trade deal than they were willing to sign off. They were willing to sign off on anything. They were so desperate to please Trump. But what concerns me is that the future of the economy is data. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that except this Prime Minister, because they traded away our data rights under Chapter 19. Now, the National Research Council has said that Canada's economy is turning into a data cow for Silicon Valley. Yet under Chapter 19, we cannot establish our digital sovereignty, even though that's where the EU is going. We cannot tax the big Facebook, Google, Amazon giants. even though they're getting a completely unfair trade advantage, and we cannot go after them for the harmful content that's being generated through the algorithms of YouTube and Facebook, because this Prime Minister is more willing to bow down to the Google and Facebook lobbyists than even Washington is. So why is it that this government can't come clean, can't stand up and explain to Canadians why they sold away our digital sovereignty?
For Surrey Centre.
Speaker, I first want to correct my honourable colleague in terms of the consultation period. I was on that study and I heard over 100 witnesses, and one of the common themes was virtually everyone said that their industry was represented in this renegotiations. They said they were heard. In fact, the Indigenous communities and business community from the Indigenous people said this was the first time they were ever consulted so thoroughly on a trade agreement. Their interests were taken, and they had nothing but great things to say. Similarly, I think on digital and copyright, the consultations were taken, and Canada is always foremost in protecting our digital content, our copyright, our cultural sovereignty, and in fact, thousands and thousands of jobs will be protected with the cultural provisions we have kept in this, and we will continue to maintain.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech, but I was thoroughly amused at his ability to define the success of this agreement by what Canada didn't have to give up, rather than by the new access, new advantages that we gained under this agreement. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister said this was going to be a win-win-win. In other words, Canada was going to have a very clear win out of this by any standard, by any measure. This is a worse agreement than we had before. And we're told now that a new NAFTA is better than no deal at all. So my question to the member is this. He referred to all the consultations that took place, all the stakeholders, the industrial stakeholders, the Aboriginal communities, but he failed to mention the members of this House on the opposition side, who represent almost half, in fact, represent more than half of the communities across this country. So I'm wondering, can that member tell us in this House that, in fact, the opposition was thoroughly consulted the way some of the other industrial stakeholders were consulted? Yes or no?
Member for Surrey Centre.
I think the answer is yes. I think their former leaders of their party were part of the actual negotiation. Their former leader was part of there, and the Prime Minister, their former Prime Minister, has actually quoted and said it's a really good deal. Let me quote some of the other Conservative premiers in this country have said. They said a signed USMCA trade deal is good news for Saskatchewan and Canada. Their wonderful Jason Kennedy, as a Premier of Alberta, has said, relieved that a renewed North American Free Trade Agreement has been concluded. And the former leader, Rona Ambrose, was part of the negotiation. And I think I've already quoted our former Prime Minister from the 80s, who concluded the first free trade agreement and NAFTA, and said it was a job that was really good.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today and talk about this important trade deal. And I wouldn't want to be critical of the previous member and some of his interpretations of the deal, but when I look at, I should mention I'd like to share my time with the member from Red Deer Lacombe, my good friend, and I wouldn't want him to miss out on his opportunity to give the Alberta interpretation of this deal. But when I look at a trade deal, whether it's an economic trade deal or a sports deal or whatever, there's only two trades I can think of that are similar to this trade deal. One was when the Boston Red Sox traded Babe Ruth to the New York Yankees. Put some merit to that one, and as well a trade in 1992 to my team, Toronto Maple Leafs, when the Calgary Flames were kind enough to give us Doug Gilmour. And so I think that's where we start. If you want to see what kind of a trade deal we got here. David McNaughton, the Prime Minister's appointed ambassador to represent us in Washington, said at the outset of the deal, November 2016, I think any agreement can be approved upon. Well, he got that he got that wrong, and he got it wrong big time. Another point that he made that day was he said Canada would have at least one clear demand: free trade in lumber. So if you think that was their hill to die on, they get blown right out, because they didn't even get anywhere on that. So in my riding of Huron Bruce that I've had the honor to represent for many years, we are about, depending on where you are, you're an hour and a half to the Blue Water Bridge, right across in Port Huron and the Sarnia-Port Huron border. We're right along Lake Huron. We have tremendous agriculture productivity, whether it's cash crop, whether it's edible beans, livestock of all sorts, you name it. We also have a tremendously strong manufacturing sector as well. We have the world's largest exhaust manifold manufacturer as well, and of course Bruce Power, the nuclear power plant, largest in the world. And so trade to the United States is very important to us, and fair trade with the NAFTA and this USMCA deal is obviously very important to us. Some other things that were not dealt with in this deal, which I think are very unacceptable, of course, is the Buy America provision. That was not dealt with, and one would expect that would have been dealt with. And as well, really any firm commitment from the government, and I'll speak specifically to the very loose border in regards to CBSA. Many commodity sectors in Ontario have long-standing complaints against a leaky border, whether it's with dairy, whether it's in the poultry sector with spent hens, many other topics that didn't get dealt with. Just trying to make sure. Oh, I also wanted to mention too, in my beginning statements, think about where we were 5 years ago. Think about where we were. We had the Minister of International Trade, we had Jerry Ritz, and we had the Prime Minister agreeing to a monumental trade deal, the deal of a century with TPP, which included the United States and which included Mexico. And I can remember at that time when that deal was first agreed to, it was right in the middle of the 2015 election. And in spite of that, we had agricultural groups, agricultural sectors saying, this has set our sector up for a generation. I know those are exact quotes at the time. And if you look at it with TPP, TPP is a perfect example of a trade deal, the one that we concluded with the United States, where there's give and take, where agriculture groups could look at it and they'd say, well, we gave up a little bit here, but to the benefit of the entire sector, there are huge gains. And by the way, we have certainty with some of the biggest markets around the world for a trade deal. And if you look at what happened, some were, some you can't help, okay? With the U.S. election and with the United States pulling out of TPP, I don't think anybody could predicted that when the deal was first signed or first agreed to, but that's what happens, and that's what happens. So we entered into a deal. We told Canadians, or the Prime Minister told Canadians he's going to get us a better deal. He didn't do that. Take a look at some of the other deals. I think one of the best deals that we did was Canada-South Korea. That had so many huge benefits for Canadians, Canadian agriculture producers. I can think in my riding with edible beans, phenomenal, immediate beef, pork. The tariffs came down, they're coming down, and it gave us a tremendous opportunity. With TPP, with Japan, it's going to really make a big difference. Now, I've heard a number of members from the Liberal side talk about Chapter 19, Chapter 20, but I go back a number of years when we had a dispute with the United States, RCAF, on country of origin labeling. This had a huge impact on our livestock sector in Canada, and we did not go through Chapter 19 or Chapter 20. We went through WTO, and I think the Canadian cattle producers even made note of that in their committee briefings, that we don't even use that. It hasn't been used. It hasn't been used for 15 or 20 years. So the thing, now the softwood lumber, I'll grant them that did have a one-time payoff perhaps, but in agriculture, it's been zero. I would say zero. And so the one thing that they keep saying, here's this big deal, to the agriculture community, it's peanuts. And peanuts is a great segue into something else I'd like to talk about. right in the USTR paper when they're talking about what they gained versus what we gained. They list off the U.S. gained access to dairy, the U.S. gained access to poultry, the U.S. gave access to turkey and eggs, on and on and on. And what do we get back in return? Somehow we got a little bit of dairy. We'll see that when it happens. But the big gain that we apparently got from the U.S. on egg is on peanuts and peanut products. I mean, I can think of all the peanut farms in my riding, and what a thing. So I know at committee in the U.S., in the Agriculture Committee, they were laughing. They were laughing about what a great deal they secured for their American farmers. And at home, we can't say that. And if you look at the beef sector, take a look at the beef sector today in Ontario. It's in crisis. The government, the Liberal government, pulled the processing license from Riding Regency in Etobicoke, and that's caused ripple effects in the beef sector in Ontario for years now. They didn't have to pull it. They could have extended it past 90 days. Then you look at what they've done through the CFIA on the transport rules. They thought they had a deal. They thought they had a period of time they could do a deal. CFIA just went in and said, here's the thing. Then another deal they've just recently done is on processing mainly Eastern Ontario and some Quebec cattle in auction facilities like Brussels, it's in my riding, Cookstown, Cargill, others, where they used to have a great arrangement for processing cattle with their horns and other components that was humane, it was safe, and all of a sudden CFIA comes in and says, no, if you do that, they have to be held for so many days. There's no capacity for that. Now it's on farm. What I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Speaker, is this government has not been fair to Canadian farmers and farm producers. The Ag Minister was in Teeswater in the summer to make it a big $70 million announcement for Gay Lee in my riding that specifically was trying to address Schedule 6 and Schedule 7 products in the dairy sector. All the while, this huge investment to try and add value and create value for dairy farmers and the processing sector, this deal knocks the legs right out of it. 50,000 metric tons, reducing to 35,000 metric tons. The price is not set by Canadian processors. The price is set, if you can imagine, by the U.S. And if you want more access, guess who you have to go through? Uncle Sam. There's no way that we have, how can you do a deal like that, Mr. Speaker? So I look back at this 2019, 2020, and we want to say, what's the big change? Here comes the big change. And in the auto sector, I used to work in the manufacturing sector. To me, saying that 40% of the Mexican production by whatever year it is, they're going to earn $16 an hour, when assemblers are earning $7.40 and auto parts makers or auto parts employees in Mexico are making $3.40. What a joke. What a joke. It should be 100% have to make that. We have hardworking auto parts workers in my riding going to work every day through the snow, producing a product that would trade around the world on fair price, fair labor, fair benefits. This deal doesn't do it. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well done.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the speech. Actually, the auto part workers in Canada love this agreement. It makes a lot of additional provisions for them. But I want to talk about agriculture, too. There's increases for access to refined sugar and margin. The member said it's the agriculture is a tiny, I might have used the word peanuts, but it's a huge trade between Canada and the United States. $63 billion is not small. It's been preserved $4.6 billion of trade with Mexico. And I just got a letter from March 3rd from the vegetable and fruit producers of Canada, and they've said that because of the free trade, their trade is up 396%. And they say, therefore, on behalf of a deeply integrated North American membership, we strongly urge all parliamentarians to ratify this agreement in order to facilitate a strong, fresh produce industry for generations to come. Thank you.
Member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and The peanuts part was actually peanuts. But on sugar, I think to the food guide. I mean, I understand there's trade, Canada, US on sugar. But I mean, I think to your food guide, I think to some of the private members' bills that came back in the past Parliament about sugar, sugary drinks, the issues we have with obesity, the issues we have around type 2 diabetes. I don't think the government should be holding out on their big promise on this trade deal that, oh, by God, look at all the sugar we're going to ship to the U.S. I think they got enough sugar down there. We should be focusing on the big things for us, the big things. And on the auto side, I don't think it's that exciting what we did for our deal with auto. We need to build more automobiles in Canada for Canadians. How many pickup trucks do we manufacture in Canada right now compared to how many we buy? Okay, we got to do way better, and we have to demand GM, Ford, and Dodge and these companies to build their trucks in Canada, make the investments here. We have the talent, we have the labor. Let's build them here, not Mexico.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Jean.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his remarks, my colleague focused on the concessions made under supply management and the impact that it's had on supply managed farmers. I'd like to reiterate that on 2 occasions, as part of the CPP and under the European Union agreement, the countries that made these concessions were the Conservatives. And because I think that we can learn from our errors and past mistakes, I wonder if my colleague would say that he agrees with me that the best solution for preventing these types of solutions or situations in the future is legislation to guarantee supply management, to protect supply management in all negotiations and trade treaties. Would my colleague be prepared to support a bloc initiative if it were to table legislation of that nature?
No offense to my colleague, but he should go back to the 2015 quotes when we agreed to TPP. Go and look what the Canadian dairy farmers said. Go and look and see what all the supply manager sector said. They said this is the best deal they could come out with. It sets the sector up for the next generation. And the next chance we have to try and square this away with the Americans is if they ever try to get into TPP. That's the only chance we ever have to get anything back from them. And so when that opportunity comes, and we know eventually TPP is too good for them to stay out, they can't get all those bilateral deals, we have to be tough, and we have to fight, and we have to say the entry in is going to be pretty high for the Americans to get TPP 2.0.
Questions and comments. Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member from Huron-Bruce for his speech. You know, I sit on the Standing Committee on Agriculture, and we did hear from witnesses about this agreement, and it generally ranges from lukewarm support to strong support. However, there is a lot of concern, especially in the supply-managed sectors, with the threshold limits that were established for the exports of certain dairy products. And I would like to just, hear my colleagues' comments on that, because the witnesses at committee said that was an unprecedented ceding of sovereignty. The fact that Canada would negotiate away our ability to export to other countries and just to have the United States dictate that. And also if the member can comment on the fact that we had to rely on the goodwill of the Democrats in the United States to actually improve this deal when our Canadian government was prepared to sign it in the previous Parliament with none of these improvements present.
Well, member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, thanks very much, and it is unprecedented. And here's a couple numbers here. Egg production, 1.6 million extra eggs, going to 10 million extra eggs in 6 years. It's 1% more on top of that per year for the next 10 years. And when you think about that, they also have their WTO allocation as well. So this is millions, 20 million eggs. It's huge. It's a huge number. It's very, very concerning about the long term. And believe me, they may come to committee and say nice things, these farm groups, but they're being nice. If you want to talk to them in your office or you want to talk to them over a coffee, they have a whole different vocabulary that they use when they're describing this government and the trade deal they've been dealt with. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just throw some kudos the way of my colleague here for his speech. He's a long-serving member of this House of Commons, as am I, and it's great to see him back here standing up for the people in his riding. And, Mr. Speaker, this is my first speech in the House of Commons since the last election. So if you'll indulge me, it's not my maiden speech by a long shot, but I want to thank all of the good people in Central Alberta and the riding of Red Deer-Lacombe for once again putting their trust in me and sending me back here with one of the best mandates that I've had, not trying to say that that's all about me. It was the last election in Alberta. For those around the country that might not understand what we're going through, the last election in Alberta was basically a referendum on whether or not Alberta feels like it's a valued and equal partner in this confederation. And we're having those conversations as we go on. And it's also a good segue into whether or not Canada, in the new NAFTA or the CUSMA agreement, is a full and equal partner in the North American trading space. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that we could have done better. But let's go back to where this actually all started. Back in November of 2016, Canada naively, or Prime Minister naively, humored then President-elect Donald Trump, or who was about to be the president in the fall elections of that year, humored his assertions that NAFTA needs to be ripped up or renegotiated. And rather than actually defending Canada's interests and saying something to the effect that the North American Free Trade Agreement is working very well for Canada, the North American Free Trade Agreement is a long-standing agreement that's benefited all parties in the agreement, he willingly, without probably knowing what the ramifications of what he was saying would do, because, well, there's been other evidence to suggest that the Prime Minister doesn't understand the ramifications of the things that he says, without fully understanding the ramifications of what he was saying, committed Canada to renegotiating the North American Free Trade Agreement with the President and with the American administration should Donald Trump take over the White House. That's where we are, Mr. Speaker. That's where this all began. There was nobody in Canada asking for this. I don't believe there was anybody in Mexico asking for this. Has there been irritants? Has there been long-standing issues with NAFTA over the years? Yes, because no deal is going to make everybody happy. We're not starting from that context. But that's where we are now. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say, it's because that we took that weak approach at the start, and that weakness and that willingness to pretend that everything is going to be nice if everybody would just naively follow the Prime Minister's approach and assume that everybody in the world is going to be nice and is going to treat Canada nice, that we end up in a situation where Canada is a net loser in the new agreement that we have compared to where we were back in 2015. Let's talk about where we were back in 2006. My colleague from Abbotsford, who was a cabinet minister from 2011 on, he and I were both elected in 2006. And when he and I came to this chamber, well, this House, back in 2006, and Mr. Speaker, you're part of the class of 2006 as well. Canada had trade agreements around the world that you could count on one hand. Was it one? One hand? It was five. I thought it was six. It's five. Member for Abbotsford knows more about this than I do. I'll concede as a former trade minister. You could count the number of countries that Canada had trade agreements with on one hand. After 2015, we had agreements with somewhere between 51. Is it 51? I was going to say, I thought it was 51 countries. 51 countries that Canada had trade agreements with. The previous Harper government from 2006, and we negotiated these agreements, Speaker. We started these negotiations with a minority government. We did not start with a position of power in Parliament. As a matter of fact, we had 123 Conservative MPs, and we were government. That's only 2 less than we have right now in opposition. And we were able to launch a series of trade negotiations that would insulate and cushion Canada's economy and spread our influence and trading relationships around the world. With the trading compact of Norway and a few countries, Liechtenstein and so on, the small group in Europe, the comprehensive economic trade agreement with the other European Union countries, the comprehensive, the Pacific Partnership, the Pacific Trade Agreement, we got trade agreements with Korea, we got so many trade agreements now I can't even remember what they're all called. We have opportunities now to take advantage of because, thankfully we have those opportunities now because we were so dependent upon the United States before and because of what we've just lost and what we gave up. And what did we give up, Mr. Speaker? What did we give up? So, The amount of dairy producers in my riding in Alberta, and I represent a large it's a rural-urban split now. When I was the MP for Wetaskiwin, it was primarily a rural riding. I have the largest concentration of dairy farmers in Alberta in my riding. And what did we give up? Another 3.6% in the value of that supply management. But more importantly is the fact that the dairy producers that I'm hearing from in my riding are not satisfied with actually how that compensation is being reallocated. Rather than having a regional approach, because a dairy farm in Alberta looks a lot different than dairy farms in other parts of the country. And what their needs are different than what the needs might be in other parts of Canada. So they should have had a different approach in meeting out and making amends for that loss in market access. But the most egregious part to me, Mr. Speaker, the most egregious part of this is the fact that the United States now dictates who Canada can export to outside of this agreement when it comes to our supply managed sector. That's right. We have ceded our ability as a nation to bargain for ourselves on behalf of our producers, on behalf of our farmers, who we can trade with in a three-country agreement outside of those three countries. So if we wanted to have an agreement trading poultry, dairy, whatever, with, say, Korea, we wanted to change the nature of that relationship, we would need the permission of the United States of America to do so. That is actually the ceding of sovereignty. And that is an unfortunate and dangerous precedent. Aluminum, Mr. Speaker. Aluminum industry in Canada did not get the same deal as the steel industry. The steel industry got a pretty darn good deal. I think the steel folks are fairly happy, generally speaking. They've got the the escalating scale on the amount of steel that has to be poured in Canada or North America. That's a good deal. This is a good thing for our industry. Why couldn't we achieve the same thing with aluminum? What was the issue with that? Because Canada actually is in a good position when it comes to being able to smelt and pour aluminum, Mr. Speaker. We didn't gain anything there. We lost over $4 billion in trade in the auto sector alone. And now I want to talk about softwood lumber. Now, my friend from Abbotsford would remember this. Back in 2006, with a minority parliament in a minority government that only had 2 more MPs than we currently have in opposition, we were able to resolve the long-standing softwood lumber dispute, putting $4 billion back in the pockets, getting it back from the United States, back in the pockets of Canadian businesses, Canadian companies that were wrongly charged those tariffs. And for years we had peace on the softwood lumber front.
9 years.
Now, where are we today? In the context of renegotiating this new CUSMA agreement, we still have outstanding issues with softwood lumber. A majority Liberal government for 4 years, with the full confidence of their own caucus, I'm assuming, had the ability to, even with the bromance with President Obama for the first year, could not resolve these long-standing trade irritants with softwood lumber. And as a result, rural Canada is again under siege. Jobs lost, mills closed down outside of our major urban areas as a direct result of this government's inability to get good things done for the people of Canada, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to use, Mr. Speaker, my last minute to talk about all of the good things that this trade agreement has and all of the new things it's got.
Come on. We're listening. There's got to be something.
I'm done, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe will have 5 minutes for questions and comments, should he wish to do that when the House next takes up debate on the question. But we will now go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A year ago today, tragedy struck when an Ethiopian Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 8 crashed shortly after takeoff. 18 Canadians were among the 157 passengers and crew who died that day. Micah Messent was one of them. Micah was a recent graduate from the Vancouver Island University in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith. He had been selected as a delegate to the UN Environment Assembly in Kenya. He was excited for the opportunity to connect with other young people seeking solutions to their generation's biggest challenges. Micah Messent was Métis, and he supported the Moose Hide campaign to end violence against women and children. Now his mother sews hearts onto Moose Hide pins in his memory. The 737 MAX is a structurally flawed aircraft that Boeing tried to fix with software. Micah's family don't want to see these planes ever cleared to fly again.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, on International Women's Day, I renewed my commitment to ensure that every girl and woman in Newmarket, Aurora, across Canada and around the world has the potential to reach their full potential. I'm always optimistic about our future when I meet young people interested in politics. And today I have the pleasure of welcoming Farah Ahmed from my riding to the Hill as part of the University of Toronto Women in the House program. During her studies, Farah developed a passion for meaningful local politics, and while on her reading week this fall, she chose to spend her free time volunteering in the campaign that brought me here today. So thank you, Farah, for joining me today and your commitment to our campaign and to our community. Congratulations to all the program participants here today, and best of luck to you in your future. And I hope to see you all back here one day as women in the House.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
I rise today to pay tribute to Mr. Art Enns, who recently passed away after a brief battle with cancer. Art was an icon in the agriculture industry, a passionate advocate for farmers, and a true philanthropist. He was a strong supporter of marketing freedom. Art never wavered in his beliefs that farmers should have the freedom to market their own wheat and barley as they saw fit. From being the president of the Western Canadian Wheat Growers Association in the late 90s to becoming the president of the Prairie Oat Growers, he was no stranger to members of Parliament. His tireless and unwavering enthusiasm in those lobby missions across the prairies and here in Ottawa was a testament of his devotion to the agriculture industry. Art was instrumental in opening new markets and was always at the table to ensure the voice of farmers was heard loud and clear. On behalf of all who knew him, rest in peace, dear friend.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, Sunday, March 8th, we celebrated International Women's Day. Although we still have a long way to go, progress for equality between women and men is measurable and visible. Women excel in every sphere, from art to technology, from sport to medical research, from education to business. Women are striving.
Sky is the limit. Je pense à l'histoire de Vicky Vaillancourt.
I'm thinking of Vicky Vaillancourt, who took on the family farm. It's the only business that specializes in citrus that grows in Quebec.
Evolve in the mechanical engineering industry and the manufacturing of precision parts for machinery. These women set an example that professions and jobs have no gender. Passion and perseverance is all you need. Mesdames, où que vous soyez.
Ladies, wherever you are, I raise my hat to you. Thank you for being yourselves, for being women. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, from February 27 to 29, it was the third year of Drummondville's Rendez-vous Québec Cinéma. It's a source of pride to be able to offer this window into our filmmakers, a side event to Montreal's own event. This demonstrates that our city and our region are not only leaders in business and in economic development, but also a place where culture is valued, where artists can express themselves before an open and interested public. The event in Drummondville almost didn't happen this year because of a lack of funding. The mother of a young actor, Edouard Biron-Larocque, my friend Geneviève Biron, alerted me to the situation, and that launched our call to action among elected officials, business people, and the media. Everyone understands that a nation that doesn't defend its culture is condemning itself to disappear. I would like to congratulate Annie Hamel, the General Director of Capital Cinema, the owners of RGFM Cinemas, Guillaume and Frederick Venn, who worked extremely hard to ensure the event's survival. Altogether, we'll make sure that Rendezvous Québec Cinema has its place in Drummondville for a long time to come. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
One of my mentors, Speaker, is Donna Cansfield, the former MPP in Etobicoke Centre. And she once said to me, Yvonne, the most important job of a politician is not to talk, it's to listen. Because when you listen, you understand what people's priorities are, you understand their challenges, and you acquire knowledge on how to solve those challenges. Etobicoke Centre has per capita one of the largest populations of seniors of any riding in Canada, so I spend a lot of time trying to address the challenges that seniors face, and I also spend a lot of time listening to seniors. When I was an MPP, I hosted a monthly Seniors Advisory Group meeting to learn about and discuss how we can address the challenges that seniors face in my community. And as the MP for Etobicoke Centre, I've started to hold those meetings once again. And the turnout so far has been fantastic. We've had over 100 seniors come to each of our first 2 meetings. So I'd like to thank the seniors who've come out so far and contributed to those meetings. And I'd like to encourage and invite all seniors in Etobicoke Centre to join me at my future meetings. I'm eager to address the challenges that you face. I'm eager to listen.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the people in my riding of Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles have questions for the Prime Minister. First of all, they want to know why he seems disinterested in issues of security. Since 2017, they've seen him welcome thousands of illegal migrants with open arms. Every day, his government welcomes them but does nothing to stop the problem. It's clear for the public that I represent that this Liberal government doesn't understand the concept of borders. Currently, anyone can get around our immigration system, while those who apply legally have to wait even longer. Over the last month, my fellow citizens have seen the same government allow criminals to block railroads and to derail the economy. Many Canadians lost their jobs and Canadian safety was imperiled. My voters want to know why. My voters are also worried about this government's indecision about whether to prohibit Huawei's involvement in the 5G network. They know that this communist regime spies and steals regularly Canadian intellectual property, but they see no action from this government to protect them. They feel abandoned and want to know why.
Mr. Speaker, today is Tampon Tuesday. That's right, Mr. Speaker. It's time to talk about menstrual products. Tampon Tuesday is a national initiative that encourages Canadians to donate menstrual products to those in need. Period poverty is a problem facing nearly 1/4 of menstruating Canadians. These Canadians struggle to buy enough menstrual products every month, often due to economic circumstances which force them to prioritize food or housing over buying pads or tampons. These challenges have led to menstrual hygiene products being one of the most requested items at donation centers like the food bank. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, they're also one of the least donated. This campaign, led by the United Way, started in 2009 and has seen donations of over 330,000 boxes of feminine hygiene products over the years. But there is still work to be done, Mr. Speaker. There is still more need. So let's not pad the truth, Mr. Speaker. We have been going with the flow for far too long, and it's time to work together to create a country where menstrual products are openly accessible to all, period.
Full member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
When we talk about and take action on advancing the rights of women and girls in Canada and across the world, we do it with the knowledge that when society empowers women, we improve governance, we decrease conflict, we increase stability, we improve economic performance, we boost food security and health, we have better environmental protection and better social progress for everyone. This year, as we celebrated International Women's Day, we recognize the trailblazers who've been pushing that needle further towards progress for all of humanity. Mr. Speaker, women's rights are human rights, and activism for women and girls, such as celebrating International Women's Day, is really about advancing the whole of humanity, and we all have a part to play. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, members of the ALS Society of Canada are on Parliament Hill today to spread awareness about the disease. This year alone, approximately 1,000 Canadians will learn they have ALS, and another 1,000 Canadians will die from the disease.
This disease affects the motor neurons that carry signals between our brains and muscles. Over time, a person suffering from ALS will lose the ability to walk, talk, eat, swallow, and eventually breathe. The care responsibility for ALS patients takes a huge emotional, financial, and psychological toll on patients and their families. There is no cure for ALS and few treatment options for people living with the disease. Today has been an opportunity to better understand ALS. Thank you to the ALS Society of Canada for their continued advocacy efforts to find a treatment and eventual cure for the disease. Like them, I would like to live in a world without ALS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham-Stouffville.
I rise to recognize U of T Women in the House, founded in 2013. It is a program aimed at promoting greater female representation in the federal government by inviting students to shadow a Canadian parliamentarian for a day on the Hill. It is a non-partisan and bilingual program co-founded by Dr. Tina Park and the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. In celebration of the 2020 International Women's Day week, 100 female students from the University of Toronto are on the Hill today shadowing an MP or senator. The students, who range from first-year undergraduates to PhD students, will be witnessing the political process close up and networking with politicians. And I'm so pleased to have students here from my alma mater, including my shadow, Keshna Sood, who I feel sure will be a future leader. I want to thank the participants and all hosts across the political spectrum who are helping champion and empower our next generation.
Hear, hear, hear. The honourable member for Sherwood Park Court, Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 61st anniversary of the Tibetan National Uprising Day. We mark 61 years of resistance to the communist occupation of Tibet, the land of snows. Tibetan resistance has a unique character. Tibetans do not desire recrimination or division, and they do not respond to their oppression with violence. They desire reconciliation, a middle way which allows Tibet genuine autonomy within the framework of the Chinese Constitution. They build, they love, and they will outlast. In their resistance, Tibetans model the immortal words of Martin Luther King Jr., who said, "We shall match your capacity to inflict suffering with our capacity to endure suffering. We shall meet your physical force with soul force." The deep spirituality and endurance of the Tibetan soul force will overcome the mere physical force of aimless dialectical materialism. This year, the Communist Party introduced a new draconian ethnic unity law to eradicate virtually all of the distinctive elements of Tibetan identity. But we celebrate today that even under the growing oppression which the land of the snows endures, the Tibetan spirit is as strong as ever inside Tibet, in Dharamsala, here in Canada, and around the world. Pogelo!
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, the Federal Prison Needle Exchange Program provides clean needles to drug-addicted inmates so they can inject illegal substances that have been smuggled into our prisons. Needles are provided confidentially to inmates to do drugs in their cells. How can this possibly be a good idea? Prison is meant to be punishment. Convicted individuals' illegal drug habits should not be catered to by federal correctional institutions. And the Prison Needle Exchange Program doesn't affect inmates alone. It puts our corrections officers' personal safety at substantial risk. The Union of Canadian Correctional Officers is rightly and adamantly opposed to the Needle Exchange Program. Why is this government not listening to those on the front lines who have been clear the current program does very little with respect to harm reduction? Why does this Liberal government place more value on the illegal drug abuse of inmates over the safety of our corrections officers?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Today I rise in honor of International Women's Day, to honor my mother, who instilled in me the values of justice and empathy which set my moral compass. To honor my incredible spouse, who teaches me the virtues of patience and compassion. I rise to honor all of Hamilton's incredible women of distinction, those who have officially been nominated and those who continue to lead and yet remain unrecognized. I stand in solidarity with all women around the world on the front lines against violent oppression. Indigenous women, land and water protectors right here in Canada, Latinas mass organizing against gender-based violence in places like Mexico and Chile, women women fighting for basic human rights in Saudi Arabia, and women on the front lines against ethnic cleansing in India and occupation in Palestine, to the young women and girls internationally calling for access to education, the end of female genital mutilation, and the end of girls being exploited through marriage, I rise to honor them in their ongoing struggles for justice, security, and equity. May their courage become ours and their struggles shared in solidarity until their day is won.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great respect that I wish to highlight the 40th anniversary of Info Femmes, an essential organization anchored in the local feminist community, which has essential expertise about Mercier-Est in La Pointe de l'Île. Since 1980, this organization has allowed over 50,000 women to meet, to share, and to acquire tools. Info Femmes promotes better mental and physical health, as well as empowerment that leads women on the path to becoming more independent. I would like to congratulate them on their recent initiatives commemorating, preventing, and raising awareness about domestic violence after the femicides that occurred in the east of Montreal. Thank you to the coordinator, Annick Paradis, the advocate, Linda Basque, and the entire team of volunteers for their invaluable work and their contribution to a movement, to a collective vision of equality, justice, and fairness for all.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, in the last Parliament, this government enjoyed the good fortune of a booming global economy, and they squandered it with wasteful spending, massive deficits, and broken promises.
Shameful.
They failed to deliver their public infrastructure program, and major private infrastructure projects like pipelines were either cancelled or had to be nationalized. Canada's economic growth was grinding to a halt before the illegal blockades, before the outbreak of coronavirus, before the stock market crashed, and before oil prices went into freefall. For 4 years, my constituents have watched this government dither its way into massive structural deficits while ignoring thousands of unemployed energy workers, and now we face blockades, coronavirus, a global downturn, and a catastrophic drop in oil prices, all on top of an already weakening Canadian economy. This government is hopelessly ill-prepared for the gathering economic storm. My constituents want national leadership, and they find none from this government.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I am rising in the House today to recognize the advocacy work that ALS Canada does on behalf of all patients affected by this terrible illness. Losing a friend to ALS is a difficult experience that I went through in 2016. Many of you knew him, the Honourable Mauril Bélanger. We know that this illness affects over 3,000 Canadians every single day. That is why
with ALS, hence why it is so important for this community to continue to advocate until we make this terrible disease a treatable one. I want to thank all the MPs and senators who took and will take meetings today with ALS Canada. I want to thank those who are diagnosed with ALS but are here today to advocate on behalf of other patients. Mainly, thank you, Carol, Stephanie, and Norm. You are tireless advocates. But to those who have left us, like my friend Eddie and Mauril, know that I, and along with many colleagues in this place, will continue to advocate until we make ALS a treatable disease.
Question orale, oral questions.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 4.5 years ago, the Liberals were re-elected by saying that they would run 3 small deficits and then balance the books. The reality is that there were 4 big deficits for a total of $70 billion. They did not respect their commitment, and worse still, for 4.5 years, 200,000 Canadian jobs were lost in the energy sector, and many investments have been lost. The rail crisis took them more than a month to solve because they dragged their heels. So we can see clouds on the economic horizon. What is the government going to do because it's gotten rid of its buffer? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, for 4 years we've invested in communities, invested in workers, invested in the Canadian economy. And this is paying off. Not only 1 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty, but we've seen more than 1 million new jobs in recent years. Our economy is growing. We have opportunities for many more people. But we realize that with the coronavirus, there are economic challenges on the horizon. And that is why we've kept some leeway to be able to invest in Canadians. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. 4.5 years ago when they were elected, their house was in order. They had a surplus. They had the best GDP to debt ratio, and they had economic growth, and that was the trinity that we left them. But today, there's no buffer left. How come they spent all this money when we should have saved when we were in full economic growth worldwide? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We remember the Conservatives' approach. They cut services to veterans. They cut public health. They eliminated health services for the most vulnerable Canadians and refugees. We've chosen to invest, and we've seen economic growth as a result. And we did keep a buffer for difficult times like now, and we'll be able to help entrepreneurs, help workers, and help Canadians to face this crisis that is the coronavirus.
Or Carleton.
Well, they're running a $27 billion deficit before the coronavirus crisis kicked off. And what did that buy us? Higher unemployment than the UK, the US, Japan, and Germany. Half of Canadians within $200 of insolvency. $150 billion in canceled projects. And in the last 3 months of last year, our economy ground to a halt with 0.3% economic growth. How could so much money buy so little?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Question Canadians were asking themselves in 2015, because Stephen Harper and the Conservatives added over $150 billion to the national debt with nothing to show for it. We made the decision to invest in Canadians instead, put more money in the pockets of middle class. And what did we get? 1 million Canadians lifted out of poverty, over 1 million jobs created. What did they do? Cuts to services for veterans, cuts to health care, cuts to things that Canadians need. We now have room to maneuver to invest in the Canadian economy because of coronavirus. That's what we chose to do, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Instead of defending his record, he states falsehoods about our record. There were 2 Conservative budgets prior to the Great Global Recession. And let's look at those budgets. 2006, according to the public accounts, a $13.8 billion surplus. 2007, delivered again by Jim Flaherty, a $9.6 billion surplus. Conservatives did the responsible thing and paid off debt to cushion us against the hard times that were to come, and that's why we had the strongest response to the Great Global Recession. Why did he spend the cupboard bare in the good times and leave us so weak and vulnerable now in the hard times?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Speaker, the member opposite asks a good question. Why? Why did we invest in Canadians? Why did we put more money in the pockets of the middle class? Because we knew it would create growth for Canadians. It would lift millions of people out of poverty. It would support families and seniors. It would grow our economy by investing in infrastructure that they had neglected for a decade, Mr. Speaker. Our investments have created growth that gives us the room to maneuver now, and we have the firepower to be able to invest in our economy given the coronavirus challenge, Mr. Speaker. That's the Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the roughly half of Canadians who were within $200 of insolvency before the coronavirus crisis hit would disagree that he invested in them. He says that we neglected to give $12 million to Loblaws. He's right that we neglected to give $50 million to MasterCard. He's right about that too. He is right that we neglected to give money to the big, well-connected corporate insiders whom he has favored with his deficit spending over the last 4 years. Mr. Speaker, is he now setting the stage to fill the coffers of his friends, to bloat the government, and to balloon the deficit with all of his rhetoric today?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Conservatives neglected to invest in our veterans by shuttering 9 veteran service centres. They neglected to invest in health care for our most vulnerable by shutting down refugee health care. Mr. Speaker, we made the decision to invest in Canadians and have reduced poverty more than any other government, lifting 1 million Canadians out of poverty over these past years, Mr. Speaker. And we did it because we know that investing in Canadians, investing for our future by supporting the middle class and people working hard to join it is exactly what Canadians need from a government.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are worrisome circumstances aside from the economy could have an impact on Quebec's economy, but the Minister of Finance said that given this circumstance, we could be stepping back from election promises. And I think we have to do just the opposite. We have to support Quebecers and Canadians' purchasing power, notably seniors who are the most vulnerable in this crisis. Is the Prime Minister ready to commit to improve the purchasing power of seniors who are over 65 years of age? Since the beginning of our government 5 years ago, we decided to invest in our seniors by increasing the GIS for the most vulnerable of them, by helping students also by increasing grants. We're helping families by creating the Canada Child Benefit. We realize that there's a challenge ahead for our workers, our seniors, our entrepreneurs with the coronavirus, and we'll be there to help them in difficult times. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the track record, well, we look at that during election campaigns, but now we're talking about the future and the short-term future because we're just a few weeks away from the budget. We don't want to send an alarming message, but the Canadian government is not really sending out a message, and it doesn't seem to be doing very much compared to Quebec, which has taken concrete action to reassure people. Can he at least tell us, send a clear message to the most vulnerable people in this situation, the seniors? Can he guarantee them that as of 65 years of age, he'll support their purchasing power? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The government has always been there to act for our seniors, and that's why we've been able to increase the GIS to help the most vulnerable seniors. We've invested in housing, we've invested in home care, and we're taking care of our seniors and will continue to do so in the future challenges with the coronavirus. We'll be there for our seniors like we're there to support all vulnerable peoples across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Experts in health have told people to stay home if they're sick, but for those who don't have sick leave, this could allow them to lose pay or even their jobs. We've known about this crisis for weeks.
The Finance Minister announced was that he'd be making an announcement. Empty words from the Liberals don't help these workers pay their bills. No firepower there. These workers are trying to make the right choices for public health. When will the Prime Minister actually deliver?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're very aware that many workers and families across the country are worried about the impacts of coronavirus as they impact the global economy and indeed the Canadian economy. That is why we will be announcing measures to help our workers, to help Canadians right across the country as things evolve with the coronavirus. We are following the best recommendations of experts both in the health and medical sectors, but also in the financial sector to ensure that Canadians have the capacity to get through this with confidence.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The Minister of Labour said they're not hearing from workers who can't afford to stay home. Well, I say get out of the boardrooms and talk to the workers on the streets in our communities. Mr. Speaker, BC has its first case of community transmission, and yesterday we had our first death due to COVID-19. To protect the health and safety of Canadians, BC Medical Health Officer has asked Canada to delay our cruise season. Can the Prime Minister confirm that he will accept this advice, and exactly what support will he be providing for the workers and the businesses?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning, we've been coordinating very closely with provincial governments like the Government of BC to ensure that we're doing everything we can to keep our citizens safe and to protect businesses. We recognize there's going to be an impact on tourism industries because of the coronavirus. That is why we're working with provinces and with various sectors to ensure that we're supporting Canadians through difficult times. We need to keep Canadians and their families safe. We need to ensure that people can put food on their table and pay their rent. That is what this government is focused on, and it is what we will be able to do for Canadians.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Before COVID-19 hit, oil prices tanked and markets tumbled. This Prime Minister was setting the stage for Canada to fail. As soon as he was elected, he set out to do two things. One, kill our energy sector, and two, spend as much as possible. Well, congratulations, Prime Minister. Mission accomplished. Today, over $150 billion in energy capital has left, over 200,000 jobs gone, and another $100 billion added to the debt. So when will the Prime Minister finally stop inflicting such damage on this country?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The selective use of memory is simply astounding. If I look back to the Harper government's record, I'll note that they added $150 billion to the national debt and had the slowest rate of economic growth since the Great Depression. Over the past 4.5 years,
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to continue. When we took office 4.5 years ago, we started making the kinds of investments that would trigger economic growth. What have the results been? 1.2 million jobs added to the Canadian economy, including more than 30,000 just in the past month. We've also made sure that the benefits of the growth that we're seeing actually land on the kitchen tables of families. More than 1 million Canadians are not living in poverty today that were 4.5 years ago. This is the kind of growth that we should trigger, growth that works for everyone.
That's right.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Speaker, Canada has one of the worst unemployment rates in the G7. Investment has dried up in this country. Our dollar is down. We don't even know the impact of COVID-19 on the world economy, much less the Canadian economy. Newsflash, Mr. Speaker, things are not going well. And if the Prime Minister wants to blame somebody, he better stop blaming Stephen Harper. Look in the mirror, because he's to blame for the situation we are in right now. So when is the Prime Minister going to finally admit he has done massive damage to our economy? Things are not well, and things need to change.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the feigned sanctimony coming from the Conservatives on these issues is simply difficult to accept. The facts that they rely upon are not facts at all. Canada does not have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the G7. In fact, the unemployment rate in Canada today is lower not only than at any point during the Conservatives' term in office, but at any point in the past 40 years since we started keeping track of those statistics. If the Conservatives weren't operating in an echo chamber and actually looked to facts, science, and evidence, they would realize that the economy has been growing at a rate that would make the Conservatives jealous.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Demand for LNG is rising constantly worldwide. By 2040 even, we expect demand to double. And our European allies are seeking to phase out coal and to step away from Russian natural gas. The GNL Quebec project perfectly met this, and it was a green project that would have attracted investment, jobs, taxes, and economic diversification. What does the government plan to do to establish winning commissions for such a project to take place in Canada and Quebec? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to working with the natural resource sector to ensure that the best projects are undertaken to ensure jobs and lasting growth. We understand that GNL Quebec plans to continue the evaluation process, even though it's seeking a new investor for its proposed project. The honourable member for Mégantic. Not only has this government played the grasshopper, but it hasn't saved anything for tough times. Its policies and inaction have driven investors away. If people like Warren Buffett have decided to snub Canada with their billions at a time when everything was going fine, what will happen now that the entire planet is facing a major crisis? Well, this Liberal government can tell us what they'll do to get us out of this crisis that they have put it in with its out-of-control spending.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the fiscal health of Canada remains very strong today. Our debt-to-GDP ratio is, in fact, the strongest of any G7 economy. That's right. This is the case because we're making the kinds of investments that allow us to experience economic growth. Our debt is shrinking as a function of our economy. We are one of only 2 countries in the G7 that has the AAA credit rating from all the major credit agencies. Mr. Speaker, we've been able to make the kinds of investments that allow us to experience economic growth, add more than 1.2 million jobs to the economy, and protect our fiscal position to make sure that we have the room to respond to the kinds of challenges that are now emerging as a result of global circumstances.
A member for Lethbridge.
Today we learned that the Cenovus is cutting spending by 32% and waiting to decide on whether or not they should invest further in our country. This is another devastating blow to the province of Alberta. Add to this cancelled investment from Teck, add to that cancelled investment from Warren Buffett, and it's clear that Canada's energy sector is in a huge crisis. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister stands idly by doing absolutely nothing and not taking it seriously. Energy companies are forced to make drastic changes just to survive. What will the Prime Minister do in order to get Alberta back on track?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government remains fully committed to working with the resource sector in Canada to ensure that we move forward with the best projects and they're carried out to create jobs and economic opportunity for all Canadians. We know that in Canada and around the world, global investors and consumers are increasingly looking for the cleanest products available in sustainable resource development. We fully intend to be working actively with the province of Alberta and Saskatchewan and other provinces around the country to ensure that we continue to move forward in the right way.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that every Canadian is now vulnerable because of this Prime Minister. Even before the coronavirus, he spent the cupboards bare, adding billions in new debt and billions in deficits. Our economy had stalled to near zero growth and $150 billion in nation-building projects, and the revenues that go with them had left Canada, including Warren Buffett pulling $4 billion out of a Quebec energy project instead of blaming others or a virus. Why won't the Prime Minister admit to Canadians that his weak leadership, his poor decisions have put Canada on the perilous fiscal cliff we're on right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This narrative coming from the Conservative has absolutely no basis in reality. I'll read a quote from the economist Kevin Milligan from the University of British Columbia, who said, "Any notion that the fiscal cupboard is bare is irrefutably, absolutely, 100%, 180 degrees wrong." If we want to talk about cupboards being bare, let's talk about the cupboards of 1 million Canadians that were living in poverty with bare cupboards a few years ago. Let's talk about the cupboards that were bare of 300,000 Canadian children who were living in poverty a few years ago. Let's talk about the cupboards that were bare of 1.2 million Canadians that did not have a job a few years ago that are working today. Mr. Speaker, the measures we're putting in place are growing the economy, creating jobs, and making sure that Canadians who need help are receiving the help they need.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, the day before yesterday in Lacolle, customs officers suspected there was someone arriving from New York by train with the coronavirus. What did they do? They called the first responders from the nearest municipality in Lacolle without telling them it was a potential coronavirus case. And there was no protocol to be followed at customs. Even after Health Canada was contacted, there was still no response. Custom officers had no adequate physical protection. My question is simple. Is there a protocol? And if so, how come no one at the border is aware of it?
Public Safety.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to advise the member that there are, in fact, border measures in place. And in fact, just last week, we have implemented right across Canada at all our land, rail, and marine ports of entry new regulations and requirements for our border officers to ask questions regarding the virus. And that information is shared with Public Health Canada and with first responders in the regions that are affected.
The honourable member for Avignon-La Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the Governor of New York has declared a state of emergency because of the coronavirus. Hundreds of people from the state are crossing our border by bus and train every day. Agents on the ground at border crossings here have said that there is an outright improvisation with respect to security. Will the government immediately inform customs officers and first responders at border cities about the protocol to be followed in case of coronavirus, if there is a protocol? Is it going to give them the necessary protection and reimburse the associated costs?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the health and safety of Canadians is our first priority, and the Canada Border Service Agency continues to work closely under the leadership of Public Health Canada and our Public Health Agency to ensure that all appropriate border measures are in place and reflective of the risk to Canada and CBSA employees. Enhanced screening and detection processes have been added, as I've said, to all international airports, as well as land, border, ferry, and rail ports of entries. Mr. Speaker, our officers stand ready to do their part to keep Canadians safe, and they have the tools to assist in this public health crisis. I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank them for their service.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, it's vital that the public have confidence in their healthcare system and feel that Canada is prepared for a potential COVID-19 outbreak. As provinces and hospitals warn that they are not prepared, action by this government needs to be taken. We know COVID-19 doesn't respect borders, and the list of high-risk countries continues to grow. Is the government prepared to consider expanding vigorous screening measures, mandatory quarantine, and stopping incoming flights from these new areas?
Speaker, and I thank the Member of Parliament for being so engaged on this file. And he himself said in his question that this virus knows no borders. And I think it's very incumbent on all of us to remember that this virus is about it spreads from person to person quite easily. We have cases, as you know, here in Canada. There are cases in 104 countries as of now. The measures we've taken at the border are targeted. They're based on evidence, Mr. Speaker, and they are done in a manner to protect the health and safety of Canadians and focus our public health resources where they can best do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. The Customs Officers Union is concerned by the lack of Health Canada personnel at airports. Public Health Agency says that it has taken every measure possible to minimize this crisis, but Mr. Fortin, the union's president, has contradicted this by saying that there's nothing on the ground. For now, Canada is faring well, but we know that, like other regions of the world, the number of cases will certainly rise. Who's telling the truth, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister or border experts?
Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. The Canadian Border Service Agency has been working very closely with Public Health Agency of Canada and with Health Canada to ensure that all of the appropriate measures are in place and that we are supporting CBSA officers as they do the important job. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken to the head of the CBSA union, Mr. Fortin, on a number of occasions. I've asked him if he had any concerns. We've discussed this very extensively, and we have made sure that our officers are ready to do their job. They are equipped with the tools that they need to assist in this public health crisis and equipped with the measures and the tools to keep them safe while they do their jobs.
Number 4, Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister is literally playing on his cell phone, Canadians are concerned with the rapid spread of COVID-19. The CBC is reporting that a traveller from northern Italy landed in Toronto without being screened. David Gosin said that, quote, "Nobody did a temperature check. There was nothing, really." Can the minister tell us why travelers from high-risk areas like Italy are being allowed to enter Canada without any screening?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, and I will tell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say that we are following science and evidence in a way that is protecting the lives of Canadians. It is of utmost importance that the measures that we put into place actually will have the most effectiveness in protecting Canadians' wellness and safety. That is exactly what we've done, Mr. Speaker. We haven't done that alone. This is with best scientific evidence from Canada through partnership with the World Health Organization recommendations. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do what's right for Canadians all across this country. Thank you.
Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My daughter and family live directly across from Lynn Valley Care Centre in BC, where a resident has died of COVID-19. One of the centre's infected healthcare workers was BC's first case of community transmission, not due to travel or contact with a known carrier. BC's health officer stated this is one of the scenarios we have been most concerned about. Will this Liberal government ensure that travelers from high-risk countries entering Canada undergo vigorous screening processes and mandatory quarantine upon entry?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, that the case that the member opposite is referring to would not have been detected under mandatory quarantining or anything at the border because, in fact, it was a case of community transmission. Our heart goes out to the people of the nursing home who have been affected, in particular to the family of the person who's lost their life. It is important to recognize that the province of BC is actively involved in containing this illness by detecting cases, by sampling and testing individuals in communities that are affected, by making sure they have full knowledge of what's happening in communities. I want to thank the hard-working public health officials and health officials in general who are doing this hard work for us. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's hospitals are warning they are at risk of losing control of the COVID-19 outbreak. And now doctors are sounding the alarm over the shortage of ventilators we'll need in the event of widespread infection. Yet, it was just yesterday that this government wrote to premiers to find out what their needs are. That is a failure of emergency preparedness. Mr. Speaker, when will this government release a detailed inventory of all medical resources that Canada needs to respond to a more severe outbreak?
Yes. The Minister of Health.
Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister for echoing my letter to the Ministers of Health that actually went out quite some time ago to ask them for advice in terms of what they think they will need to supplement their supplies. Mr. Speaker, the Ministers of Health and I have been meeting for 2.5 months, once a week by teleconference, to ensure that we actually know what we need to do together. This is an important part of working together as a country. I am so thrilled with the support of the Ministers of Health from every province and territory who have made themselves available in such a comprehensive way so that we can ensure that we're working together to protect the health and safety of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Thwatney.
Mr. Speaker, today when I called on the Liberals to address the potential crisis of coronavirus on First Nations, they tried to shut me down. The government doesn't get it. They advise regular hand washing. How do you do that without running water? They advise self-isolation. Impossible with a housing crisis of 12 to 20 people living in a home. And in places like the Island Lake region or Cross Lake, thousands of people and no hospital in sight. People are worried. So can a regular member of the Prime Minister's Coronavirus Committee please stand up and tell us what they're doing to ensure First Nations and Inuit communities are supported now?
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will remind the member opposite that in Budget 2019, way before the coronavirus broke out, we invested $79 million over 5 years to improve and prepare support for health emergencies and health-related impacts of natural disasters and health disasters on reserve. This includes dedicated support for one health emergency management coordinator in every region and 2 coordinators in Ontario and Manitoba. We know that First Nations, Inuit, are susceptible and more vulnerable to coronavirus. We are prepared as a ministry to engage in surge activities should they be required. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, we're ready to act and we're working closely with those communities in order to augment their capacity. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lex St-Louis.
Mr. Speaker, today representatives from the Heart and Stroke Foundation are on Parliament Hill to meet and speak with members of Parliament about the Foundation's important work. These people advocate passionately for the health and well-being of Canadians. Can the Minister of Health tell the House what the government is doing to support this important organization that is doing such critical work for Canadians. The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Lac Saint Louis for his question.
Stroke Foundation, because as the member says, of the important work they do to promote healthy lifestyles for Canadians, it's good for all of us. And since 2016, we've invested more than $5 million in heart and stroke to support programs like Activate and their work to better understand women's brain and heart health, building on the $1.5 billion that Heart and Stroke has invested into research since 1956. But we know that there's so much more to do, and I thank the Heart and Stroke for the work that they're doing to keep Canadians healthy and to make them healthier. My thanks to the member for his advocacy.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The Prime Minister promised openness and transparency, but yesterday at the Ethics Committee, that proved to be more empty promises. The Liberals voted to shut down a study of the Trudeau Report 2, but they couldn't do it alone. The Prime Minister made a deal with the Bloc Québécois to prop up his minority. It's the return of the Liberal Bloc coalition. The Prime Minister obstructed the investigation and muzzled witnesses. Canadians deserve the truth. What did the Prime Minister give the Bloc Québécois to cover up his corruption?
Mr. Speaker, I hear a lot of excitement on the part of my colleagues opposite, but I can tell you the Bloc Québécois can stand up for itself. House committees are independent and they are masters of their own decisions. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, twice at the Ethics Committee, the scheming bloc supported the government's cover-up and refused to invite the Ethics Commissioner, muzzle the Ethics Commissioner, by refusing to invite him on the matter of the Prime Minister's interference in a criminal case. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know what the Bloc Québécois got from the Liberal government in exchange for its despicable support for this scheme. The Honourable House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I realize my colleague is interested in the committee's work. I would invite him to read the rules and regulations that apply to committees, which say that committees are masters of their own fate. They make their own decisions. The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, on Budget Day in Quebec, caution is the word of the day in order to deal with an economic downturn. But here it's open bar. $50 million for MasterCard, $12 million for Loblaws to change its fridges, $5,000 for a few coat hooks, and $14,000 for one TV. Now, we know that the Bloc supports this spending because it's voting with the government on its budget. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals and the Bloc stop playing buddies together on the backs of taxpayers by supporting such reckless spending? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, once again, I didn't think I would have to stand up in order to stand up for the Bloc. They're perfectly capable of defending themselves and to answer those questions. So if they want to ask them that question, well, they can go outside and ask them the question outside the House. The Honourable Government House Leader can continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But once again, questions about the House Committee should instead be dealt with by looking at the rules and regulations for committees because they make their own decisions. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, last week, a Liberal leader invited the Bloc leader to a private meeting. Imagine a meeting with a leader who wants to separate from Canada with someone who voted against inviting the Ethics Commissioner to testify on a devastating report. So the Bloc supported this refusal to invite the Commissioner to testify about the Prime Minister. What did the Prime Minister offer the Bloc leader in order to buy his vote this time? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague is so interested in what the Bloc thinks, well, he can go and speak to them. Mr. Speaker, there's lots of room there, lots of places there, bars. He can go have a beer with someone from the Bloc and ask the question himself. It is perfectly normal for leaders to speak with other leaders. It's responsible, and it's a responsible way to work in this Parliament. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you'll see, I do have a serious question. We learned recently that $4.3 billion were spent under the National Housing Strategy. How much did Quebec get out of that? Zero. Nothing. Not a cent. Nothing at all. Mr. Speaker, there's still $1.4 billion left, but it's just lying dormant in the federal government's coffers. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is dealing with its worst housing crisis in 15 years. Will the government finally, unconditionally transfer the money it is due and that is just sitting in Ottawa?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, we want Quebecers to get their fair share of our historic investment in housing. And we hope to conclude a bilateral agreement with Quebec, as we have done with the other provinces and territories. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, when you can't find a place to live, you end up on the street. And this is in a country whose government brags repeatedly that it is lifting people out of poverty. But in this case, it's managing to keep thousands of Quebecers in poverty and even put them there. Mr. Speaker, $4.3 billion has already been granted for the rest of Canada, and Quebec has not been given a cent, simply because the federal government wants to set its own conditions. Mr. Speaker, when will it transfer the $1.4 billion that we need and that we paid for with our taxes? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that we need to reach our housing targets, and that's impossible without the collaboration with our partners, the provinces and territories, including Quebec. We will continue to work at all levels of government in order to serve Canadians and in order to make sure that each and every Canadian has access to affordable housing.
For Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Normally, springtime is a time of rejuvenation and reinvigoration. However, for many residents in the Great Lakes shoreline, it is a time of anxiety and worry. With record high water levels, they are concerned about flooding destroying their houses, which they've all worked so hard for. Could the Prime Minister please inform the House what actions this government is taking to protect residents along the shoreline of the Great Lakes, St. Lawrence, and the Ottawa River?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, certainly the water levels in the Great Lakes are a cause for significant concern. The management of water is done through the IJC, which is a joint panel between Canada and the United States. The IGC is looking actively at measures it may take to address some of those levels. We are certainly in conversation with the IGC, and I believe that the IGC will actually be on the Hill to provide a briefing to members in the coming weeks.
Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, there is a backlog of over 44,000 veterans who are waiting for their disability benefit applications to be processed.
Shame.
Behind each one of these applications is a veteran, trapped in a benefits backlog boondoggle of this government's own making. Many veterans have been waiting for over 2 years. When will the backlog be cleared?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans
Thank you, Madam colleagues. Question, and I can assure them that we're working very hard on this backlog, and also we invested just under $700 million into the operating budget last year. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is digitizing the files. We're making sure that all veterans that should receive benefits. Quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, there's a 60% increase totally in the applications because our government has been more generous to the veterans, and 90% increase in the first applications, Mr. Speaker. We have and will continue to support our veterans. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brentford Brent.
Mr. Speaker, it's sad, but not surprising, that the minister can't answer, since today at committee he told us, quote, "The department runs the department." There seems to be no plans to clear the backlog. And now it's questionable who is really in charge. Can the minister tell us when the backlog will be cleared, or should we check with his deputy?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated in the committee today, that the money spent on mental health was not distributed properly. I directed the department to make sure that it was spent fairly, and to make sure that there was a review take place, and to make sure that it was spent just like it was over the last number of years. On the backlog, Mr. Speaker, we have invested a lot. When Mahama Akali's government was in place, they fired 1,000 employees, cut the budget, and that is part of the reason why we're in the difficulty.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last few weeks, the International Trade Committee studied the Canada-US-Mexico agreement, and we have heard from many businesses and stakeholders about various aspects of the agreement and the importance of its impact on our community. Can the Deputy Prime Minister tell us more about the next steps towards ratification and the importance of this agreement for all Canadians?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Indeed, I can. I would like to thank all the members of the International Trade Committee from all parties and their outstanding chair for their hard work in reviewing the new NAFTA. This agreement safeguards more than $2 billion a day in cross-border trade and tariff-free access for 99.9% of our U.S.-bound exports. At a time when our economy and the global economy are facing significant challenges from the coronavirus, one thing that we can all do together that is entirely within our power is to support our economies to
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Mayor Rick Burnett of Halton Hills and Mayor Gord Krantz of Milton, as well as mayors and representatives from across Halton region, are in Ottawa today to voice their opposition to the proposed truck hub in Milton, Ontario. A federal review panel said that this project will likely have a significant adverse impact on air quality and human health. Can the Liberal government update this House on their position on this project?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect their government to make decisions that are thoughtful, that are based on science, evidence, and traditional knowledge, that will uphold the government's commitment to protecting the environment while growing the economy. The report that has been brought forward recently by the panel has now been submitted to the government. Our government has not made a decision. I will be thoroughly reviewing the panel's recommendations as we go through the process, which is in the legislation of making that determination.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Here.
Mr. Speaker, I attended the BC Tree Fruits annual general meeting recently where I heard of the poor state of our apple growers. Many said they are near bankruptcy due to increasing costs and decreasing prices, and the flooding of cheap apples across the border from the U.S. due to a trade dispute between the U.S. and China. To make matters worse, our apple farmers' exports to China have now been reduced and inventories are starting to pile up. What are the Liberals going to do to help our orchardists?
Good question. Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know how important the 2019 was for our producers. It was so difficult for many reasons. There are a series of risk management programs to help our producers, and I would invite them to participate and sign up for those programs every year and to use them when necessary. Thank you.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Farmers due to cancellations of federal processing and export licenses. It's been months since Reading Regency closed, with representing 10% of Ontario's beef processing industry. We've seen this government's inaction when it comes to helping our farmers. The carbon tax, the slow response to the rail blockades, and now trade disruptions mean Ontario's beef can't get to market. The Minister of Agriculture has done nothing to address this situation. When will the Minister act to resolve these critical processing challenges?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's crucial for our farmers and ranchers to access the value chain. We understand that the closure of this meat processing plant in Ontario has a significant impact on our cattle producers, but we cannot compromise on food safety. Our government is working with the industry in the province of Ontario to find short-term alternatives and to see how the meat processing capacity can be increased. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Of Moncton Riverview and Dieppe, I've had the privilege of interacting with many members of the LGBTQ2 community. Yet nothing, and I stress nothing, has been more shocking to me than hearing accounts of anyone trying to change the core being of another person, that being that they cannot be their true selves.
The evidence is clear. Conversion therapy is harmful and destructive. Can the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth tell the House what steps have been taken to guarantee the prohibition on conversion therapy? The Honourable Minister of Diversity. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Moncton Riverview Dieppe for her advocacy for LGBTQ2 Canadians.
The most progressive legislation in the world when it comes to criminalizing conversion therapy. Conversion therapy is a harmful, destructive practice that has no place in Canada.
I applaud the provinces and municipalities that have already decided to ban this practice, and I look forward to seeing more of that.
Call on all members to support this bill and to ensure that everyone, everywhere in Canada, can be who they truly are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, after the worst Pacific wild salmon fishing season in recorded history, this government is simply not doing enough to support workers. Their failure to react to the crisis leaves commercial, recreational, and Indigenous fishers in coastal BC desperate for support and action. And now the tourism industry in BC is seriously threatened by COVID-19. Will the Liberals urgently invest in a wild salmon relief package focused on restoration and help support fishers and workers in coastal communities?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge that conservation measures as well as COVID-19 has had significant negative impacts on our economy as well as on harvesters, including a recreational sector. We're continuing to work with our partners and stakeholders to consider actions that help minimize the impacts while achieving the conservation efforts. We will continue to work with those groups to make sure that we meet these needs, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A recent report revealed that the claim that natural gas will displace coal and reduce greenhouse gas emissions came from an industry insider. He admits he neglected to include end-to-end life cycle emissions of fracked gas. In fact, fracked gas has the same greenhouse gas impact as burning coal. Fracking also contaminates air and water and causes earthquakes. Jurisdictions around the world have banned fracking. Will the government do the right thing and ban fracking in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hydraulic fracturing in Canada is strictly regulated and must be done using approved equipment and very specific procedures. As the honourable member, I'm sure, knows, the development and regulation of Canada's shale and tight and oil and gas reserves falls primarily within provincial jurisdiction.
That's right.
The Government of Canada is working with the provinces and territories to provide scientific and policy advice to support their policy and regulatory processes to ensure that any resource development occurs in a safe and environmentally responsible manner.
Here.
And that's all for today. C'est tout pour aujourd'hui. Order at ordre. If you can hear my voice, please say shh. Very good. I just want to remind the honourable members that business continues. It's nice to see them talking amongst themselves and getting along, cooperating, but if they're talking, they can bring it out to their lobbies or just set aside so that we can conduct business. I'm ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on February 25th by the member for Fundy Royal, on February 27th by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House concerning the premature disclosure of two bills. Allow me first to recapitulate the arguments presented by the two members. On February 25th, 2020, the member for Fundy Royal raised a question of privilege regarding a Canadian Press article regarding a Canadian Press article published online on February 24th that detailed specific information contained in Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying. Even before it was introduced in the House by the Minister of Justice, the member quoted from the article in question, which mentioned that anonymous sources allegedly discussed the contents of the bill with the journalist, knowing full well that doing so contravened the practice of the House. The member for Fundy Royal feels that this premature disclosure of the bill constitutes a breach of his privilege and contempt of the House. Le 27 février, la secrétaire parlementaire.
On February 27th, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House raised a question of privilege, also concerning the premature disclosure of a bill.
The Parliamentary Secretary said that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Unlawful Imported Firearms, put on notice on February 24th by the member for Markham Unionville was also the subject of an article published on February 24th in iPolitics before it was introduced in the House. On February 25th, the member put another bill on notice, one with a slightly different title, An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Possession of Unlawful Imported Firearms. The bill became C-238 after it was introduced on February 27th. The Parliamentary Secretary feels that the provisions of Bill C-238 correspond to what was described in the iPolitics article, and he presumed, therefore, that the two bills are in large measure the same. The Parliamentary Secretary suggests that this disclosure intervenes the principle that the member are the first to know the contents of a bill. Since a breach of privilege was apparently committed, he suggests referring the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedures of House Affairs.
On February 28th, the member for Markham Unionville apologized and admitted that he had indeed discussed the contents of the first bill with fellow members and with journalists. He said that he acted in ignorance of the rule prohibiting discussion of bills on notice before they are introduced in the House. He also explained the reasons for the change in title between the two bills.
Le même jour, le secrétaire
The same day, the parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government in the House presented his most sincere apologies for the premature disclosure of Bill C-7, saying in passing that no one within the government had been authorized to discuss the bill before its introduction in the House.
I believe that the whole matter can be summarized as follows. First, based on a reading of the Canadian Press article on Bill C-7 on medical assistance in dying, and in the absence of any explanation to that contrary, I must conclude that the anonymous source mentioned were well aware of our customs and practices and chose to ignore them. It seems clear to me that the content of the bill was disclosed prematurely while it was on notice and before it was introduced in the House. Second, in his apology, the member for Markham Unionville made it clear that his two bills on firearms were substantially the same. Apart from the slightly different titles, it seems clear to the chair, therefore, that the member also discussed a bill before its introduction. It matters little that the bill in question was subsequently withdrawn and never introduced in the House. La règle entourant la
The rule on the confidentiality of bills on notice exists to ensure that members in their role as legislators are the first to know their content when they are introduced. Although it is completely legitimate to carry out consultations when developing a bill, or to announce one's intention to introduce a bill by referring to its public title available on the notice paper and the order paper, it is forbidden to reveal specific measures contained in a bill at the time it is put on notice.
In this case, it is clear that the content of the bills, both the private member's bill and the government bill, were revealed to the media before their introduction and first reading. The question now is to determine whether the disclosure of these bills was a breach of the House's privilege and whether mitigating circumstances should be considered. In this instance,
get some water.
In this instance, I am prepared to give the benefit of the doubt to the member from Markham Unionville when he says that he was unaware of the rules regarding the confidentiality of bills on notice. I believe that his remarks were sincere and that he believed that he was advancing his cause in a legitimate fashion. Mon analyse est différente pour ce qui est.
My analysis is different for the question of privilege raised by the member for Fundy Royal concerning Government Bill C-7. Permit me to quote a part of the article at the heart of this matter, and I quote, The sources spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to reveal details of the bill prior to its tabling in the House of Commons this afternoon. End quote. Everything indicates that the act was deliberate. It is difficult to posit a misunderstanding or ignorance of the rules in this case.
On April 19, 2016, my predecessor faced a similar situation regarding the premature disclosure of Bill C-14. On medical assistance in dying, found in a prima facie case of privilege in a decision that can be located on pages 2,442 and 2,443 of the debates. In light of the information provided by the members for Fundy Royal, the precedents and the current practice in this matter, the chair notes the existence of sufficient grounds to conclude that there was a prima facie breach of the privilege of the House and the members and their right to be the first to know the contents of C7. Consequently, I now invite the member for Fundy Royal to move the appropriate motion. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your ruling. I would like to move, seconded by the member from Thornhill, that the matter of the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Can you please sign?
Moved by Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Kent, that the matter of the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your finding that indeed a breach of our privileges did exist in this case in the leaking of the contents of Bill C7 to the media before members of this House could see the bill. Mr. Speaker, there's a reason why we have the rules in this place to protect the rights, the privileges of the members of Parliament that are in this place on all sides of the House so that we're able to do the job that we were elected to do, which is to represent our constituents, to pass legislation, to debate. Those are the things that we've been given the ability to do by our constituents. And when we have government departments, government members that do not abide by the rules of this House, it undermines not just those members in the opposition, it undermines indeed all of us. And Mr. Speaker, it is well-established practice in this House that when a bill is on notice for introduction, the House has the first right to the contents of this bill. Everyone in this House, we know this. We know that, that this House is paramount when it comes to the introduction of the legislation. But if there's any one department in the whole of government that you would expect would know the rules around the laws and procedures in this House, that department would be the Justice Department. The department who's tasked with making laws that impact on the lives of all Canadians, and they know better. That's a department filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of lawyers and legal minds. They know better, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, let's say they didn't know better. Just like with any one of our children, sometimes if they make a mistake, we correct them. Maybe if they make a second mistake, we'll correct them again. But by the third time around, we expect that they know the rules. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is the fourth time there has been found a breach of our privileges in this House that was made by which department? The Department of Justice. In fact, the last ruling on this matter was also on the previous legislation around medical assistance in dying. It was even the same legislation, Madam Speaker. So the article that was put forward within the Canadian press had very detailed and specific information contained in this bill. And that is why Speaker, why this breach of privilege has been found. But, you know, the reporters and those that were leaking, they know that contempt has occurred, Mr. Speaker, by revealing later in the article that, quote, the sources spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to reveal the details of the bill prior to its tabling in the House this afternoon. There is no doubt in anyone's mind that those that were leaking this information from the Department of Justice or some other arm of government knew exactly what they were doing when they did it. And you know, what they thought about this place is not much, because we have rules and they've thumbed their nose at the rules that we have. After the sources indicated to the reporter that they were aware of their guilty actions, they boldly and defiantly continued their affront to Parliament by providing even more detail of the bill. Quoting again from that article, sources say today's bill will not deal with broader issues that were excluded in the new law and that must be considered as part of a parliamentary review of the law that is to begin this summer. Again, Madam Speaker, bang on with what was in the bill. You know, we saw the news articles and we thought we knew what had happened. Another leak from the Department of Justice, another affront to this Parliament, another breach of all of our collective privileges. But again, we had to read the bill to find out if in fact that was the case. We carefully reviewed the contents of Bill C-7 following its introduction in this House. When I and other members of Parliament got to see the bill for the first time, Madam Speaker, the members of Parliament here got to see it for the first time, when others in the media had seen the bill in its entirety for hours before. The details reported by the Canadian press hours earlier were indeed contained in Bill C-7. So, Madam Speaker, ironically, over and over, the first precedent that I had quoted earlier was from the last Parliament, brought to the Speaker's attention on April 14th, 2016. And in regard to Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying. So the department in question is being absolutely recidivist. They are not taking seriously the consequences and the rulings of speakers. The Speaker in 2016 found that, in fact, a prima facie case of privilege regarding Bill C-14 and said, as honourable members know, one of the most important responsibilities as Speaker is to safeguard the rights and privileges of members individually and collectively. Central to the matter before us today is the fact that due to its preeminent role in the legislative process, the House cannot allow precise legislative information to be distributed to others before it has been made accessible to all members. Previous speakers have regularly upheld not only this fundamental right, but also expectation of the House. The Speaker's concluding remarks in 2016 were as follows. In this instance, the Chair must conclude that the House's right of first access to legislative information was not respected. The Chair appreciates the Chief Government's whip assertion that no one in government was authorized to publicly release the specific details of the bill before its introduction. Still, it did happen, and these kind of incidents cause grave concern amongst honourable members. I believe it is a good reason why extra care should be taken to ensure that matters that ought properly to be brought to the House first do not in any way get out in the public domain prematurely. In October 4th, 2010, page 4711 of the House of Commons debate, Speaker Milliken noted, "It is indisputable that it is a well-established practice and accepted convention of this House that this House has the right of first access to the text of bills that it will consider." So, Madam Speaker, this all goes back to my point about the Department of Justice not taking seriously the rules of this House, the one department that ought to know best about the rules of this House, a four-time offender now with breaches of privileges found by successive speakers over the last several years, sometimes over the same bill subject matters, this House is being completely ignored by the House and the rules of this House being ignored. The Speaker found another case of contempt on October 15, 2001, after, and you're not going to believe this, but once again, the Department of Justice the Department of Justice once again briefed the media on the contents of a bill prior to the legislation being introduced in the House. Madam Speaker, in this minority House now, members can finally take this department and this Minister of Justice office to account and to task for the continuous disrespect of the privileges and the rights of this place, and in fact the rights of all Canadians that send us as members of Parliament to do good work on their behalf. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? La question
The question is as follows.
Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Kent, moved that the matter of the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
I declare the motion adopted.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders. Government bills.
C4, the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement Implementation Act.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Yukon. I'm pleased to speak in the House today in support of Bill C-4, the act to implement the new NAFTA, and in particular, the agreement's intellectual property provisions. Canadian creators and innovators make an important contribution to the North American knowledge economy. For instance, in 2017, 68% of the patents filed by Canadians internationally were filed in the United States, more than at any foreign patent office. The new NAFTA will allow Canadian creators and innovators to continue to conduct business with our U.S. and Mexican partners, ensuring that they will continue to receive a clear, predictable, and transparent framework for the protection and enforcement of intellectual property or IP rights in all three markets. IP rights provide Canadian innovators and creators with a period of time during which they can expect to hold exclusive rights and be entitled to receive compensation such as royalties for the use of their creations and innovations. With the new NAFTA, Canadians can be confident that their IP rights will receive a minimum standard of protection and enforcement across the entire North American marketplace. Since the original NAFTA was negotiated, a number of key technological and multilateral developments have taken place that have presented novel challenges, such as with respect to the protection and enforcement of copyright in the digital environment. These include significant advances in the digital economy, including the further development of modern digital technologies, which since NAFTA have been addressed in multilateral frameworks like the World Intellectual Property Organization. The updated IP chapter builds upon those international IP treaties. Like the World Trade Agreement, or the WTO, Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, as well as the multilateral treaties administered by the WIPO, with a view to establishing minimum standards on IP rights, protection, and enforcement for North American marketplace. Under the new agreement, all three parties agreed to an updated, comprehensive chapter on IP rights, protection, and enforcement. This chapter includes obligations on copyright-related rights, trademarks, geographical indications, industrial designs, patents, pharmaceutical IP, data protection for agricultural chemical products, and trade secrets, and IP rights enforcement in the civil, criminal, and border context. The modernized agreement also reflects several recent reforms to Canada's IP regime, such as those under the Combating Counterfeit Products Act and the Copyright Modernization Act. Canada's recent accession to several multilateral treaties under the WIPO and initiatives undertaken through the government's recent intellectual property strategy. For instance, further to reforms to Canada's copyright regime under the Copyright Modernization Act, the new NAFTA contains rules in respect of the Internet service provider's liability that recognizes Canada's notice and notice framework in this area as effective to approach addressing online infringement. The new agreement contains rules concerning legal protections for technological protection measures, or the digital locks on copyrighted works, which align with Canada's existing law and policy. On geographical indications, or GIs, the signs used on products to show that they come from a particular place with distinctive characteristics or qualities related to that place. The new NAFTA outcome is in line with Canada's open and transparent system for the protection of GIs. This means wines, spirits, agricultural products, and foodstuffs remain eligible for GI protection in the Canadian marketplace in line with Canada's current framework. The agreement also contains provisions that require the parties to provide that judicial authorities can, where appropriate, order the award of attorney's fees to the prevailing party in civil proceedings. This is a valuable tool that is often serves as a disincentive against bad actors that pursue bad faith litigation tactics, which can otherwise stifle innovation. The agreement is not the end of the conversation. Among the three partners, it also includes a commitment from all three parties to cooperate on discussions on a range of IP issues of interest, such as on enhancing procedural fairness in IP litigation, including choice of venue, an issue of particular concern for some Canadian business owners operating abroad. Building upon Canada's already strong IP regime, the new agreement will require changes in certain areas of Canada's existing IP legal and policy framework. For example, on border measures, Canada already provides officials at the border with the authority to act on their own initiative, as appropriate to detain suspected counterfeit trademark or pirated counterfeit goods on the import and export. The new agreement will require Canada to extend this authority to such goods transiting through Canada destined for another marketplace. Regarding copyright, the new agreement requires a change in the general term of copyright protection from life of the author plus 50 years to life of the author plus 70 years. With respect to patents, Canada will be required to provide for patent term adjustment in respect of unreasonable delays in the issuance of a patent. To implement these two obligations, Canada has transition periods of 2.5 years for the general term of protection for copyright and 4.5 years for patent term adjustment. These transition periods commence following the entry into force of agreement and will enable the government to thoroughly consider and consult how best to implement these new commitments. On December 10, 2019, Canada, the United States, and Mexico agreed to update certain elements of the new NAFTA to improve the final outcome and clear the path towards ratification and implementation. With respect to IP, agreement was reached to delete or amend certain provisions dealing with patent and pharmaceutical IP. Most notably, the parties agreed to delete the commitment on data protection for biologics, which means that Canada will no longer need to amend its domestic regime to provide 10 years of data protection in this area. Parties also agreed to remove a provision on the availability of patents for new uses, new methods, or new processes of using a known product, as well as provisions on data protection for new indications of existing drugs. Lastly, language was also added on an exception related to regulatory reviews on how the three countries may meet obligations dealing with patent term restoration, patent linkage, and data protection for small molecule drugs. These amendments clarify that Canada, the United States, and Mexico will remain flexible under the new agreement to pursue domestic policy priorities in these areas. Notably, Canada will be required to make changes to domestic patent or pharmaceutical IP regime in order to implement the amended provisions. For many Canadians, creators, and innovators, one of the key barriers to exporting abroad is uncertainty over the IP rights and whether they'll be protected and enforced when operating in foreign markets. That is why Canada worked tirelessly to ensure that the new agreement establishes clear standards on IP rights and enforcement across North America. Ratifying the new NAFTA is not just about securing economic benefits for Canada today, but also ensuring our continued prosperity in the future. The agreement will ensure that Canada continues to have a strong and vital relationship with our closest neighbors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Right. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And, you know, Madam Speaker, we've raised concerns around this repeatedly around this deal. And we're grateful that we're going to see the text of agreements in the future ahead of time so we can have a better idea what the objective is of the government when they head into these trade agreements and these deals, so we can have a chance to scrutinize them. But we're concerned about the government and their commitment around the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And, you know, we're wondering why the government would move forward with, you know, a pledge to sign this agreement, a commitment to sign this agreement that does not make reference to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And, Madam Speaker, I see this failure in treaties and agreements cross-border, whether it be, you know, over our salmon, various different issues that are related where I live, where Indigenous people and their rights aren't consulted. So maybe the member could speak about the importance of this, whether it be in this trade deal or future trade deals, and how significant it is that the government address this.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for the question. I can assure my honourable colleague that keeping the rights of Indigenous individuals and also the environment is always top of mind when we're negotiating our free trade agreements. Having said that, I do want to reiterate that the United States is our largest trading partner and how vital this ratification was. So for us to get this done was of utmost importance, but we do definitely keep those issues in consideration. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond. I'm happy to hear that from my colleague, and I'd like to congratulate him for what he said about copyright and his suggestions. After the author has died 50 or 70 years later, well, it's good that we have this protection, but the person who inherits the rights has to make a request to have the copyright. So I'd like to know, what does the government think about that someone who inherits these rights 50 years after someone dies has to make a request, and this should be done automatically?
Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you for the question. We've made a marked improvement in our existing laws. Like if you looked at Mexico, for example, their measure was 100 years. So the fact that we've gone from 50 to 7 years is quite an improvement forward. And I just wanted to highlight that. In terms of those that have to acquire the IP afterwards, I'm sure there's room to renegotiate this in the future when this trade agreement comes up for renewal. But if you look at what we've done, it is quite significant. To move from 50 to 70 when our member partners were already at 100 is quite a movement in the right direction. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lévis-Etchit-Chemin, Bellechasse-Lévis-Chemin-Lévis. Question? Questions and comments?
No. Pas de questions et commentaires.
No questions or comments. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis-Chemin-Lévis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege for me to rise in this House this afternoon to discuss the agreement between United States, Mexico, and Canada, this three-way agreement, and my colleague from Kawartha Lakes will be sharing his time with me today to discuss this important issue.
En Chambre pour soutenir un des piliers de notre économie qui est le commerce avec nos partenaires. Et cet après-midi, pas n'importe lequel partenaire, mais notre partenaire américain. Et vous le savez, Madame la Présidente, c'est une relation qui date qui date depuis très longtemps, cette relation, cette frontière-là que nous partageons. Et d'entrée de jeu, j'aimerais dire que j'ai l'intention d'appuyer le projet de loi C4. Pourquoi? Parce que il vient en continuité avec une longue tradition que nous avons établie. On se rappelle, en 1994, lorsque Brian Mulroney avait signé le premier accord, l'ALENA, avec les États-Unis et le Mexique. C'est un accord fondamental qui allait en quelque sorte permettre au Canada de tripler nos exportations avec le Canada, avec les Américains et le Mexique. mais également de stimuler notre économie. Et bien entendu, étant moi-même le fier représentant d'une région manufacturière dynamique, je suis à même de voir les retombées bénéfiques de l'accord de libre-échange pour nos entreprises manufacturières dans Bellechasse, les aides-chemins, comme par exemple Rotobec ou dans Lévis. Il faut rappeler que l'ensemble des exportations canadiennes s'élevait à près de 400 milliards de dollars américains pour l'année 2016 et les trois quarts...
Speaker, I think... Interpretation? Can you hear the interpretation? There is a problem with interpretation. Is the interpretation on? Is it working? Perfect. The honourable member. And so, Madam Speaker, I simply wanted to say that, like my colleague, I will be supporting this important bill because the purpose of it is to maintain our trading relationship with our most important trading partner, the United States. 3/4 of Canadian exports go to the United States. And that is a very significant amount. However, what we're less satisfied with is the fact that it was badly negotiated under the current government. And this is part of the Liberal government's trend. They don't know how to negotiate agreements for Canada. And what happens is that it happens on the backs of businesses like those dairy industries in my riding. But it's better to have this badly negotiated agreement than no agreement. And that's why I've already voted for the bill in support, and I plan to vote in support of it at this point. You know, we've been telling the government for a while to sign this agreement. When something isn't signed, well, it isn't signed. So it may not be a good agreement, but we want it to be ratified as quickly as possible. And before the 2019 election, we had proposed to conduct a preliminary study of the CUSMA agreement in the spring so that we would be ready to adopt this when it came before us. But the Liberals refused. After the election, we asked the Liberals to consider sitting in December between Christmas and New Year's Day so that we could consider the agreement because we felt it was very important to. But the Liberals ignored us, and we had to wait until the end of January to have this legislation tabled in the House and begin the process. Once again, we said, let's go faster. There are flaws. There are people who want to be heard on this important agreement, but the Liberals refused. And what that means is that here we are today at this stage. But we are moving ahead, and I'm going to tell you that we will support this at all stages so that this agreement can be ratified. Why? Because the relationship between Canada and the United States is one of the deepest relationships you'll find between two countries, and this plays an important role for our manufacturing industry. It represents billions of dollars. And, Madam Speaker, I'll take this opportunity to remind the House that we're talking about a border and we're talking about the free circulation of goods, but also we're talking about the safe circulation of goods. Madam Speaker, in December 2011, at the time, there was agreement between Barack Obama and Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And this was a border agreement. Why? Because we feel that it's important to have a strong trading relationship while making sure that our borders are secure. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, the Liberals did not negotiate a good agreement. We will be supporting the agreement, but it is not as good as the one that was negotiated by the Harper Conservatives. We'll sign it anyway. But why are the Liberals such bad negotiators? Well, let's look at their record when it comes to negotiating. because it's when you add all these agreements up that you get a global picture, an overall picture. And I'm going to talk about the dairy sector to begin with. The dairy sector plays an important role in Chaudière-Appalaches, and especially in Les Aides-Chemins, where we have young businesses that have been passed down to a new generation, and they really are the lungs of our economy. These businesses have had to face not one agreement, but 2 and 3 agreements. So under the Canada-Europe agreement, some accommodation was made for supply management so that European products could come into the country. So this was an agreement with the European Union in 2013, and it was implemented in 2017. So there was a transition between our government and from our government to the next government, and after that there was the TPP. At the time, Madam Speaker, the United States within the TPP were in agreement. What we had negotiated in the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement was something the Americans agreed with. But then what happened? Well, the Americans withdrew in January 2017. So they withdrew. They opted out of that agreement. And then the other members of the initial agreement renamed it. And what one should remember here is that the concessions that were made in the Canada-Europe agreement and then in the TPP were maintained. So what it meant was that the dairy sector was very vulnerable. We didn't have an agreement with the Americans yet, and we had already made concessions in the other agreements. And we're still. These were cumulative concessions, and once again, the Liberals made bad decisions. In this case, cheese imports. So I'm going to go back to the first European agreement, if you're following me, Madam Speaker. We're talking about 16,000 tons of cheese that were going to be allowed into our markets. The mistake on the part of the Liberals was that this agreement to allow cheese in was this, this ability to import cheese in was given to the distributors. So what it did was make the cheese production in Quebec more vulnerable. So 50% of the quota was given to the distributors. And the president of the dairy producers in Quebec said that this made no sense. What it meant was that it was going to harm the dairy sector in Quebec. So there were 3 agreements that were negotiated. And every time the Liberals got involved in the negotiations, it happened on the backs of the dairy industry, on the backs of Canadians. And our businesses have been penalized as a result. Now we're looking forward to seeing the compensation that might come forward. You know, negotiations have to take into account the interests of the country. And when they do, well, you don't end up with these concessions. I have a lot more to say, but my time is running out. And as I said earlier, despite the flaws in this deal, we are going to support it because we think it's important to maintain a relationship with our most important trading partner. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's been interesting. I've been listening to the debate all day on this very important piece of legislation, and it's the first time in which we actually, from what I can recall, where we have all political entities supporting a trade agreement, whether it's the Greens, the Blocs, the NDP, obviously the government that's putting it forward, and the Conservatives. We have stakeholders from across the country, whether it's with union, business, leaders that are also in support of this particular agreement. I would even go back to the author of the original trade agreement, Brian Mulroney, who also supports this agreement. Would the member across the way not acknowledge that through the last couple of years we have seen Canadians from coast to coast to coast come together to provide the feedback that's been necessary in order to get us to this very point today?
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, everyone agreed to support a bad agreement, but it doesn't take into account softwood lumber, for example. I have here a note from the 19th of December. So it's a business, a jewel in our riding, Prévost, that got a very good big contract worth millions of dollars for building cars for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority in New York. This is excellent news. However, in the agreement that was signed, there are no clauses for a public market. So what it does is create uncertainty. So yes, we're going to support this, but we're very far from an agreement that is entirely beneficial for the country. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières.
Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Quebec for his very interesting remarks. I agree with him on supply management. In Quebec, we've seen what the consequences of this. Time after time, Canada has signed deals that has been on the backs of dairy producers in Quebec. But they'd like to hear my colleague speak about what the Bloc Québécois managed to do, and that is on the traceability of aluminum to prevent China from exporting aluminum to Mexico that then will be able to count as aluminum for our sector. You know, we've had billions of dollars worth of investment in aluminum, and I want to know if he thinks that this is a good thing, what we managed to do for the agreement. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for his words. Well, I would say that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You know, the agreement isn't going to be changed. So this traceability is based on good faith, really. So we'll see how it's implemented in the end. And the same thing applies to the agricultural sector. Concessions, rather, have been made on the backs of our agricultural industry. And we're waiting to see what kind of compensation is coming forward.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. One of the biggest losers in the CUSMA is the supply management dairy sector, as he brought up. And along with concessions in CETA and CPTPP, this latest hit means 10% loss of market share for Canadian producers. Could he speak a little bit about whether the Conservatives support supply-managed dairy sector, and if so, why they've supported every assault on the sector over the last 5 years?
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and I would invite her to look at what has been done by the Conservative Party when we were in power. For example, to limit the imports of dairy protein from New Zealand, or to stop illegal entry of cheese, for example, in pizza kits to Canada. So contrary to the Liberals that did nothing with respect to diafiltered milk, the Conservatives doesn't just say that it supports supply management, it actually takes concrete steps to protect it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in the House today to speak to this new NAFTA agreement and the repercussions of this important agreement. And of course, it's always a pleasure and indeed my duty to rise in this place and defend the interests of my constituents and those from across Canada. I first off want to start by thanking all those involved in both sides of the House and to all our neighbors and friends in the United States and Mexico for working on this agreement. As we all know, there was an incredible effort to get a deal on the table, and that is a testament to how everybody understood how important this deal really is. Conservatives are in support of a trade agreement with the United States and with Mexico. It's good for business, and it will provide certainty that all are looking for. And Conservatives, of course, are the party of trade. Our party is responsible for negotiating some of the largest and most important trade agreements in Canadian history. It was also under the previous Conservative government that we signed 40 trade agreements with countries all over the world. And of course, it was under a Conservative government that NAFTA was first created. It was an historic agreement that propelled the Canadian economy into the future and provided unequaled opportunities for Canadian manufacturing, industry, energy, agriculture, and other sectors. The previous Conservative government was very forthcoming with information on the free trade negotiations that were taking place. And of course, the member from Abbotsford and then Minister of International Trade provided many opportunities for parliamentarians to ask questions, to take part in briefings, and to see documents. Unfortunately, we have not seen the same from this Liberal government. They prefer to ask questions, they prefer that we, the opposition, just trust the government and not to worry that they, in their words, got the best deal possible. Over the past few weeks, the Liberal Party, have claimed that it's Conservatives who have delayed the implementation of this new NAFTA deal. Of course, Conservative members standing on the Committee of International Trade sent a letter to the Deputy Prime Minister outlining the concerns the Conservative Party has heard with the new NAFTA deal and to correct the record that outlines how it is in fact the Liberal Party who has been delaying the implementation of this new NAFTA deal. Knowing that the federal election was coming up, Speaker, in October of 2019, Conservatives offered to begin a pre-study on the original trade deal. It was originally called C-100. That happened in May of last year, so that when the government was ready to move on the legislation through the House of Commons, they would all remain and the work would already have been done in committee. But of course, the Liberals declined. When the revised agreement was signed in December 2019, Conservatives offered to come back early from the Christmas break to begin work on that bill. The Liberals declined that as well. The Liberal government waited until January 29, 2020 to introduce the implementation legislation in the House of Commons, even though the revised agreement was signed in December. Speaker, Conservatives moved that legislation through the House of Commons in just 6 sitting days compared to 16 days it took to move the original implementation legislation, as I spoke about before, C-100, through the House of Commons and to committee. The International Trade Committee had approximately 200 requests to appear on that new trade deal. The amount of work to do on the legislation has not changed, and Conservatives consistently offered to commence that work earlier. The Liberals declined. Conservatives ultimately offered to complete clause-by-clause examination by no later than March 5th, under the assumption that the government would not be recalling the House of Commons during the constituency week break to conduct report stage and third reading of Bill C-4. The Liberals declined that too. The Liberals released its economic impact analysis for that trade deal only one day before the International Trade Committee had to conduct its clause-by-clause review. And the first formal briefing that parliamentarians actually received on that new agreement was December 11th, 2019. Canada's Conservatives sought a unanimous consent motion in the House of Commons to speed up the ratification of that new trade deal. The Liberals declined that too. Those are the facts, Speaker. Now, turning to the substance of that agreement. The deal isn't perfect. We've said that many times on this side of the House, and so has some of our other opposition colleagues. There are a number of shortcomings that I'd like to put on record. Speaker, the Liberal government has left our great aluminum industry vulnerable to backdoor imports from China. While steel was protected with rules that steel must be melted and poured by primary steel makers in North America in order to receive preferential tariff treatment, no such provision was added for aluminum. Jean Simard, President and CEO of the Aluminum Association of Canada, said this: the advantage thus conferred to Mexico makes it more or less China's North American backyard to dispose of the products of its overcapacity, thereby generating the gradual relocation of North American transformers to Mexico. The Liberal government also failed to secure a new ISDS, leaving Canadians and their businesses unprotected by unfair laws, tariffs, or trade practices of our partners. This will leave many Canadian industries open to abuse with little or no recourse. In the early 2000s, Speaker, the softwood lumber industry was devastated by unfair trade practices, and it was only because of arbitration panels ruling against the U.S. that we eventually worked out that settlement. The president of the BC Lumber Trade Council said this in a statement: "Having a robust and fair dispute resolution mechanism is absolutely critical to maintaining a rules-based trading system and providing an avenue for Canada and Canadian companies to appeal unwarranted duties," end quote. The CUSMA deal, the new NAFTA, fails to include a fair dispute resolution process. Another huge problem, Speaker, is CUSMA's sunset clause. That sunset clause sets out formal reviews every 6 years and a termination clause in 16 unless it is renegotiated. I, among many other Canadians, would like to know why we are not protecting long-term stability for our Canadian business. Dennis Darby, the chief executive of the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, said that with a 5-year potential sword hanging over your head, I think what it's going to do is cause manufacturers not to invest and be really, really risk adverse, end quote. Speaker, I'd like to have on the record the shortcomings that we see in the dairy section of this agreement. It reduces Canadian dairy producers' access to the U.S. market, at the same time opening the Canadian market to more U.S. milk products. This agreement dictates specific thresholds for Canadian exports of milk protein concentrates, skim milk powder, and infant formula. If export thresholds exceeded, Canada adds duties to the imports in excess to make them more expensive. It also eliminates milk classes 6 and 7, which will affect dairy farmers across Ontario and the country. Mr. Speaker, Pierre Lampron, president of the Dairy Farmers of Canada, said that, quote, "The message sent to our passionate, proud, and quality-conscious farmers and all the people who work in the dairy sector is clear. They are nothing more than a bargaining chip to satisfy President Trump," end quote. I'd like to take a minute to express my concerns with how also the government is handling the coronavirus crisis. When this Liberal government is going to start outlining its plan to Canadians in the case of a possible pandemic, expecting Canadians to stockpile supplies is simply not enough. All Canadians deserve to be reassured that this government is prepared to assist and support those affected by the virus. We need much more vigorous screening processes upon entry, mandatory quarantine for those who do enter from high-risk countries, or potentially stopping incoming and outgoing flights from high-risk areas. The health and safety of all Canadians need to be a top priority, Speaker. Now, Canada's Conservatives have offered repeatedly to expedite the new NAFTA deal in order to reassure swift ratification, but again, at every stage, the Liberals have chosen to play politics. The committee heard from a number of sectors that will be negatively impacted by CUSMA, and it's important that this government is aware of those impacts so that the government can work to mitigate them. And we will know that we, as Conservatives, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, I want to reiterate to my friends on all sides of the House that we do support this piece of legislation. We are the party of trade, and we hope to see that continue. And I see my time is running out, Speaker, so I will wait the questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the government in the last 4+ years has spent a great deal of time and effort dealing with the issue of trade. We have had and achieved signed agreements with the European Union, the Trans-Pacific. We've had agreements signed off with Ukraine. We've had other agreements in terms of the World Trade Organization. These are all things in which have really helped Canada's economy. And I think this is really where it's important, and I would ask for my colleagues' thoughts in terms of just how important trade is to our nation, no matter what region of the country we live in, to recognize the importance of trade. And that's, in fact, what we're debating today, really how important it is that we have this type of legislation that's going to have a positive impact on all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend across the way. I totally agree with him. Trade, and especially in our country, where we produce more than we consume in a number of areas, is so important to how our economy functions. We need to be able to get our product out and access to the world market. But we're seeing some challenges, Speaker, especially in the oil and gas industry. We're seeing it in some of our agricultural products. We have concerns still on aluminum. Softwood lumber still has its problems. Investment in the oil and gas sector is leaving this country by the hundreds of millions of dollars. So although I do agree with my friend across the way, trade is extremely important, and I congratulate this process moving forward. I think it's a good thing. We do have shortcomings in this deal that we have talked about, but also trade is just it's a big piece of the economic puzzle, but unless you have the foundation correct, it's hard to attract investment and therefore increase business and economic capacity within your country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank the member for his words, and I just have a quick question. Certainly, I agree with the idea that this was not a perfect agreement. That I think the NDP can all agree that is not what we'd all hoped for. There are lots in here that we like, but it is not a great agreement. One of the things that was most concerning to me is the way that the negotiations happened. So they were all done behind closed doors. You know, parliamentarians were not invited into that process. Citizens of Canada were not invited into that process. And that's not how, obviously, we would like to see a trade negotiation go forward. What we would like to see is that people are involved, Canadians are involved from the very beginning, not sort of given a fait accompli at the end. Could you just talk a little bit about whether or not a conservative government would potentially also ensure that Canadians and parliamentarians were involved in the process right off the bat?
Well, I'm not going to respond to that. However, I do want to remind the member that she's to address the questions directly to the Speaker, to the member through the Speaker. The honourable member for Haliburton, Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona for that question. I don't mean to turn my back on you or her, but I will speak to the face of the Speaker. Yes, in previous trade deals, I think if you just look back in time, I think many on all sides of the aisle who were here in this place at the time would recognize that the former Minister of International Trade, the member from Abbotsford, regularly opened up his office to members of all parties who had questions or wanted to see documents. And I do agree with my colleague that much of this deal was done in secret. Opposition parties had very difficult time trying to access any kind of information. And we as parliamentarians, this is our job. Our job is to analyze legislation, and we're given it almost, I know I had to find it on the U.S. government site, any text of this piece of legislation. So absolutely, the Conservatives do support that in terms of ensuring that information is out. And I think our record speaks in the past. I think the member from Abbotsford did just that when he was negotiating trade deals.
Reprise de débat, the resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Cumberland Colchester. Also, it is with great pleasure to rise in the House today in support of Bill C-4, the implementing legislation for Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, otherwise known as CUSMA. This agreement brings about the continued economic benefit to all parties and secures economic development and job opportunities by maintaining a number of things: economic security, investment confidence, retaining the existing access, as well as maintaining our dispute resolution. The agreement provides key outcomes for Canadian businesses, workers, and communities in areas such as labor, environment, automotive trade, dispute resolution, culture, energy, agriculture and agri-food, and importantly, CUSMA also includes language on gender and Indigenous peoples' rights. The new and modernized agreement includes Canada's most ambitious environmental chapter to date, Madam Speaker, completed by a new environmental cooperation agreement. The environment chapter of the new NAFTA introduces key measures, such as introducing a new enforceable chapter on the environment that replaces separate side agreement. It provides assurance to workers and businesses by ensuring that all three state parties are held to account. It makes dispute resolution more accessible by reducing the burden of proof for the compliant, and clarifying the relationship between the new trade agreement and domestic or multilateral environment agreements. Moreover, the amendments agreed to in December of last year strengthened the Act dispute settlement provision to make a good deal, Madam Speaker, even better, and ensure that the robust obligation on environment will be fully enforceable. It's the Government of Canada's priority to ensure that Canada's trade agreements not only advance our commercial interests, but also bring real benefits to all Canadian stakeholders. The environmental provisions supports Canadian businesses by ensuring that trading partners enforce their environmental laws so that all parties could operate on a level playing field. When NAFTA came into effect in 1994, it was the first free trade agreement to link the environment and trade to a comprehensive agreement. Naturally, this agreement was then called North American Agreement on Environment and Cooperation. Over the past quarter century, officials and experts from all three countries have carried out cooperative projects through this agreement. By doing this, we've enhanced our shared capacity to address environmental challenges. Continuing with this tradition, the new NAFTA, or CUSMA, integrates comprehensive and ambitious environmental provisions directly into a dedicated environment chapter within the agreement, which is subject to provisions on dispute settlement, which was not there before. The new NAFTA preserved the core obligation on environmental governance that were present in the original agreement. This includes commitment to pursue and maintain environmental stewardship, effectively enforce environmental laws, and promote transparency, accountability, and public participation. These measures reflect the importance we place on ensuring that open trade and environment conservation go hand in hand. The new environment chapter includes commitments that goes beyond what the original Environment Cooperation Agreement envisioned. State parties are no longer permitted to ignore environmental law to attract trade or investment, and must also ensure that proper environmental impact assessment are carried out for projects with potential risk to the environment. The new NAFTA creates new commitments on a wide range of global environmental issues such as illegal wildlife trade and illegal logging, management of fisheries, protection of marine environment and the ozone layer, sustainable forestry, and conservation of biological diversity and species at risk. It also includes a new commitment aimed at strengthening the relationship between trade and environment, including the promotion of trade in environmental goods and services, responsible business conduct, and voluntary mechanism to enhance environmental performance. For the first time in free trade agreement, Madam Speaker, the new NAFTA includes articles on air quality and marine litter. It includes binding commitment prohibiting the practice of shark finning. It also recognized the important role that Indigenous people are playing in the ongoing stewardship of our environment, sustainable fisheries and forestry management, and biodiversity conservation. This agreement also provides for an environmental consultation mechanism. Should the state parties fail to resolve an environmental matter in a cooperative manner through various levels of consultation, including consultation at the ministerial level, the complaint may seek recourse to broader formal dispute settlement. Additionally, trade sanctions may be imposed by an independent review panel if needed to ensure compliance with the environmental obligation. Although the core obligation on environmental governance apply only to federal legislation, commitments in other areas of the agreement, such as conservation and fisheries, apply to not only the federal but also provincial levels. Madam Speaker, I mentioned earlier that new NAFTA continues enhanced provision to ensure enforceability. In December of 2019, Canada, the United States, and Mexico agreed to update certain elements of the agreement, including stronger environmental obligation. For example, the state parties have committed to doing their part to implement multilateral environmental agreements which have been ratified domestically. The new NAFTA also provides better clarity on its relationship to these to these other environmental agreements. Canada, the United States, and Mexico have negotiated a parallel environment cooperation agreement that ensures a continuation of a trilateral cooperation, ministerial-level dialogue between parties, and public engagement. The Commission of Environment Cooperation will continue to operate with the support of a secretariat based in Montreal, a ministerial council that will continue to meet on an annual basis, and joint public advisory committee. The Environmental Cooperation Agreement also allows the three countries to establish a work program in which they can develop cooperative activities on a broad range of issues. These issues include strengthening environmental governance, reducing pollution, and supporting strong, low-emission, resilient economies, conserving and protecting biodiversity and habitats, supporting green growth and sustainable development, and promoting the sustainable management and use of natural resources. Furthermore, through Joint Public Advisory Committee, representatives from each country will continue to ensure active public participation and transparency in actions of the Commission. These committee memberships will be diverse and gender balanced and will reflect all segments of society by including representatives of non-governmental organizations, academia, the private sector, Indigenous people, private citizens, and youth. These measures highlight the importance of honoring our role as environmental stewards and upholding multilateral environmental standards. The issue of environmental conservation is one of the utmost important to the residents of my riding of Richmond Hill. While I was knocking on door last summer, residents after residents raised the issue of environmental action and the compliance as something that our government should prioritize. In fact, concern over environment was second only to affordability as a key voter issue. In response to this feedback, my team and I have collaborated with environmental stakeholders and community groups such as Blue Dot and Drawdown, and have held town halls to encourage public participation and give residents the opportunity to comment on how we can improve the government program and services. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to bringing Canadian goods and services to international market while maintaining our highest standards of environment conservation and stewardship. We know it's possible, and we have responsibility to do both at the same time. Under the new NAFTA and the Parallel Environment Cooperation Agreement, Canada, United States, and Mexico have come together to ensure we are protecting our shared environment now and for future generations. I encourage all members of this House to support this bill so we can move into the implementation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the presentation, member across the way. Sorry about that. A couple of questions around the environment and the transboundary access for water control. You said there was many things debated or many things established around the environment. So how do we control the air that goes across the border? How do we control the water that goes across the border, or transboundary water bodies like the Great Lakes? Is any of those agreements, how are they tied up in this new CUSMA agreement?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you for the question to you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member across. This is why this is a bill, and this is a program that has brought three countries and has brought the experts from all the three countries working to various committees, working together to make sure that elements such as water, air, where it crosses border is taken into account. This, in my point of view, this is no different than the extended supply chain when we deal with NAFTA or with CUSMA throughout the three jurisdiction states. Our supply chain is integrated, and this bill and this agreement preserved our access. Therefore, water and air could be considered as an extended supply chains of cleaner air, cleaner water, and cleaner environment. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The
honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Here's my question. I like to act upstream. I understand that there are measures in the new agreement that affect the environment. Nevertheless, I'm wondering, in terms of prevention, are there sections that state whether if Mexico or the U.S. or the Canada don't respect the environment, that there will be consequences if they don't do so?
Richmond Hill.
Thank you to the Honourable Member, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the great question. And this is one of the areas that we are so proud. Our dispute mechanism remained intact, and it is through that dispute mechanism, if that these commitments have not been met, we have a venue to be able to bring that into the forefront and have a discussion. Also, I talked about the parallel agreement that's been reached, and how now the complainant have the opportunity to use the dispute mechanism that's already put in place and is legislated to be able to use to address the issue. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much to the member for Richmond Hill. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to ask the member through you, as I'm learning to do, when the NDP called on the government to wait to ratify the first version of CUSMA so that the Democrats could improve it, Minister Freeland said, Mr. Speaker, what the NDP needs to understand is that reopening this agreement would be like opening Pandora's box. It would be naive for the NDP to believe that Canadians would benefit from reopening this agreement. Yet the Liberals are now very, very keen to brag about the improvements made by the U.S. Democrats. Why should Canadians believe the Liberals had anything to do with the changes that increase protections for workers and guard against higher drug prices?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the honourable member. Remember, this is a collaborative process, and better is always possible. And when there is an opportunity for amendments to come forward that meets the need of all three parties and enhances, it is our responsibility to be able to listen and incorporate. And in that case, we did listen and we incorporated, and now we have the support of our government, and I'm hoping that the members across all members across the aisle will be in a position to be able to support it, and hopefully some of those concerns leaves room also for opportunity for us to be able to address in the next round that we are going to address. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I'd like to inform the House that the questions be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Cooney, Natural Resources, and the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona, International Trade. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to have the opportunity to speak to the new NAFTA agreement for the second time in this House. I'd like to discuss the benefits that the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement will bring to all Canadians. Guided by Canada's inclusive approach to trade, we've worked very hard from the beginning of negotiations to secure outcomes that will advance the interests of the Canadian middle class, small and medium-sized enterprises, women, Indigenous peoples, and also to protect our most vulnerable residents. Historically, Canada has always been a trading nation. Canadian exports account for nearly 1/3 of our GDP, and imports help meet the needs of both Canadian businesses and consumers, providing both variety in consumer products and important inputs for industry. Canada has productive trading relationships with much of the world, and our government is working hard to support such trade diversification and have new and expanding markets. However, the United States is still our closest and largest trading partner, and the vast majority of goods that cross our common border do so tariff-free. Every day, $2.7 billion of trade and roughly 385,000 people cross the border between Canada and the United States. This exchange of goods, services, and investment supports Canadian jobs, businesses, and Canadian communities. Our close relationship underpins the prosperity of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Our focus from the outset of negotiations was to preserve middle-class jobs and foster economic growth. Small and medium-sized businesses, or SMEs, are the backbone of the Canadian economy, employing nearly 10.7 million Canadians in 2018, and this represents about 90% of the private sector labor force. Among Canadian firms that exported goods to the United States, 96.2% were small and medium-sized businesses, which together accounted for over $145 billion in exports. Among these that exported goods to Mexico during the same year, just over 88% were small and medium-sized firms, which accounted for a total value of $2.6 billion in exports and state-owned enterprises. So this means that the new NAFTA preserves Canada's tariff-free access to our most important market. This is vital for our SMEs that rely on North America's integrated supply chains and its almost 490 million customers. By preserving this important tariff-free access, the agreement provides predictability and stability for those nearly 10.7 million Canadians employed by SMEs who depend on trade. This enables SMEs to continue to strive and to contribute to the Canadian economy and communities right across this country. The agreement also preserves the NAFTA bi-nation panel dispute settlement mechanism that retains our access to an independent and impartial process to challenge anti-dumping and countervailing duties. This has been particularly important to Canadian companies producing softwood, lumber products for export to the United States, and the 187,000 workers in the forestry sector. And as somebody from Nova Scotia and from the northern region of Nova Scotia, this affects my riding, Madam Speaker. While softwood lumber continues to benefit from duty-free treatment under the new NAFTA, we recognize there's a long history of the U.S. industry bringing forward anti-dumping and countervailing duty investigations against Canadian softwood lumber products. So our success in maintaining the dispute settlement mechanism means that Canada can continue to bring challenges against any unwarranted or unfair duties in order to seek their removal and the reimbursement to Canadian exporters of duties that have been paid. I'm very glad to also see this new agreement preserves the general exception for our cultural industries, which employ over 665,000 people across the country. Our creative economy is so important, Madam Speaker, going forward with the green economy and the knowledge-based economy of the 21st century, and in helping us to create content that will be seen all around the world and really show off our country. Our success in maintaining the dispute settlement mechanism means that we can continue to challenge any of these unwarranted examples and challenges to our cultural industries as well. And they are integral to our linguistic and cultural identity, and they ensure our capacity as Canadians to be able to tell our own stories. One of Canada's goals is to better reflect the trade interests of Indigenous peoples in trade negotiations. To that end, the Government of Canada undertook extensive engagement with Indigenous leaders, representatives, Indigenous-owned businesses, and policy experts to better understand their trade interests and seek input on priorities for the negotiations. We've also retained policy flexibility to provide preferential treatment to Indigenous peoples and Indigenous-owned businesses, including in the areas of services, investment, government procurement, environment, and state-owned enterprises. This means that Canada will maintain its ability to create procurement programs that support small and minority-owned businesses, including Indigenous-owned businesses. Madam Speaker, the new agreement will support all Canadian businesses, including SMEs, by ensuring continued access to the U.S. and Mexican markets. It will update the rules of trade within North America, making it easier for Canadian companies to do business, including through streamlined customs and origin procedures and greater transparency in government regulations in a wide range of sectors. For instance, new customs and trade facilitation measures will make it easier for companies to move goods across the border, including by reducing paper processes and providing a single portal to submit import documentation electronically. SMEs stand to benefit to a greater extent from such measures, as they may not have had the same resources as larger firms, and they have to address challenges when operating across borders. Improvements made on dispute settlement, including labor rights, will also be very important for our SMEs, as it will help ensure effective implementation of the agreement and a more level playing field. This way, SMEs may find themselves to be more competitive and have market opportunities that were not accessible to them under NAFTA. The new NAFTA also includes a chapter on SMEs that will foster cooperation among the parties in order to increase trade and investment opportunities. This includes capacity building and promotion activities to support SMEs owned by underrepresented groups. And the agreement recognizes that these groups may benefit from strengthened collaboration on SME promotion activities designed to increase their participation in international trade. Madam Speaker, the agreement includes requirements to make information available for SMEs that's specifically tailored for their interests, including information on entrepreneurship, education programs for youth and underrepresented groups, as well as information on obligations in the agreement that are particularly relevant to SMEs. The agreement establishes an annual trilateral dialogue, which provides SMEs with an opportunity to collaborate in addressing any issue that could impact them in the future. And the dialogue enables participation of representatives from private sector employees, non-government organizations, unions, and other experts, thus ensuring a diversity of perspectives, which is so important on issues related to the agreement that are relevant to SMEs. By doing so, the new NAFTA will give a voice to Canadian SMEs and facilitate discussions on issues that matter to them. So let me conclude, Madam Speaker, by highlighting once again, we worked very hard to ensure that this new agreement will be of benefit to all Canadians, including Canadian middle-class workers, small and medium-sized enterprises, and also traditionally underrepresented groups such as women and Indigenous peoples. I'm proud to say that we've achieved our objective. We've made important progress towards elevating standards and benefits for all Canadians, and for that I am grateful. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci. Walalan.
Thank you.
Questions and comments? For Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party will be supporting this bill, but we're quite, well, I'm anticipating that we will be supporting this bill. Yeah, I am. I will be. Okay. Well, we'll see. Okay, but we will say one thing is that just a lot of concern with the dithering of the Liberal government. We're basically taken to the cleaners. This was never meant to be. The U.S. was never really focused upon Canada. It was focused upon Mexico, and we could have had a deal that was a lot more beneficial to Canadian interests than what has been signed. So I know the member opposite talked about softwood lumber. In the Maritimes, well, this has proven to be a disaster in British Columbia. And with mills been closing down all throughout the province, including my community of Maple Ridge, which a mill of 100 years old, actually, which is still very modern, has closed down. So my question is, I know this deal is better than no deal, but would she just acknowledge that we could have done a lot better than what it actually turned out, which is what the U.S. Congress said Congress people say.
To allow for other questions, I'm sorry. So as I'm giving members signs, I think they should take note of those signs and maybe pose their questions when they see that I'm telling them to hurry up. So the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to say to the member opposite from Maple Ridge, I feel his pain regarding mills closing. In Nova Scotia, we also have had several mills close over the last 10 years for various reasons. And it's never easy. It's very difficult for the workers. It's very difficult for union workers. And I believe, though, that it does not necessarily have anything to do with this particular deal. It has to do with the changing times and with businesses, oftentimes American businesses operating in Canada, going out of business. One of the things I do want to say to the member is I believe that this government did the very best that they could under trying circumstances, being forced into having to do a new NAFTA in the first place. And I have to take my hat off to our Deputy Premier for her hard work on this. And sorry, Deputy Prime Minister. I'm used to being in Nova Scotia in the legislature. And I take my hat off to her for her hard work on this file. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Albany.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech, and I just want to go back to what she just talked about around the Deputy Prime Minister and her approach to this trade deal, because they're saying this is the best we can get despite the circumstances. And when this deal first got entered into negotiations, they were happy with the original NAFTA, and then they didn't want to renegotiate. They wanted the original deal. And then the first version of CUSMA was the best deal we could get. Then, Madam Speaker, the latest version is now the best deal we can get. Canadians are wondering, how their government, how hard they drove in terms of getting a good deal for Canadians at the negotiating table when the government's been satisfied every step of the way. And Madam Speaker, this is where people from BC, and my honourable colleague just spoke to it, and the softwood lumber agreement. Is this how we're taking our approach? This is the best we can do? Mills are closing, people are out of work, and the government needs to take a better and more stronger approach when it comes to these trade deals.
Our member for Cumberland Colchester has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite from the New Democratic Party for his comments. I have to say, as a former New Democrat, we know what it's like to be at the negotiating table. And you have to do the best that you can no matter what you have and what is being offered you. So, of course, you're going to say it's the best deal you can get. That's just part of the trading deals that we do. But I have to also say, I have to remind people that pulp mills have been closing for the past 10 years. On one day, the day that Jack Layton died, we had 2 pulp mills close in Nova Scotia. And it was one of the most difficult days for our New Democrat government ever. We had to deal with Jack Layton's death and the closure of 2 pulp mills, and that was back several years ago, long before this trade deal was ever a twinkling in Donald Trump's eye. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, here we are. After several weeks following the introduction of Bill C-4, which deals with the implementation of the Canada-US-Mexico Agreement, and it's becoming increasingly clear that this agreement between the United States, Mexico, and Canada has serious consequences for the economies of Canada and Quebec. Quite simply, this agreement will lead to a decrease in our exports to the United States and an increase in our imports from our neighbours to the south. The United States will have succeeded in reducing Canada's industrial activity and moving it to their cities and towns. C.D. Howe's most recent study estimates a loss in Canadian GDP to $14 billion. That is very worrisome. Canadian agriculture, particularly in Quebec, will be one of the sectors of the economy most affected by this agreement. It will experience a significant decrease in its market share at the expense of the United States. And what about all the other commercial and to the benefit, rather? And what about all the other commercial and legal advantages in terms of copyright, data protection, trademarks that the United States won? I even heard Canada's chief negotiator for CUSMA say that the government of Canada negotiated with the United States without any study on the impacts of their decisions. Now, usually when you're in a process like this, you do it over a few years. You invite, for example, members, Canadians, to consider studies, to have an opportunity to consider options, but this was simply imposed by the United States. Furthermore, following the agreement, the government accelerated the process of studying Bill C-4. The then majority Liberal government turned down all requests from the House of Commons to examine the ins and outs of Bill C-4 and the implementation. That was last May. And since then, there was an election, and we could have come back sooner. We could have come back to speak about this earlier. We could have done it in December. We could have done it in January. We could have done this in March or even last week. We could have taken the time to consider this in a fulsome manner. Fortunately, at least because the Liberals are now a minority government, the tone has changed. So we have an opportunity to look at the impact. The Bloc Québécois insisted, because the Rush was hiding certain things, so it insisted and succeeded in making the Liberal government aware of the impact on Quebec of its decisions and actions. And it's fortunate that the Bloc Québécois was able to intervene in an intelligent manner to make this agreement less unfavorable to Quebec. If it hadn't done this, the Liberal government would have brought Quebec's aluminum industry, which is the cleanest in the world, to a standstill. As a result of CUSMA, more than $6 billion in investment has disappeared from Quebec's aluminum industry. The Bloc Québécois managed to save the day. Negotiations with the Liberal Party on Bill C-4 show us once again how important the Bloc Québécois is in Ottawa. However, I deplore the fact that CUSMA contains nothing for the softwood lumber crisis. Once again, the U.S. is dictating the market. And there are also impacts on rural life. In Quebec, more than 2 million people live in rural areas. That's 18% of Quebecers who live in a village like Saint-André-de-Kamouraska or a small urban community like Macamic. More than 40% of farm cash receipts in rural Quebec comes from dairy producers. Weakening supply management has a direct impact on the economic and social life of rural Quebec and its regions. Last weekend, I was at the convention on agricultural succession in my region, and I had an opportunity to speak with several producers. They are very, very worried about this. They need stability and predictability. And under CUSMA, like previous agreements, Canada has let Quebec dairy producers down. Most dairy farms in Canada are in Quebec. CUSMA concedes more than 3% of our dairy market, which is equivalent to an annual loss of about $150 million per year. That's $150 million less in income for the 2 million who live in rural areas every year. So that's an actual weakening of our agricultural world, which is at the very heart of the vitality of our villages. So I want to hear about direct compensation for these people. That is why the Bloc Québécois, dairy producers and farmers in general are calling for direct support to offset the losses, starting with the next budget so soon, in order to avoid undermining the economic vitality of rural areas. We need a strong middle class in rural areas. Canada seems to be ignoring this. Agricultural life, supply management, these are job creators and investment that contributes to the existence of a strong middle class in rural Quebec. Fortunately, a few days ago, the Bloc Québécois introduced a bill to protect supply management in Quebec in the event of future trade negotiations. Thanks to this bill, the federal government will not be able to make commitments through treaties or international trade agreements that would have the effect of weakening Quebec's supply management. Our farmers and producers will finally be entitled to the protection they deserve in order to face the free trade policies that are in effect around the world. We have to stop circumventing supply management, Madam Speaker. The bill is essential, and I invite all my colleagues in the House of Commons to support the bill. Because in addition to being easy prey of negotiations, supply management is also the victim of ploys to get around it. It's no longer a secret that the United States have been using milk protein for years to get around supply management. It used to be to sell their surpluses on the Canadian market at prices that were lower than those being asked for by our producers. And now it's being used as a weapon to destroy supply management. Under the latest agreement, the U.S. has literally put the Canadian dairy solids industry under U.S. supervision. Washington could limit the amount of protein our producers are allowed to sell to the rest of the world. And so the Americans could actually drive Quebec out of world markets. That's a direct attack on our sovereignty. Concretely, our producers could end up with huge surpluses, and those surpluses would undermine our system and jeopardize our family farm model. Worse still, CUSMA also requires consultation with the United States on any changes to Canada's administration of the dairy supply management system. So this is forcing a Canadian industry to consult with its direct competitor in another country on any future administrative changes it may make domestically. And that calls into question its sovereignty. That is why the Bloc Québécois recommends that Bill C-4 be accompanied by these measures, that producers under supply management and processors be fully compensated for their losses in CETA, the PCTPP, and CUSMA, and that a signal to that effect be given in the next budget. That import permits resulting from supply management loopholes be given in priority to processors, and that give priority rather to processors be given to producers. That before ratifying, the government consider the fact that if the agreement comes into effect before August 1st, 2020, the export quotas for milk protein for 2020-2021 will be 35,000 tons rather than 55 if the agreement comes into effect after August 1st. And that the government establish a permanent table with producers and processors to ensure that the implementation of these export tariff quotas is done in the least harmful way possible for the dairy sector. I was talking about the importance of income stability. There's going to be a huge impact on succession. Obviously, the succession has access to lands through loans and guarantees. So this has a huge impact, and I think the impact has been underestimated. It's being felt in Quebec's regions and villages. And it's obvious that this will have a considerable impact in Quebec. The most recent deals that were accepted by Ottawa have only created uncertainty in villages in Quebec, especially for entrepreneurs. Obviously, that CUSMA will have a huge impact on investment in dairy production and in processing, as well as leading to job losses in towns and villages. The impact on agricultural producers is not just for dairy producers, but also for veterinarians, equipment manufacturers, equipment dealers, truckers, feed suppliers. And these financial losses will affect other SMEs and their survival in villages. And social development in villages will be impacted. There might be a loss of services and schools. I invite any of my colleagues in this House to visit the riding of Abitibi-Témiscamingue to understand what the impact of a school closure can be, even the closure of a single retail store. Is it possible, in order to reduce the impact of all this, especially the impact on rural Quebec, that Ottawa might finally give in to Quebec's demand that Quebecers be in charge of their regional development? In the wake of these catastrophic results for rural Quebec, federal programs have to be adapted to the rural regions of Quebec, rather than just wall-to-wall pan-Canadian programs designed in Ottawa. If Ottawa cannot protect and develop rural Quebec, if Ottawa does not care about Quebec's region, then let Quebec manage these programs in a way that is structuring and that is a win for Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have to disagree. We have a Minister for Regional Development in Quebec, separate from the rest of the country, who's doing an excellent job, and all sorts of projects are being approved. The member mentioned about the quota approach on milk protein. That's true, but the quota is far above what we're producing now, so it's not going to have any immediate effect. He also talked about losses of investment in aluminum, and those decisions were made before the CUSMA decision, the final agreement was made. And he also mentioned one study, but there has been tons of studies that shows the benefit, the increased in benefit, and if we had not had this agreement. For instance, the RBC said there would be a dramatic reduction in the GDP in Canada of 1%, affecting 500,000 workers. And the Scotiabank said the Canada economy would stand a strong chance of falling into recession without this. So my question is that there's $57 billion worth of exports from manufacturers in Quebec, great businesses. This protects them. And cultural exemption, it protects 75,000 Quebec workers in culture. If the member agrees, those are benefits.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madam Speaker, I do not agree with what my colleague has just said, that there's no impact, especially on our producers. in signing this deal that has a catastrophic effect on our producers. On the 1st of August, the year for the dairy producers begin, and our production is about 110,000 tons. If the deal comes into effect before the 1st of August, then in that year they'll be able to export 55,000 tons. But if it is brought forward, they'll only have 1 month to be able to sell that. No, rather, I was speaking about 35,000 tons, Madam Speaker. This has to be managed responsibly. We have to debate this properly, and we have to be able to save as much as we can of the industry.
For Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member listed few concerning areas in the CUSMA document, and that they're very concerning actually on the Canadian stage, of course, and of course for Quebec too. So why this government...
Just 1 second, there seems to be a problem with interpretation. Est-ce que ça fonctionne maintenant?
Is the interpretation working? Yes.
Manning?
From Quebec, from the Bloc Québécois, listed few areas of concern in the document, in the CUSMA agreement. And I would appreciate if he can restate those and talk about them, and also if he can explain why the government have failed to bring good agreement to Canada and Canadians, and what could have been done better to have a better agreement.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his very good question. Well, there are many things that were left out. And why did we end up like this? Well, because they botched it. They botched the deal. They were in a rush. Were they afraid of the Americans? I'm not sure. There was another member in our region who spoke about this fear of Americans. The Bloc Québécois was able to act, to find a solution. In other words, to have to control over aluminum, so have real-time data monitoring. This mechanism will help ensure that there's no dumping on the part of Mexicans. And we want to make sure, once we've had this real-time data, we want to make sure that this aluminum is not used, and that it's aluminum that is melted and poured here that will be used. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, today I would like to talk about two aspects of CUSMA, and you'll probably hear some things that were raised by my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. So I'm going to start about the latest developments and the excellent work of our party to obtain things that seemed improbable at first. And then I also want to talk about the historic juncture. I want to talk about the historical context, what actually set the stage in trade negotiations for over 50 years, and what we have to look at now in terms of circumstances. So I'd like, first of all, to applaud the work of the members for Lac-Saint-Jean and Jonquière, and also the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for his work in the Parliamentary Committee on the same topic. Each and every one of them supported by our Libre. The member for Belleuil-Chambly managed to get the right balance. They managed to unite with other stakeholders, unions, mayors. This was a vital industry in their regions. The Bloc Québécois keeps its word. We are here to protect and support the interests of Quebec and its economy. Madam Speaker, since December, we have not let our guard down. Resilience is important, and we saw that over the past few months. And now I must acknowledge that the government did commit at two levels. First, getting real-time data on imports of aluminum to Mexico. That, in other words, traceability measures. Second, if it is shown that Mexico is importing aluminum from abroad then the government is committed to coming back and making sure that the melted and poured clause in North America applies to aluminum like it does to steel. So actually, when it did this, in doing this, the government acknowledged that there was no equivalent protection for aluminum as there was for steel. Allow me to recall that in this new deal, only Canada is made more vulnerable to this type of dumping. Usually, free trade agreements prohibit dumping, and unfair competition is what results from that. The success of free trade agreements depends on mutual gains in negotiating. Our leader and the member for Belleuil-Chambly was able to strike the right balance, and he was able to obtain collaboration of the Deputy Prime Minister in order to protect the economic interests of Quebecers and thousands of workers on the North Shore and in Lac-Saint-Jean. I was talking about the historic circumstances earlier on, and I'd like to talk about it a little more and go back to the past. The economic sovereignty of both Canada and the United States was transformed during the second half of the 20th century. At first, we had the General Agreement on Tariffs. It was called GATT, where the United States had control over outcomes of trade disputes. And the context was this. There was an energy crisis in the late 1970s, and there was that very difficult recession in the early 1980s. And what this meant that there was an opening of the door to years of very cautious trading relationships. There was the implementation of the FTA in 1989, and that was a very delicate process. At the time, it was bilateral relations and interpersonal relationships that were the hallmarks of those negotiations. But at the time, Quebec economists were in favor of this trade. Like the Bloc Québécois today, Madam Speaker, two great economists, two great men, Jacques Parizeau and Bernard Landry, knew that an agreement like that would be beneficial for Quebec and its economy.
In this initial agreement, Ottawa, Washington, and Quebec were all poised to make gains. Mexico completed this free trade trio less than 2 years later. Under NAFTA, Quebec quickly reaped the benefits of its economic dynamism, and despite the virtual disappearance of its manufacturing industry, the growing openness of the 21st century world's markets allowed the development of leading-edge industry. New context. We have collectively moved forward in an increasingly globalized world with growing trade and so much more. Madam Speaker, allow me to highlight 2 points that I must mention. They are both elements from the past, and they speak eloquently to the arguments that our caucus has been raising for several weeks now. During all the years when the Bloc had significant representation in this House, successive governments were forced to take Quebec's expectations and needs into account. No fewer than 16 trade agreements were negotiated and concluded without ever yielding a single loophole in supply management. In 2011 and 2015, with reduced Bloc Québécois representation, Canada concluded 3 free trade agreements. 3 agreements, 3 major loopholes with Europe and the Asia-Pacific zone and CUSMA. Less Bloc, less consideration for Quebec. Asking the question is to answer it. CUSMA arrived with the Trump administration, and of course, we had a new context to deal with, and not just any old context. Based on 3 treaties that seriously erode supply management, Canada has taken the following path: that of weakening its sovereignty due to our neighbor from the south. Yes, you heard me, it's sovereignty. You'll agree with me that for the Bloc Québécois, ceding sovereignty to any other nation really runs against our nature. Finally, CUSMA gives Americans a right of review over dairy proteins that Canada could export outside of the territory of North America. This is an unprecedented provision in a non-colonial context. This provision could have a disastrous, disruptive effect on the dairy industry. And why is this about sovereignty? Because it means leaving decisions that belong to us in the hands of a whole other state. In other words, the United States have acquired a right of review over Canada's relationship with the rest of the world. In Quebec, we believe it's important to respect our dairy producers and agricultural community. With CUSMA, Canada is doing a hat trick with 3 agreements that erode Quebec's proven trade model. The truth is that without a strong Bloc Québécois presence, the Canadian government doesn't take Quebec into account. The historical context we are heading towards now is global. It affects our entire planet. Every economy in the world needs to be concerned about it. What am I talking about? The climate imperative. This has to push us above mere trade concerns. And we have to ask questions. By intensifying our economic integration, will we be able to meet this new context positively? Will we have what it takes, what we need to take responsibility for climate issues? Is it possible to reconcile economic prosperity with respect for the environment? If so, how? Regional vitality and economic openness, can we reconcile the two? For the last 2 questions, I would say that Quebec's aluminum industry speaks for itself, and its development has the potential to inspire other countries. Madam Speaker, we are asking this government to be trustworthy in what comes next. That is to say, to rigorously follow up on its commitments affecting the 2 measures related to the aluminum industry and to fully respect its commitments. Furthermore, we're asking this government to consider possible requests for adjustments when it comes to Quebec's dairy industry, which is very important. And this is not out of the ordinary. It should be remembered that the industry doesn't have to wait 10 years to do this, and at least 16 times in 15 years that NAFTA was in effect, such procedures were possible. We also ask that the government accept Bill C-216 on supply management and give it all the consideration that it deserves, that Quebec deserves, and that its agricultural economy deserves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the very thoughtful speech and the cooperation of the Bloc related to this. And I think it's good what the Bloc has added related to aluminum. Everyone was always worried about dumping from China into Mexico, and so that's beneficial. Although the member mentioned only Canada was at risk, but that's not true. Nothing has changed with this agreement related to the risk, but the benefits for aluminum. For over and above that, the major benefits are related a 62.5% to 75% regional value content, 70% aluminum purchased by automakers must be North American, 7%. 7 of the core products must have 75% regional value, and the conditions on aluminum can be changed at any time. And my question is, that I know the Bloc, I think, is very sensitive to the environment and to labor and to women's rights and to cultural preservation. And this agreement has clauses related to all of those. And I'd just like to, if the member agrees that the benefits for those are good to have in the agreement.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say that I'll make a connection with the American government's requests. It had an ask when it had to supply management to get in there because essentially they wanted to protect the Minnesota dairy industry mostly, where many of its voters, much of its base is located. And on that, it succeeded. That's 1 for 1. The second aspect, which is a little more controversial in our opinion, has to do with China. The American government absolutely wanted to control China. And what did it do in the free trade agreement? It said that if ever Canada had an agreement with China, the American government would have to be able to review it. That's sovereignty. Between you and I'll say that we don't want an agreement with China, not with a country where human rights are constantly undermined, not in a country where they've taken the Uyghur population and turned them into forced labor and manufacture products so that we can live here and use the objects from that manufacturing. We don't agree with that, but I will say that these are two aspects that the American government insisted on, and they got it. When it came to culture, I wasn't at the negotiating table. Well, as far as I'm concerned, they weren't interested. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take up the words of my colleague. It's true that she wasn't at the negotiating table. It's the Liberal government that was. These negotiations happened well before the October 22nd election in 2019. How can the Bloc Québécois credit itself for gains in an agreement that was negotiated last year if the Bloc Québécois managed to negotiate with President Trump new agreements with Canada? I think that that is a red herring. How could she have changed any lines in the free trade agreement with President Trump? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The Bloc Québécois didn't negotiate with President Trump. What we did, however, was we established an agreement with the Deputy Prime Minister who accepted our arguments. I would like to remind my dear colleague that I don't know how many questions the Bloc Québécois asked in the House in order to insist on the recognition that aluminum could go from China, be minimally processed in Mexico, and look like aluminum that was made here. The government refused for I don't know how many weeks to recognize that aluminum didn't have the same protections as steel did. Even Jean Simard, who was at the head of the aluminum industry, he finally recognized at committee that aluminum did not have the same protections as steel. And that's what the Bloc Québécois did through questions, through interventions, because we were insistent, because we wanted to protect our people.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council of Canada and to the House Leader of the Government of Canada.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's always a pleasure to be able to address the floor of the House of Commons here. And today is really quite a special day. In fact, back on February the 28th, I was hoping to be able to give a speech of a very similar nature when I stood in my place on behalf of the government and had asked for leave, in fact, back on February the 28th to see if, in fact, we could be debating this very important piece of legislation that we have before us today. In fact, Madam Speaker, I think it's important for us to recognize that inside the House, very best of my knowledge, is the very first time where we actually have unanimous support from all political entities inside the House of Commons. We have the Conservatives, the New Democrats, the Bloc, and the Green Party members, along with, of course, the government, supporting excellent, what I would suggest to you, an excellent deal, Madam Speaker. I've been here all day listening to comments, and you know, it's interesting. The Conservatives say, well, what about this and what about that? What about this? You know, the Bloc will say the same thing. Well, what about this and that? And you listen to my New Democratic friends, and they'll also point out, you know, that there's things that are missing within the trade agreement. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that this agreement is a win for Canadians. And, you know, at the end of the day, when you talk about negotiation...
Order. I do want to remind members there will be an opportunity for not 5, but 10 minutes of questions and comments. So I would ask members to start jotting down their ideas, their questions, so that they can be prepared for that important round. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when you go and you sit around a negotiation table, it's not like you get the opportunity to sit there and say, okay, here's my list, here's the Conservative list, the NDP, the Bloc, this is everything that we want, and then to expect the United States and Mexico to say, okay, no problem, you got it. That's not the way negotiations work, Madam Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, we achieved a deal that's in the best interest of Canadians in all regions of our country. And I would point members opposite to the fact that over the last couple of years, we have had a significant amount of discussion and debate inside the chamber, but equally as important, outside of the chamber, dealing with a wide spectrum of individuals, different types of stakeholders, different levels of government, different groupings, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker, in order to ultimately pull it all together so that we have today an agreement in which we can all be very proud of, Madam Speaker. You know, my colleague from the Yukon made reference to the Bank of Nova Scotia. You know, the idea that we didn't have to do anything is just false. You know, when there was a presidential election, it was very clear that there was a need for Canada to come or go to the table to negotiate a renewed NAFTA agreement. There were some members of the opposition that somewhat ridiculed the government of the day, saying that we shouldn't have, indicated to the U.S. that we're okay with sitting down at the negotiation table. We recognized how important it was to actually be there and ensure that Canadians' best interests were being served. And when you take a look at the final product, Bill C-4, and you look in terms of the type of support that it has generated, I just made reference to the opposition parties and the government, but it literally goes from the different levels of government here in Canada, you know, the Premier of Quebec, to the Premier of Alberta and many other premiers talking about how good this deal actually is for our country, Madam Speaker, or for those individual provinces. We've had trade unions, or unions as a whole, I believe, being very supportive of many of the gains that have actually been made within this legislation. We've had both big and small business communities recognizing the value of this particular agreement. And I would argue Canadians as a whole recognizing just how important trade is to our country and getting behind this. This, for all intents and purposes, even though our Deputy Prime Minister has led the charge on behalf of Canada, has really been an effort by so many that it's ultimately so many individuals that can take credit for what we have today. And I want to make reference to the negotiators. You know, and we've heard this in the past from other members. We are very fortunate to have some of the best negotiators in the world there to protect our interest. And I suspect, Madam Speaker, that they continue to improve upon those skills because of the number of agreements that have been achieved. You know, over the last five years, what we have witnessed is a government that has been very proactive at picking up where the former Prime Minister had left off, and we've been able to sign off on a number of critically important agreements. And let me try to, maybe in a different type of a perspective as I listen to other members talk about today, in terms of just what does it mean when we talk about trade? When I sit down with my constituents at the local McDonald's and they want to talk about trade, I'll often provide tangible examples. So, for example, in Manitoba, we have a number of different industries. I often, and I've done this before here in the House, talked about our pork industry. If you take a look at the pork industry in the province of Manitoba, it is doing exceptionally well. A vast majority of that pork that is being produced in Manitoba is not staying in Manitoba. In fact, if you go to a beautiful community known as Neepawa, you will find that there's High Life, which is a producer, and vast majority, I think it's 90% plus, don't quote me on it, Madam Speaker, but I believe it's well over 90% of that product is actually going to Asia. The jobs there are into the hundreds. Those individuals are buying products, using services, living in that beautiful community, and contributing to the economic and social well-being of Nipawa and the surrounding area, Madam Speaker. That would not be possible without trade. You know, Manitoba as a whole, as an industry, in the pork industry, has millions of pigs every year that are being processed and sold around the world, Madam Speaker. We could talk about whether it's Maple Leaf in Winnipeg. We can talk about Maple Leaf in Brandon. We could talk about the hundreds of farmers that are engaged in this process, from the raising of the pork to a certain age, Madam Speaker, to ultimately the delivery to the factories or to the processing plants, Madam Speaker, by truckers. It is a major industry in the province of Manitoba. And if it were not for trade, international trade, and to a certain degree some domestic trade, that industry would not be nowhere near what it is today. Nowhere near. Yet we all benefit, not only those immediate communities, but so does the entire country, Madam Speaker. I often talk about New Flyer industry. New Flyer industry produces some of the, ultimately I would argue, the best buses in the world. Hybrid buses, Madam Speaker, very, very much thinking forward into the future. All the buses are being produced are far more than we could consume in the province of Manitoba. We need trade. That's why when you take a look at the types of agreements that we've been able to achieve in the last 4 or 5 years, it is significant. You know, we can talk about the internal provincial trade agreement that was achieved a few years back, Madam Speaker. Often Canadians will say, well, yeah, international trade's good, but we need to work on interprovincial trade. And we've done that. We have been able to move forward on that particular file. When you talk about international trade, I would argue that there has never been a government that has been as successful at signing off on trade agreements as this government has been in the last 5 years. Because you can talk about the European Union. You can talk about the Trans-Pacific Agreement, Madam Speaker. You know, you can talk about Ukraine, not to mention the World Trade Organization. One of the, I think it was Bill 6, 7 or something of that nature a few years back, that dealt with a number of countries. I think it's well over 100 countries around the world, Madam Speaker. Because this government, this Prime Minister understands it. From day one, priority has been how it is that we can enrich Canada's middle class and those that are striving to be a part of it. And one of the best ways in which we can do that, Madam Speaker, is to provide opportunities through trade. And it's not just what we release in a budget or other legislation. There's a multitude of things that have to be done by a government in order to be able to achieve success in serving Canadians as a whole. As a result of the types of agreements that we have been able to sign off on, it has made a tangible difference in Canada. You know, we often hear about the lifting of children and seniors out of poverty over the last number of years, and yes, we've been very successful at doing that. One of the things that we maybe don't hear as much, which I think is a wonderful story that needs to be told, is the number of jobs that has been created by this government, Madam Speaker. And we're talking about full-time jobs in most cases. Well over 1 million jobs. I think it's well over now 1.1 million jobs, net new jobs, Madam Speaker. That is a significant number of jobs. You know, when you talk about how it is that you can try to grow the economy, provide more choice for consumers, add more value to businesses and entrepreneurs, and Canada's got some, if not the best entrepreneurs in the world. One of the best ways you can achieve that is to look at ways in which you can secure markets into the future. Because of this government, we now are in a position in which we have agreements with all the G7 countries. Name another country in the world that can say the same. We have recognized the value of trade as being one of those critical aspects of development in order to advance the interests of Canadians in all regions of our country. Now, I'm sensitive to whenever you have a trade agreement that there's always going to be areas in which it would have been nice to have been able to achieve something a little bit different. But as I pointed out at the beginning of my speech, Madam Speaker, it would be absolutely naive to believe that you can go in and win on all accounts and get everything that it is that you want. You know, President Donald Trump wanted Canada to dismantle, to get rid of supply management, Madam Speaker. This is the individual that had indicated and made it very clear that we and his administration was not prepared to accept the old agreement, that they wanted to get a new agreement, or in fact they would get rid of the old agreement. And a part of that also incorporated the thought that they wanted to see the dismantleization, the taking apart or ripping down of supply management. You know, I'm very proud of the supply management system, Madam Speaker. You know, you have production controls, you have import controls, and you have price controls. And as a direct result of that, Madam Speaker, we are able to produce things such as the best milk in the world, dairy products, and much more, Madam Speaker. As a direct result, supply management has been very effective. It's a tool that was actually put in place many years ago by another Liberal government. And I can tell you that it's this government that is actually protecting the future of supply management. And that is absolute, Madam Speaker. Because, you know, there's very little doubt in my mind. You know, they had, I think it was the leader of the People's Party, which was a member of the Conservative Party not that long ago. Well, Max, and I'll leave, the idea that he was espousing that we should get rid of supply management. And I suspect, Madam Speaker, he wasn't alone amongst the Conservative benches. I sat in opposition a number of years ago when there was always this thought that the hidden agenda of many Conservatives was to get rid of supply management. And I can tell you, the member from Yukon is right. Much like they got rid of the Canadian Wheat Board. And if we would have given them enough...
Order. There is some going back and forth on a lot of issues. I know that people are getting really excited because there's only about 4 minutes left of the speech, and I know they're just anxiously awaiting to ask questions. I would ask that they hold on to that for a second, write down all of that, what they want to ask, and there'll be time, 10 minutes of it. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The point is that when we went to the table, when the Deputy Prime Minister and the individuals that Canadian diplomats and negotiators sat at the table, we knew at the end of the day that supply management had to survive or there would not be an agreement. And as a result, Madam Speaker, of Canada taking that tough stand, we do have a future of supply management. Now, it might not be perfect in every aspect, this particular agreement. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I am, as I believe a vast majority of Canadians are, recognize just how valuable this agreement is to our economy. And they realize to the degree in which, when we say that there's safety measures that are put into place, that there are, in fact, safety measures that will be there to protect industries well into the future, Madam Speaker. Now, in that last interruption, you told me I only have a few minutes. So I did want to highlight a couple of other things, so I'll maybe stick to a couple notes, Madam Speaker. Cultural exemptions is something I thought was really important that we saw in this particular agreement. Think of it in terms of just the billions of dollars in that industry alone. It's something in which I would ultimately argue that would not have been there had it not been for our persistence in pushing on it. For the first time, Madam Speaker, issues regarding our environment, the new NAFTA has a new enforceable environmental chapter. Again, that ensures that there's some sort of air quality and fights for marine pollution. There's rights that are being protected. There are enforceable provisions that will protect women's rights, minority rights, indigenous rights. This also includes labor obligations regarding the elimination of employment discrimination based on gender, Madam Speaker. The investor-state dispute resolution has been done away with, Madam Speaker. Imagine the millions of dollars that has been saved by getting rid of that particular sore, Madam Speaker. You take a look at the provisions to protect labor are the strongest in any Canadian trade agreement to date. Labor value content that levels the playing field. The new auto rules of origin will directly secure the future of auto workers in cities such as Windsor and Oshawa. The first U.S. proposal, remember, for government procurement, where it provides assurances on government procurement. The whole issue of the aluminum industry. And yes, like all industries, Madam Speaker, we are concerned about industries. We have, for the very first time, we're being criticized because there wasn't a high enough percentage guarantee. The last agreement had 0% guarantee. This one, I believe, is 70% guarantee, Madam Speaker. I believe it's 70%. In so many ways, this is an agreement in which we should all be talking about in a very, very positive way, because it's going to have the desired outcome, I believe, that is going to enhance and build Canada's middle class. It will make our economy stronger. It will allow for more secure markets into the future, Madam Speaker. And that's what it is that Canadians deserve, and our businesses, our entrepreneurs, and those individuals that have so much vested in making sure that we get this right. And I can tell those people, Madam Speaker, the government has got it right, and we will see the dividends once this bill is actually passed through. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm a tenor member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I watched my neighbor from Winnipeg North give a rather, it wasn't rousing, was it grating? I'm just trying to put it into the proper context. And I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I encourage the member for Winnipeg North to actually take that little drive. He doesn't even have to leave the perimeter highway. I know often in the city that he only has perimeter vision and only sees within the city of Winnipeg itself, but he doesn't even have to hit the perimeter highway, and he can go and visit Gord Grenko, a dairy farmer that's right on the edge of his riding, in my riding, and I know that he would get an earful about how this government sold out the dairy industry. Now, not only did they allow the Americans to have more access to the market here in Canada by another 7%, which means that, again, dairy farms are going to have to produce less, and they aren't going to be as profitable, Mr. Speaker. But they also signed on with the we got 10 minutes. They also signed on a deal with the Americans, where they said that we're going to restrict exports from 55,000 metric tons down to 30,000 metric tons. That's global exports, not just with the United States. They're saying that we can't send Canadian dairy products like our great cheeses and ice creams around the world because these guys signed off with Trump to allow them to curtail our dairy production. That's despicable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I find really quite amazing is the fact that here on this side of the House, we have been a very strong advocate for supply management. And that principle hasn't changed. Whether we're in government or we're in opposition, that has been a consistent principle that we have had. That same consistency could not be said about the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. For that dairy farmer, and I have visited, and it might even have been the dairy farmer the member made reference to. I'm not 100% sure, but just outside of my riding, I went and visited one of the dairy farmers. And I can tell you, the dairy farmers that I have had the opportunity to talk to see this agreement as a positive thing. They see that this agreement does in fact protect supply management, and they also understand that hidden agenda from the Conservative Party. And that they might not want to hear that, but Mr. Speaker, that is the reality.
Questions and comments.
Order. The honourable member for
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nijet Témiscouata Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just heard the statements from my colleague from Winnipeg North, who mentioned several times his approval for protection of supply management. He said nothing was perfect, but we're going to give him a chance to. There was a bill tabled by my colleague, and he could have supported it. C-216, which would have prevented other concessions in supply management. It is going to support this bill, which will prevent future concessions in supply management. The Honourable.
Look forward to the debate. Eventually take place, I suspect, inside the House when the private members bill comes forward. What I can assure that the member is that the principle of supply management, as I spent a great deal of time talking about, is something in which Liberals have supported for many years. As I pointed out, we were the party that introduced supply management to the House of Commons, or to Canadians, by working with different industries. And this is a party that will continue to ensure that it's there for future generations, Mr. Speaker. I believe it's been well demonstrated by this particular agreement.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do want to get to the member's comment about New Flyer and the great work that it does, but I was actually surprised to hear the member say that he's been talking to dairy farmers who think this is a great deal, having been there for virtually the entirety of the committee hearings and having heard from a lot of people in the dairy industry. I want the member to know that I think if he looks at the record there, what he'll find is that dairy farmers are actually rightly quite upset with the contents of the deal for them. And we heard that loud and clear. We heard it many times over. So he can believe what he wants about the deal, but I don't think he should believe that that dairy farmers are satisfied with the treatment that they got in CUSMA. That would just be an error, frankly. But when it comes to New Flyer, I noticed he mentioned New Flyer in his remarks. They make a great product. They send that product all over North America. One of the challenges for New Flyer has been that they continue to have to shift jobs out of Transcona, in my case, to the United States because of the Buy America policy. There's no protection for Canadian businesses from the Buy America policy, and I'm wondering if the member wants to provide some reflections on that, particularly in light also of the U.S. Announcing an intention to leave the procurement provisions of the WTO.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very much a trade advocate, as I believe that at the end of the day, when we see these formal trade agreements entered into, that it supports our industries throughout our country, and by securing markets. You know, when you start talking about local promotions of Buy America or Buy Manitoban or Buy Canadian or something of this nature, you always got to be somewhat careful in terms of the potential consequences of repercussions and so forth. But at the end of the day, I do believe that the trade agreements are a very positive thing. And in regards to the dairy industry, I have actually talked to a couple of dairy farmers. And at the end of the day, as I say, everyone believes that it could be improved upon. And I was very satisfied with the overall discussion that I had.
And comments. The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the opportunity to rise today. I've been listening to our honourable member across the aisle from Winnipeg. And in Saskatchewan, there's a radio show that's on every day. It's the John Gorman Show, and they have a frequent caller, and his name is Conspiracy Kevin. And Mr. Speaker, I believe we have our own version of Conspiracy Kevin in the chamber today. We've heard of the Conservative hidden agenda and heard many not so accurate comments coming from the member for Winnipeg. So my question very directly, when your Deputy Prime Minister went down to the States in the middle of the new NAFTA negotiations and blatantly made fun of the President of the United States at one of their talks when she was down there. Do you think that helped or hurt our industry in the trade deals going forward?
Just before we go, just before we go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, members should just be wary of not doing things indirectly, what they're not permitted to do directly. So I appreciate the member was trying to skirt around that, and I give him full marks for attempting to do so. But in the spirit of recognizing the honourable members, we'll now go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me give a conspiracy to the member opposite. You know, there was a prime minister. His name was Brian Mulroney. He's the original author of the trade agreement. I'm sure members on that side will know him as they applaud. Now, having seen them applaud that, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if they would applaud his remarks when he said that this is a good deal for Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I always find the Parliamentary Secretary's speeches quite entertaining, but there were so many factual inaccuracies there, I just don't know where to start. I as well am on the committee, and I've listened to the witnesses, but one of his comments was really concerning to me. He said this is going to be a better deal for the auto industry. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's what the Prime Minister said, that was the Deputy Prime Minister said during the election, but their own numbers with this agreement, and I'll read them out to him, say that it's going to be a $1.5 billion hit to the auto industry, which will decrease production about 1.7%. Now, given that, Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals started, there was an agreement called the Trans-Pacific Partnership that was ready to be signed, which was the new NAFTA, which was a plus $4.3 billion improvement to our GDP. And this agreement, which the CD House said is going to be a negative $14 billion hit, how can he stand here and tell workers in Oshawa, where our plant just closed, that it was a good deal for auto workers, especially given the numbers that his own government took till the very last day to tell Canadians on the economic impact studies were valid, a $1.5 billion hit. How is that a good deal for automotive?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we could talk about the new origin rules that are there within the agreement, which I believe will protect many of the workers going forward into the future. And I think it's important that we recognize that the loss of any jobs in any industry in Canada is something in which we are very much sympathetic to, and we try to do the best we can in order to provide support. Having said that, you know, if you take a look and you want to draw a comparison in terms of what we've been able to do in the manufacturing sector, in particular in the province of Ontario, the manufacturing sector took its greatest hit during Stephen Harper, where hundreds of thousands of jobs were lost in that industry. I will compare our record to the Harper record on the manufacturing industry any day. And there are protections within this trade agreement for auto workers.
I see the other honourable members are still interested in continuing. We are out of time on this particular round, but I promise that members who are rising will still get the opportunity to participate in the debate. There's still time. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Abbotsford.
Oh, great.
Who has such a long history in trade in the sense of what he accomplished when we came to power. What was 5 agreements when he completed his term as trade minister? 5 countries, and you completed up to 50-some agreements, 51. So 51 agreements.
Wow.
So wow. I am honored to share my time with such a financial wizard at trades in our country. So North America, yeah, trade history. If I go back, in a sense, in my writing to the Blackfoot Confederacy, they traded west through the Bow River Corridor into BC. They traded south into Wyoming. They traded into Montana. So we've had international trade going on in North America for some time with the Indigenous people. The Hudson Bay showed up, and they did trade across this country and exported all over the world from Canada, because we are an exporting country. We survive because we export. We are tied to it. We have to have it. We have to trade. So back in 1854, before we were a country, reciprocity with the U.S. was an issue. There was a reciprocity agreement in 1854, before we became a country, because we were dependent on trade with the U.S. In the times after Confederation, with Macdonald, Borden, Mulrooney, and Harper, we continued to build trade agreements through the history of Canada because we knew we were an exporting nation. But there were challenges in those decades. As the U.S. has become more intertwined in the later decades of 1890s and up to 1930, we had the Smoot-Hawley Agreement, where the U.S. realized their trade deficits were really detrimental to them with Canada, so they began to build trade tariffs one after another over those next 40 years. Following the Second World War, we then had the period where Canada was constantly going to the U.S. for exemptions to deal with these trade under the Smoot-Hawley Agreement that was very protectionist. And we were begging for exemptions. We did get the Auto Pact in there, but when Nixon became president, he said, enough with the exemptions. We're done with the exemptions with Canada. He did leave the Auto Pact, but that's the only thing he left. So in the next decade, then began the building of the reason to have NAFTA, as we realized we were so intertwined economically with North America, we needed a better deal than what we'd had to begin with. So as that grew, Mulrooney was elected, and do you know who he used for a spokesman to build this NAFTA agreement across Canada? He used Premier Lougheed of Alberta. Alberta Premier Lougheed was the gentleman who worked across this country, worked in the United States to support this agreement, to get people to understand how good NAFTA was. It was an incredible experience for the Premier of Alberta to go around to show what trade meant, not just for Alberta, but for the whole country with North America.
You guys opposed the agreement.
Exactly. So once we got that agreement in place, NAFTA, we've had that agreement in place for decades, and it has worked. Now we're faced with one that has got its challenges. As been mentioned several times today, the dairy and what they've lost under dairy. Aluminum is going to be an interesting challenge, as we know what's happened in Mexico and how that has got to be. It's not as good as the steel, and we have a great aluminum industry in this country. I don't know why we didn't work at more protecting it, because it's such a green industry on the West Coast and in Quebec. It's one of the most greenest industries we've got out there, and it should have been protected more because it is an example of green industry in this country. The cross-border, we still have issues with cross-border trading in the cattle industry. Moving of live animals is a problem. We have Washington State now who's going back to looking at COOL, which is country of label origin. Washington State is already developing some legislation again. Trump likes that kind of legislation. Our cattle industry is very concerned because hundreds of thousands of live animals move back and forth, as well as products in North America. COOL was very detrimental. We got it back out. It's coming back again. We've got to deal with that. Our agriculture industry is absolutely paranoid of what that could cost to them. The softwood we didn't get done with. But there is something else that's interesting in my writing. It's the only sugar factory, sugar beet industry left in Canada. We produce sugar beets in Canada. My grandfather was involved in bringing that industry to southern Alberta. It was from the United States. Brought it up, and we have irrigation. Sugar beets is a very strong industry in my writing. It employs up to 200 people a year when those sugar beets are harvested. There was access to the U.S. market under the previous NAFTA, and the sugar beet industry was very concerned what might happen. It was protected, and it's still there. So that's a positive piece under the current NAFTA agreement. Somebody mentioned the wheat board here, and I can't resist that, because that was a problem because it was shackles on Western Canada as far as trade to our prairie farmers. I have people in my writing, very successful farmers, who knew that they could trade better than a bureaucracy of the Canadian Wheat Board. They would load up their vehicles or trucks, take them across the border to sell their product. because they knew they could trade better than a Canadian bureaucratic wheat board. Those people went to jail. They spent months in jail for driving across the border, delivering a Canadian product that was wanted in the United States for trade. They went to jail. Canadians went to jail because they wanted to trade.
Wow.
But that's what we do. Some of those people are continued leaders in their community today. That jail record didn't keep them from doing the good things they needed to do. But it's just an example of what we believe about trade, what we believe in Western Canada, how good it is. But it's trade all over the country. Most recently, for example, in Newfoundland, the little animal they find on the rocks that the Japanese say, the eggs that come out of the sea urchins, they've learned how to develop that for the Japanese market. We trade. We trade all over this country because we're tied to it. This example of this agreement, it's done. It's been signed, but there's things that need to be fixed. There's concessions that were made one after another to get it done out of fear of what Trump would do to us. Out of that fear, we got an agreement.
You got bullied.
It's not an agreement that's going to be able to be fixed easily, but it's something that we need to. So, do we agree with trade? Do my constituencies want trade? Absolutely. They want certainty. They need to know where those markets are because we are traders. We are entwined with the U.S. and Mexican market. We have to trade. We need to get our products to market. The deal will be done. We will support it, but there certainly is losses in this one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I always appreciate the member's speeches, especially because he's so sensitive to Indigenous people, as I've noted in the past, and I really enjoy that. And so perhaps he could comment briefly on the fact that for the first time, Indigenous rights are in this agreement. I'm sure he would agree with that. But more important, he talked about the green aluminum industry, and anything else he could add as to how his party would do to green industry, I think would be great. And while he's thinking of the answer, I just want to mention that he talked about there should be more improved protection for aluminum, but there's a huge increases protection for aluminum in this agreement. The regional value content in cars increased from 62.5% to 75%. In the past, there was no protection on parts, aluminum parts purchased by automakers. Now 70% must be North American. 7% of the core parts of a car must have 75% regional value. And of course, a number of those have aluminum. And this can be reviewed and improved anytime. But if you could talk about green industry and their plans, that would be great.
Member for Bow River.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'll appreciate his input in this House and his speeches as well. It represents a great part of our country. The green industries, and agriculture is one of them. You know, there was a United Nations committee that said we need to remove cattle from the prairies because they're destroying our environment. I couldn't believe that one. The cattle on the prairies are a critical piece to our environment. They replaced the buffalo. Without those cattle on the prairie, we lose our natural prairies. We lose the green environment. It is so wrong for people in other parts of the world who understand the environment, who understand the millions of buffalo who roamed and worked the prairies, that cattle do the same thing today. We have an industry that needs trade, and it's the cattle industry, but they make the environment greener on the prairies.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Much, Mr. Speaker. As the NDP trade critic, I've been following the debate very closely, and I know Conservatives mentioned a couple issues multiple times. One is the lack of an economic impact assessment, or the late delivery of that document, getting it only a day before the conclusion of the committee study. Second, concern, I think legitimate concern about having to give notice to the United States of negotiating an agreement with a non-market country, which really means China. Now, the NDP was successful in negotiating some policy changes with the government, namely that the government would be required by its own rules to table an economic impact assessment with the ratifying legislation, and that they would be required to give 3 months' notice of an intent to negotiate with any country publicly here in Parliament, and that they would give notice of their negotiating objectives. I think that is sound policy, and it helps address some of the real concerns about the process around this agreement by making the notice that the U.S. would get public anyway, and by ensuring that economic impact assessments will be tabled with the ratifying legislation. I wonder if he wants to comment on those provisions.
Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. You bring such depth to your questions and interest in this House, and I always appreciate when you stand up to address this House. You know, when you talk about transparency, and that's the issue, we're dealing with coronavirus. And I'm going to go a little different on this, but you understand why in a second. So we've had a party dealing with this, but they've been dealing with it in a very close fashion. When we dealt with SARS, when the Conservative Party dealt with SARS, was it just the committee of the cabinet that was dealing with it? No, the leaders of all the opposition parties were in that at 10 o'clock every day dealing with that SARS. It was transparent. They dealt with it as a team, because those things you need to deal with a team. This is the same as what you're saying in the sense of how you deal with a team. So we're dealing with coronavirus. We're out here having asked questions what's going on. If they would include, as we did with SARS, we would have transparency and much better information shared and able to make better decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to engage in this debate again. What I'm going to speak to is a story of betrayal, of incompetence, of weakness on the part of the Prime Minister, hubris, recklessness, and it's a story of opportunity lost, because we didn't have to even engage in this negotiation the way the Prime Minister engaged. Now, our Prime Minister assumed that because Donald Trump had said he was going to tear up NAFTA, that somehow he needed to reach out to President Trump and say, hey, I gladly renegotiate this agreement. Well, anyone who knows anything about the American trade system knows that the President cannot unilaterally tear up a trade agreement. He needs to have the consent and the approval of Congress. Now, think about this. 35 of the American states have Canada as their #1 export market. Now, you show me the representatives and the senators and the governors from those states. You think they'll ever agree tearing up the old NAFTA? Of course not. But our Prime Minister marched into this negotiation and said, President Trump, what do you want from us? And that's how it all started. And President Trump said, well, I've got this huge trade deficit with Canada. Fake news. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that our trade with the United States is virtually perfectly balanced. You know, 1 month it'll be one way, a couple of $1 billion, another month the other way. But the reality is, our trade is as perfectly balanced as any two countries could expect. The President's target was Mexico. But somehow our Prime Minister didn't figure that out. So, our Prime Minister said he was going to bring back a win-win-win, right? 3 wins, 1 for Mexico, 1 for the U.S., and 1 for Canada. So did we get a win out of this deal?
No.
Well, Mr. Speaker, by any reasonable measure and standard, we lost, and we lost big time. Right. Let me explain why. What are the wins? Well, we did get a digital economy chapter out of it, because back when NAFTA was first negotiated, we didn't have a digital economy. Today it is ubiquitous, so it made sense to have a chapter for that. Yes, we did synchronize some of our intellectual property rules with the United States. Okay, that's okay. We raised our de minimis amount so people can come across the borders with a higher duty-free limit. But there were no real market access gains for Canada in this agreement. Maybe a little bit of sugar. That's about it, Mr. Speaker, honestly. You know, earlier Liberal speakers, they defined the success. They defined success in this agreement by what Canada hadn't lost. They said, well, we were able to defend this. Chapter 19, we were able to preserve it. Mr. Speaker, what a great win. We preserved what we had before. Well, that's not my definition of a win, Mr. Speaker. My definition of a win is we gain something from the United States. Not just security, not simply a marketplace that will not be disrupted because we don't have an agreement. So let me now talk about the concessions we made. Can you imagine 5 years of negotiations, and at the end of it, our Prime Minister agrees to President Trump's demand that there be a 6-year sunset clause. In other words, in 6 years, either we decide to carry on or the deal falls dead. First time Canada has ever done that, by the way. The aluminum industry in Canada was not provided with the same protection against dumping, primarily from China, that the United States got. So we sold out the aluminum industry. Then there are export caps on the auto industry for parts and for vehicles being exported. We conceded Canadian sovereignty on milk pricing. Never before have we done that. Where we said, President Trump, if we want to change our milk pricing regime, we will come to you cap in hand, on bended knee, and beg you for permission to do this, to defend our supply management system. We did the same thing on sovereignty over trade negotiations. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? We agreed with Donald Trump that if we ever want to negotiate a trade agreement with a non-market economy like China, we have to come to him and ask him for permission to do that. And the sly fox that he is, Mr. Speaker, you know what he did? He's already negotiated his own deal with China, at least a phase 1 deal, so he doesn't have to come to us cap in hand. We have to go to him to try to compete on a level playing field with China. Do you think he'll ever approve that? Of course not. We got snookered, Mr. Speaker.
We did.
We got snookered.
Absolutely.
And it gets worse. We conceded double the amount in terms of new dairy access that the Americans will have to our market than our Conservative government had negotiated under the TPP. That's a massive failure. And it gets worse, Mr. Speaker. You know what they did? They actually imposed export caps on our ability to export value-added milk products. For example, in the milk industry, if you're making cheese, there are byproducts, which used to be washed down the drain. But, you know, we had some smart Canadian companies. One of them in Abbotsford, British Columbia, Vitalis. And we had Mr. Vanderpool, Phil Vanderpool, at committee. And we asked him, well, what about the export caps? In other words, the U.S. required us to limit our exports not only to the United States, which might have been fair, but to limit our exports of these value-added, unique products to other countries all around the world. We said to Donald Trump, you know what? We're not going to be able to export beyond those cap limits. And I asked Mr. Vanderpool at committee, did you get a chance to talk to the minister and the trade representatives about this? And he said, yes, we had a meeting. And they told us in no uncertain terms, export caps are not on the table. And when the agreement came out, guess what? No, it wasn't only on the table. It was negotiated away by our Liberal government. That's the betrayal part of this agreement, Mr. Speaker. Shame. That's a betrayal. And Mr. Vanderpool was very, very upset about how his industry got sold out by this Liberal government. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me then talk about the process that the government undertook to apprise Canadians of what this deal really meant in economic terms. The United States did an economic impact assessment. By the way, Mr. Speaker, I've got it here. 400 stinking pages of it, which explains the impact it will have on their economy, and it's a positive impact. They say they made major gains against Canada. Ours was a 73-pager, Mr. Speaker, and it didn't even compare the old NAFTA to the new NAFTA. It compared a universe without NAFTA at all to the new NAFTA. Terrible. Fortunately, there's an organization in Canada that did the work that this Liberal government failed to do. And that was the C.D. Howe Institute. And they actually compared what is the impact of the new NAFTA when you compare it to what the old NAFTA delivered for Canadians in economic terms. And you know what they concluded, Mr. Speaker? It's a sad story. This is a story of failure on the Liberal part. They concluded that Canada is going to sacrifice about $14 billion of economic activity every single year going forward. $14 billion of GDP hit that we're going to take as a result of this agreement. Is that a responsible agreement?
No.
No, they used to say, well, you know what? It's better no NAFTA than a bad NAFTA, right? That's what these guys used to say. Now they're saying, oh, better a new NAFTA than no NAFTA at all, right? Like, they don't know what they're talking about. They talk about a win-win-win. They talk about delivering a better deal for Canadians. And at the end of the day, after we look at this agreement, and I do have some experience in trade, Mr. Speaker.
51 agreements.
This is a big fail. It's a big fail for Canadians. I wish we had better news for Canadians because we can do so much better. The concessions we made in this agreement, the previous Conservative government would have never made. Right. There are things in this deal that Canada has never agreed to before, and yet this Liberal government made those concessions. That's a sad, sad story. It's a story of failure.
Good job. Good job.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
You know, Mr. Speaker, listening to the member opposite, I'd like to remind him that inside the House, for the very first time, and maybe the member across the way can correct me, for the very first time, we have an agreement in which the Bloc, the NDP, members of the Green Party, and, from what I understand, the Conservatives, including the member that just spoke, Mr. Speaker, is going to be supporting. Everyone is supporting it. If the deal is that bad, can he explain why it is that the Conservatives never achieved what this government achieved by getting virtual unanimous support for a trade bill, something in which the Conservatives never got?
Member for Abbotsford. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, it's amusing. Every time that member gets up, I have a good chuckle in the way he's able to stretch the truth. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind him, first of all, it was the Liberal government of the day that actually voted against the original Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement.
Right.
It was the Liberal government of the day that originally said they were going to vote against the original NAFTA.
Right.
And when they got elected, they suddenly changed their mind.
Yeah.
They had this conversion on the road to Damascus, you know. These are wannabe trade meisters, you know. Now, to answer his question, Mr. Speaker, what this Liberal government has left this Parliament with is no options at all except for one. We are supporting this agreement, but by any stretch, by any measure, this is a worse agreement that we had before, and the CD Howe put an exclamation mark on that assessment.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Very much, and thank you to the honourable member for his speech. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. My understanding correctly that a future Conservative government would make no concessions on supply management in a future trade deal, whether it's Canada-UK or another deal?
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I can assure that member is that a future Conservative government would never sell out the industry the way these Liberals did under this agreement.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. And to the member through you, Speaker, I want him to try and imagine something that'll be a bit tough for him, that he were a Liberal and he were negotiating this deal, and he knew on the other side that there was a member who had negotiated 51 free trade agreements. Right. Would he have involved that person in those trade negotiations, and would it have made it better?
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the best question I've heard in the House today. You know, our former Conservative government negotiated free trade agreements with 46 different countries. We had 5 to start off with. We ended up with 51. That is a record that I'm very proud of. I know that member is very proud of. Can I imagine being a Liberal? Never. Never in my life, Mr. Speaker. But can I imagine a future Conservative government doing much, much better than this Liberal government, especially on the trade file? Absolutely. In fact, I can guarantee it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member referred to a report. I just wonder, there's been many reports done and analysis, if you could refer to any others.
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, the only report the government came up with on the value of this trade agreement was a bogus report that, by the way, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad you asked the question. What this Liberal government did on the last day that the committee was reviewing this agreement 2 weeks ago, they table dropped this economic impact assessment. So the members of the committee had no ability to review the impact assessment.
Shame.
They had members of the government there, or they had officials there. They had no ability to ask them questions about that impact assessment. And then once we reviewed the impact assessment, we realized that it was bogus anyways, because it was comparing the new NAFTA to a world where Canada doesn't have a NAFTA at all. Now that should be embarrassment on this government. They talk about transparency. You know, the member for Transcona raised that issue, the issue of transparency. There was none here. They certainly didn't consult with us. You know, we as Conservatives, we take great pride in being the great champions of trade. Do you think they walked across this floor to ask us, hey, should we do this or that or that? No, they just went their merry way, conceded everything. They got snookered by Donald Trump.
Good. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak in support of Bill C-4 in the House this afternoon. And it's important to restate that Canada did not choose to renegotiate this NAFTA. And Mr. Speaker, I want to clarify that I will be sharing my time with the member from the Yukon. But let me state again, Canada did not choose to renegotiate the NAFTA. But when confronted, Mr. Speaker, with the reality that our major trading partner was intent on replacing the NAFTA, our government put in place a negotiating team that positioned Canada well as we began the process towards a modernized free trade agreement. A free trade agreement that, as my colleagues have stated in the House from time to time, has the overwhelming support of this House of Commons. And while I've listened to much debate in the House, Mr. Speaker, and I've heard various criticisms of parts of this renewed trade agreement, nobody has offered how they would have negotiated differently in those areas, Mr. Speaker. While it's easy to pick apart points and say we would do it better, imagine, Mr. Speaker, Canada, we're a country of some 38 million people. Our largest trading partner, well over 300 million people. And to listen to the official opposition, they would have Canadians believe that we could simply go to Washington and dictate to the U.S. every term that we wanted in this agreement. Well, it is ridiculous. Trade agreements are negotiated between multilateral partners and countries. This particular one was with 3 countries, obviously, Mexico, Canada, and the United States. And Canada, more than most, is dependent on trade. As a country of 38 million people, rich in natural resources, rich in agri-products, rich in seafood, we depend on selling these products worldwide in a competitive marketplace in order for Canada's economy to grow and succeed, to pay for the many programs that we as Canadians take for granted. So in these negotiations, I have to compliment the team that our country, our government put in place to negotiate, which was at a critical time, a historic new agreement that will put in place for Canadian business, Canadian farmers, Canadian fishers, Canadian workers, a secure framework as we move down the road, as we continue to grow and expand the economy. Imagine for a moment if we were standing here today in the environment of no agreement. Where would our industries be positioned? So it's important to take into consideration that in any particular trade agreement, which partner has more to lose and which has more to gain. And again, Canada, as being a very, very small country compared to the U.S. in population and market size, then it was extremely important that our negotiating team recognized that we had to have an agreement that served Canadians well and served Canada's economy as well. And in looking at that, then, Mr. Speaker, I have no problem going on the record as stating that this agreement is a win for Canadians, a win that was established by a strong negotiating team, understanding the dynamics and the fundamentals of Canada's economy and ensuring those parts that had to be protected were protected. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go into detail on the economic impact of this particular agreement because it's been well debated in the House by earlier speakers. And there's no question that Canada's will be better positioned to move forward when this agreement is ratified than it would be if we had no trade agreement at all. And again, it's important to go back to how we arrived here. With a president that was intent on removing a trade agreement that had worked for a number of years, served both countries well, and that has been documented by speakers on both sides of the House of how the agreement has served this country and has served Canada and the U.S. well over the years. So, Mr. Speaker, it was extremely important that our government, being the smaller country population-wise in these trade agreements, secure an agreement that would be beneficial to all those sectors. Now, Mr. Speaker, and I feel, because there was a couple of last speakers basically portrayed the scenario that it was all win for the U.S. and none for Canada. I believe most fair-minded analysts would take a look at the agreement and say, yes, Canada won on a lot of points in this agreement. Canada's team succeeded in a difficult environment and scored some big wins for us, Mr. Speaker. And one of those has been said from time and time again was, from the outset, the line in the sand from this government was always that supply management would remain in place. That was a major win in these trade negotiations because at the start of this, the administration in the U.S. was intent on seeing Canada's supply management system dismantled. That was a clear position that our government would not waver on. Now, there was room for negotiation, Mr. Speaker, and at the end of the day, we still have a sector that enjoys the benefits of operating in the supply managed system. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to as well, because my part of this country, Egmont, in the province of Prince Edward Island is to Canada what Canada is to the U.S. Prince Edward Island is a small population province, and we depend on trade for our agri-products as well as seafood products. So we very much depend on our national government ensuring that we have competitive trade agreements to ensure that our goods move to market in a profitable manner. So, Mr. Speaker, in this trade agreement, then Prince Edward Island's industries remain protected, those that require that, and those, Mr. Speaker, that operate in a free market system do much better under this agreement, as it was pointed out with the other agreements we signed with Europe and now negotiate in the Pacific Rim. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, it's easy for the opposition to say, well, you should have did better on this in this area, and you could have done better in these sectors, without offering what they would have exchanged, Mr. Speaker, to get to where their preferred position would have been. But that is the role of the opposition. The opposition can point and pick away from government, Mr. Speaker, without offering up what they would do in place. But government has a responsibility to ensure that at the end of the day, Canadian entrepreneurs, Canadian farmers, Canadian fishers operate in a stable market environment with insured protections. And so some of the key areas that was protected in this area was dispute settlement mechanisms, the investor-state dispute resolution, and the area of supply management. As I indicated, Mr. Speaker, in Prince Edward Island is very small, and our dairy industry is very competitive. And I did, during this process, meet extensively with the dairy farmers from my riding. But let me, as my time is running out, read into the record a fact. Prince Edward Island is 1.7% of Canada's total dairy quota. And Mr. Speaker, Prince Edward Island's quota has been growing at 3.5% annually compared to Canadian at 2% because of domestic, the demand for the domestic product, or domestic supply is moving. So over 6 years, Mr. Speaker, that realized a 21% increase in market demand for Prince Edward Island's milk in a supply market system. So, Mr. Speaker, the industry is still growing. The industry is still expanding. And I recently had the honor of sitting down with some of my dairy farmers and the largest processors of my riding with the Minister of Agriculture and discussing what areas that we had to continue to improve on to ensure that this industry remains competitive and processors, both small, medium-sized, and large, are competitive on an international marketplace. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased, and I'm pleased with this agreement, and I certainly will be supporting it and looking forward to when this deal, this very important deal, which trumpets the accomplishments of this country, will be ratified in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments made by my honourable colleague across the floor. And he asks a question about what Conservatives would have done differently, and I think that there's far too many things than to list in a question, but certainly one of the things that should have been done is treating our negotiating partners with respect. And I know there's a number of examples, whether it be the Prime Minister in a press conference, the then Foreign Affairs Minister in attending an event that seemed to draw the ire of the people that they were sitting down at the negotiating table with. So certainly, to answer his question, that's one thing that would be done differently among a whole host of other things, but I would ask the member how he thinks that it was appropriate to basically insult the people that our negotiators had to go sit across the table from and try to get an agreement done when insults have been flying in some cases hours before.
Well, member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, very simply, in the final agreement, who was complimented? Our lead negotiator, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, by her trade counterpart from the U.S., and by the President of the United States to Canada. That answers the question, Mr. Speaker, in our position and how our trade people were treated in the U.S. and likewise. The end result of a successful agreement addresses that particular issue.
Essai commentaire on la députée de Drummond.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's interesting what we're hearing about this agreement. You can notice that there's a rare unanimity to everyone that says it's not perfect. And I agree somewhat with my colleague from the Conservative Party. I felt concerned when someone said things would have happened differently if they had negotiated in our place. But we would not have sacrificed the supply management system like they did. We would not have sacrificed our farmers and dairy producers. we would not have imposed on our farmers tariffs on export products, and we would certainly not have forgotten to protect the aluminum sector. It took weeks of questions from the bloc before the Liberal Party reached an agreement, and that was a good job. But when I hear my colleague on the other opposite side saying that there were positive aspects for the aluminum sector and the dairy sector.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure if you checked the record in debates in the Mexican Assembly that debated this, as well as the U.S. Congress, you would have opposing politicians criticizing their governments for not doing enough in their various jurisdictions. And so you had the same in the three countries that we did not go far enough positively in one area or the other. The fact is that this agreement did protect Canada's supply market system and did protect those farmers that participate in it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from across the way. We sit on Fisheries and Oceans Committee together, and I know he cares as much about shipping lobster as I do shipping salmon and species where I live. Mr. Speaker, he talked about governments doing things differently, and clearly we're happy to see them adopt to our policy about changing the policy on tabling treaties here in Parliament so that the Canadian government must act now. And this is because of my colleague from Almo Transcona, who I really want to give a huge shout out to for working with the government and bringing this forward. But to give 90 days notice of Canada's intent to negotiate a trade deal, table negotiation objectives 30 days before negotiations commence, and provide an economic impact assessment with the ratifying legislation. This is basic for openness and transparency. Does my colleague, through you, Mr. Speaker, agree that this should have been done in the first place for this deal for transparency and openness?
Well, member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, let's go right to the end of the discussion. The proof is in the final document where you have a strong unanimity in this House for supporting this agreement. So obviously we arrived there in a transparent and open process.
Okay, before we go to resuming debate, I'll let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development know there are only about 6 minutes remaining in the time for government orders this afternoon. I'll give him the signal in the usual way, and he'll have a remaining time, of course, when the House next gets back to debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that warning. And so I won't give because I don't have enough time, I won't give my speech of all the benefits. And what I'll do is, which we've heard from all the parties actually today, the many benefits of this agreement. What I'll do is just comment on some of the points that have been made about the agreement. One was related to reports. There was many reports that talk about the benefits of this agreement. And I will just find them right here. The opposition members, a couple of the parties mentioned one report, but there have been many, and I'll just talk about a couple. RBC said without this agreement, the GDP would have gone down one huge amount, 1%, affected 500,000 workers. The Scotiabank said the Canadian economy would stand a strong chance of falling into a recession without this agreement. Another item that came up was the ability to export formula, skim milk type powders, and saying they were cut off, that we couldn't trade them anymore. That's not true. They're at a certain quota level. There will be a tariff. There will be an increased charge, but we don't even export that much right now, so it won't have any immediate effect. Another item that was said during the debate is that aluminum could be dumped into Mexico because of this agreement. There's nothing in the agreement that allows that. It's always been a concern of us. We've always worked against that, and in fact, thanks to the bloc, we've strengthened the agreement in that respect. There was an item on government procurement, and as you know, we've deferred government deferment to the WTO, And before, we only had access to federal procurement through the WTO provisions. We now have access to actually 37 states, so that's a great improvement. People talked about the announced intention of the United States to withdraw from that. They've been talked about that rumors for years, but there's no, as far as I know, there's no official announcement related to that. The Conservatives actually made mentioned the good benefit that we've increased the amount that can be brought across our border without taxes, without duties. But we certainly also protected business by having a lot lower amounts than the United States could have. We also talked about, we have to remember where we started in this agreement, and the fact was that the United States wanted to have no agreement at all, and Canadians, obviously the business community, and I think most Canadians realized how devastating that would be for the community. So it's such a great win that we've got this far, and some people have suggested, well, Trump couldn't tear up the agreement. Well, I think Mr. Trump achieved a lot of things that people didn't think he would be able to achieve through their system. Another item is related to data. Canada, the data for the large interactive computer providers, such as Facebook. Canada has its own laws about what is permissible and what you can watch. There was the safe harbor part of the agreement for these companies is only related to civil liability. If someone posts something, it's user-generated data only that they're protected from. And of course, if it's not appropriate, it's not right, they would have to take it down. CUSMA will not prevent Canada from regulating online platforms, the use of, only 2 minutes left? Jeez. Online platforms, use of administrative penalties, and Canada continue to regulate illegal content, including hate speech and enforcement criminal law. Another point that was mentioned was the amounts of trade agreements that this government has entered into. And just to put on the record, first of all, in 2018, we approved the CPTPP, and that was 11 countries. In 2016, the CETA agreement with 27 countries. In 2016, the agreement with Ukraine, and of course, this agreement. And so now that we're the only G7 country with trade agreements with all the other G7 countries, which is tremendous for our economy. Mr. Speaker, those are the only items that I was here for most of the debate today, and those are the only items that were brought up in concerns. The last one would be auto industry. And I've mentioned today all the provisions help the auto parts providers who are very happy about that. When you increase Canadian parts workers and parts businesses so that there have to be more made in Canada, the price of the vehicles go up, so there was some lessening of the total sales, but certainly the auto manufacturers of the parts in Canada are much better off, and the industry is much better off because of this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development will have 4 minutes remaining in his time when the House next gets back to debate on the question. Now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I rose to ask the Prime Minister about the failures of his national housing strategy, including the glaring absence of a housing strategy that is led by Indigenous peoples for rural, urban, and Northern Indigenous peoples, I received the usual meaningless talking points. This despite the fact that the Liberals pledged in 2017 with the introduction of the National Housing Strategy to address the housing crisis for Inuit, Métis, and First Nations peoples. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children, and Social Development even committed on the public record that the Liberals is committed to a separate national urban Indigenous housing strategy by and for urban Indigenous people. Yet, years later, there is still no action. Aboriginal people in Canada are 10 times more likely than non-Aboriginal people to become homeless. When I pointed out that in Vancouver, 40% of the homeless population are Indigenous peoples, the Prime Minister was so busy patting himself on the back with self-congratulatory rhetoric that I don't think he even realizes how severe the housing crisis is and how grossly disproportionate it is to affect urban, rural, and northern Indigenous communities. Across the country, Indigenous peoples are experiencing the highest levels of poverty, with a shocking 25% of Indigenous peoples living in poverty, and despite making up only 5% of Canada's population. High poverty rates for Indigenous people are part of the continued legacy of colonization. Ignoring the housing crisis they are facing will only result in having these numbers increase and further perpetuating the impact of colonization. With a staggering 87% of Indigenous households not living on reserved lands, we need to have an affordable housing strategy to address the needs of Indigenous peoples living in the rural, urban, and northern parts of Canada. It is a matter of urgency requiring immediate action that is consistent with international human rights laws. This strategic approach must be founded upon cultural-based practice and action led by Indigenous peoples for Indigenous peoples. No more kicking the can down the road. Canadians need to see the allocation of the necessary funds to support the National Housing Strategy in Budget 2020 and action for a urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy led by and for Indigenous peoples. The government promised to do better. Canadians expected better, and the government must do better, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that we all agree, and I think that I'm very proud to have helped move the motions at committee to start the process of driving forward an urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy to make sure that people that are governed outside the Indian Act, to make sure that close to the 87% in my province, but 80% across the country of Indigenous people who live outside of the National Indigenous Organization's governance structures, that their housing needs need to be met. They need to be met now. They needed to be met years ago. And I'm very proud to be part of a government that not only passed the National Housing Strategy, which incorporates the move towards self-directed, self-designed, and self-delivered Indigenous housing programs in this area, but has also started to make profound investments in that very same space. In fact, our 2016 budget included $564.7 million in new funding over the next 3 years to address pressing needs in 464 First Nations communities. But we also, as part of the 10-year housing strategy, as part of the Reaching Home strategy, for the first time carved out an Indigenous stream, which is Indigenous-led and designed and delivered in communities right across this country. And we did something else which I think is profoundly important, and that is in areas where homelessness is high and the point-in-time counts show a strong Indigenous population, unfortunately, is being overrepresented. We have started to convert even the designated communities to Indigenous leadership so that Indigenous housing providers can, in fact, provide support for those communities right across the country from coast to coast to coast. In fact, in Vancouver, in the lower BC mainland, the Vancouver community entity that manages the funds for that part of the country, and the Community Advisory Board is now being led by Indigenous leadership and Indigenous housing providers, precisely because we recognize their expertise, but also their cultural capacity to deliver better services for people who are homeless. As I said, the government is committed in 3 mandate letters to ministers, to the Minister of Northern Affairs, the minister that I work for, and also to the Minister for Indigenous Infrastructure to deliver an Indigenous-led urban, rural, and northern housing strategy. Those dollars will be building upon investments that we have made already as part of the National Housing Strategy. In fact, $225 million over the last 3 years has been invested specifically here. And we did one thing else, other thing that I'm also very proud of, and that is to make sure that CMHC stopped a practice which it had been conducting over the previous decades of disqualifying Indigenous applications as they came forward in terms of saying that you have to go to INAC or to Indigenous Northern Affairs Canada to get your money, all applications, Indigenous or non-Indigenous, that come forward to serve Indigenous communities are now incorporated into the National Housing Strategy under all of the $55 billion program, and we're having real success with that. We also negotiated with the provincial accords with the different provinces and territories across this country a responsibility for those provincial accords to address Indigenous housing in off-reserve areas, including supports to sustain the existing program and the existing rental supports that are needed to make and sustain affordable communities for Indigenous people. But we also made sure that capital dollars were allocated in that area. But the member is correct. This is an area that is going to require this Parliament to act with great deliberation and to make substantial investments. It's unfortunate that the NDP platform doesn't mention Indigenous housing in urban spaces but once, not at all. It also is unfortunate that the 3 different letters that have been proposed by their leader never once mentions Indigenous housing, not specifically and not intentionally. I'm glad that the member opposite has raised this issue and has driven this issue forward to make sure that her party takes this issue seriously. I look forward to her support at committee and her support of the federal budget and support of the findings that our government will produce that show the way forward. We can solve this crisis, but if we do not solve the crisis of urban homelessness and rural homelessness and northern homelessness, if we do not have a self-directed 4th pillar in the Indigenous housing programs of this country, we will never solve homelessness, and we will never achieve reconciliation, and we will never achieve the dreams of decolonization that she talked about. Our government is committed to achieving this. I'm committed to achieving this, and I look forward to working with the members at opposite to make sure the dollars flow, the housing is built, and people are cared for.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
This is a specific kind of hypocrisy when government overpromises but continues to underdeliver, which serves nothing more than to damage an already fraught relationship. In the emerging political momentum on tackling the Indigenous housing crisis and homelessness, urban and rural Indigenous stakeholders cannot be an afterthought in the process. That's a direct quote from Mark Miracle, the GNU Nonprofit Housing Corporation representative. Mr. Speaker, the comments from the parliamentary secretary, while political, does not serve the work that needs to be done. The fact remains that the government ignored and did not even see the need of addressing urban, rural, and northern Indigenous communities' homelessness crisis. Now they're talking about it, but that talk has gone on for years and years and years, Mr. Speaker, and it is now time to act. The NDP is always ready to see action become reality, and we will be at the table at every turn, pushing the government until Indigenous communities in the urban, rural, and northern communities are housed.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, let me be crystal clear. The $2.2 billion program, Reaching Home, has a specific Indigenous-led homelessness component to it, which specifically addresses the needs and the goals and the aspirations of Indigenous housing providers fighting homelessness right across this country. Additionally, we have put $55 billion into housing, and those housing dollars are available to all Indigenous housing providers across this country on an equal terms basis. But that is just as a foreshadowing to the important work we have to do to set up a 4th distinct and deliberately intentional funding formula that builds on the $225 million we have already invested without the help of the NDP, who never promised a penny of this in their platform, have never asked for a penny of this in any one of their budget submissions. We have put those dollars to play. That is building properties right now. I was in Vernon, BC, where I opened an Indigenous elders seniors residence. I've worked in Sturgeon Fall, where we've produced new housing. I've been in here in Ottawa with the Inuit community. We have also delivered new housing as a direct result of the investments of the National Housing Strategy. There is no hypocrisy here. There is action, there is an investment, and there is a commitment to work for even better results in this Parliament.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, last December I asked the Prime Minister about the financial situation surrounding the Trans Mountain Pipeline. As most Canadians know, they now own this pipeline thanks to the government buying it in 2018. And we paid $4.5 billion for the pipeline, a price that has most charitably been characterized as at the higher end of the valuation range. By other analysts, it was considered overpriced by $1 billion or more. And I asked that question because the Parliamentary Budget Officer had just reported that the pipeline was losing money. To be accurate, it actually posted a small profit in 2019 due to, and I quote from the PBO report, tax recoveries due to negative earnings before taxes and changes in provincial corporate tax rate. So taxpayers, and particularly those in Alberta, continue to subsidize this project. In my question, I also mentioned the analysis of Trans Mountain's financial situation by economist Robin Allen. She found that the tolls charged by the pipeline only covered about a third of the cost of running it, and that these tolls were constrained by the way that Canada had bought the pipeline through shares instead of capital assets. The Prime Minister answered with two familiar narratives, one that Canada needed access to new oil markets outside the United States, and that even after I'd explained why there would be no profits for Trans Mountain, the Prime Minister said that all those profits would go to nature-based solutions and new technologies. Mr. Speaker, I'll say briefly that all analysts would agree that almost all the oil that may flow one day through the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline will go to the United States, not to Asia, since it is in the United States that the best opportunities for bitumen lie. So that narrative that the government and industry are spinning about the need for pipelines to Tidewater is not at all accurate. And I want to spend the rest of my time explaining why the Trans Mountain Expansion project will result in little or no profits for shippers or the government. The government has been saying for months that the tax revenues will increase by $500 million per year once the expanded pipeline was in place. Now, that assumption is wildly incorrect for two reasons. First, it was based on an estimated project cost of $5.4 billion, and as I'll mention shortly, that figure has changed a little bit. And secondly, it's also based on the incorrect assumption that all the oil production in Western Canada would benefit from better prices produced by having a pipeline to Tidewater. Now, as we've all heard, there's often a considerable differential between the price of oil received by some producers in Western Canada and the general world price. That differential is caused by shipping constraints when refineries are shut down for maintenance or pipelines are shut off to fix leaks. So a bigger pipeline would help eliminate that differential. But according to Natural Resources Canada, the differential affects only about 30% of oil produced in Canada. So profits would only increase, theoretically, for about 30% of oil producers. And even those profits are at risk because of the rising cost of the project. I asked a second question on Trans Mountain a few weeks ago when the company announced the price of the expansion had gone up from $5.4 billion to $12.6 billion. And as project costs skyrocket, profits for the companies that have pledged to use the pipelines quickly vanish. They go down because a portion of the pipeline shipping toll fees for those producers are linked to the cost of the project. So as the tolls go up, profits go down, and if the cost is truly near $13 billion, they essentially vanish. And it's those non-existent profits that would theoretically generate the tax revenues the Prime Minister would want to use to fight climate change.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, I appreciate the questions and commentary from my colleague, who I know cares deeply, not just about this project, but about the environment more broadly. So first, as has been canvassed in this House many times, the Trans Mountain project matters to Canada. There's a number of reasons why that's the case, but I think if we acknowledge that the oil and gas sector is in fact part of the Canadian economy that cannot be shut off overnight, we should do what we can to maximize the economic return while our energy producers are continuing to take part in employing Canadians and growing the economy. That said, we have to recognize that we were in the midst of a massive transition towards a low-carbon economy, and there cannot be a higher priority for the government. With respect to the project, despite some of the issues that were raised by my colleague, we're confident that the project remains commercially viable. There's going to be a serious economic return from this project, although it was sort of dismissed. The fact remains that because we sell primarily to customers in one country, the United States, by diversifying which markets these products could be sold into, whether they end up in the United States or to Asian markets, it will create a competition in the marketplace that will increase the price, which will not only create economic returns on the specific project, but will pay off across the energy sector more broadly. That doesn't even touch the fact that there will be thousands of Canadians in a part of the country that's deeply concerned about their local economy now actually working on this project. I know there was some criticisms on the basis that this was treated as some sort of a subsidy. The original question giving rise to the remarks this evening referred to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. I just came back from a Finance Committee meeting where the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that, in fact, this is the purchase of an asset, not a subsidy. The fact is the costs have changed over time, but it's because this is a different project than it was in 2017. We've put in place higher standards for environmental protection. We've engaged in a meaningful way with Indigenous communities, and there's going to be more union jobs on this project as a result of some of the changes. If those come at a cost, the arm's length corporation, Trans Mountain Corporation, will need to recognize that they need to meet the standard that the federal court has recognized is appropriate for this case. To summarize, this project is proceeding in the right way. There's, with Indigenous communities in particular, there's now 58 agreements with Indigenous communities that represent over $500 million in benefits. And when the project's complete, the contract awards will exceed $1 billion. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, every dollar of profit, whether from the operation or eventual sale of this project, are going to go to the transition toward a green economy. The original question was critical, saying why do this when we could be doing that, and ignores the fact that we've invested in the ballpark of $70 billion towards the clean transition and have advanced Canada's first ever national plan to combat climate change. It includes, of course, putting a price on pollution, investing in energy efficiency that will see 90% of our electricity generated from non-emitting sources by the end of the decade, massive investments in the transition towards electric vehicles, the single largest investment to protect nature in the history of Canada, new investments in research and innovation, and a phase-out of coal by the year 2030, to name just but a few of the items that we're pursuing. The fact is the project remains in the national interest, and we know it'll put Canadians to work, but importantly, we've not taken our eye off the ball of the need to transition to a low-carbon economy, which remains at the top of our priority list as a government.
Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll finish by pointing out two things. And first is the obvious change in the world oil market that has happened over the past few days. The world price is now hovering around $30 a barrel, and oil sands projects are not economical at those prices. And there's no indication that those prices will increase back to levels where they will be economical. And secondly, according to recent polls, Canadians are increasingly opposed to the Trans Mountain expansion, especially as they see the cost rise to astronomical levels. In BC, more people now oppose the project than support it. So I ask the government, how much will Canadians pay for the Trans Mountain expansion? Why doesn't the government abandon this expansion and instead invest those billions into projects that will put people to work in good jobs right now, instead of waiting for some mythical tax profits to magically appear? Because those increased taxes are not going to materialize, and they're not going to provide any money to create the good jobs that Western Canadians need now, and they're not going to provide money to do the good things around climate action that need to be done right now. Thank you.
Well, Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we maintain that the project remains economically viable, and we intend to eventually divest this project into the private sector. And I expect that there's a very likely outcome that it will actually do better than break even and turn a profit. So on the economics, despite the recent short-term change to the price per barrel of oil, which is having a serious economic impact on the world economy, this particular project does remain viable. The honourable member finished his commentary with the need to take action on climate change. I could not agree more. The fact is we have invested more than any government in the history of Canada towards measures that will actually fight climate change and protect our environment. I canvassed a few of them, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to sharing the measures that will be contained in the upcoming federal budget and hopefully will be implemented in this Parliament to position Canada as a world leader in the fight against climate change, because anything less would quite rightly fall short of the expectations that Canadians have for our government.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this evening after a full day of debate on the Canada-United States-Mexico trade agreement to follow up on a question that I had asked in question period some time ago around provisions protecting Canadian businesses for whom U.S. government procurement is an important part of their business from the Buy America policy. I think it stands to reason that we're told that these agreements are all about unfettered access to markets, and yet We have companies like New Flyer who manufactures buses, among other places in Transcona, who are having to shift jobs from manufacturing facilities in Canada to the United States as the U.S. content requirement for things like buses increases under the Buy America policy. So my question is simply this. I'm hoping that a representative of the government tonight can explain what the rules are that, if any, that protect Canadian businesses from the Buy America policy. And in the event that there is no preferential access to Canadians with respect to American government procurement, what reciprocal limitations are put on U.S. businesses applying for government procurement contracts in Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Elmwood Transcona for his question today, and it's timely because today we started debating C4 third reading, and hopefully it will be passed in this Parliament with support of all political parties in this House, including the NDP. So I want to thank him and his colleagues for their support. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Buy America is a very important issue. And our Prime Minister, our Deputy Prime Minister, and at that time she was Minister of Foreign Affairs, has been very public and vocal about our intent and our desire to resolve this issue with our American friends. There has not been a public or a private opportunity that the Deputy Prime Minister has not raised this issue. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we've utilized our support, the support that we have from Team Canada, that includes provincial premiers, that includes legislators in this House of Commons and senators, that includes governors in the United States, to make sure that we sent this message strongly to our friends in the United States. I attended, last summer, I attended the National Governors Council or conference in Utah, and I had a chance to meet with several governors, and Mr. Speaker, some of them were surprised to learn this. 34 out of the 50 states have Canada as their #1 customer. In fact, all 50 states have Canada as either #1, #2, or #3 customer for those states. So we made every effort to remind our friends in the United States that it is important to treat Canadian businesses with equal access to economic opportunities, because it's in their best interest, and it's in the best interest not only of Canadian workers and Canadian businesses, but it also serves the interest of American businesses and American workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll start just by quickly noting that the NDP support for this particular iteration of the deal, it was contingent upon some successful negotiation with the government for things that we think are important in terms of going ahead on trade policy. And then a number of the things actually that we think are laudable about the agreement were secured not by our government but by American politicians, which is too bad, frankly, because we'd like to see the Canadian government as the champion of things that we support. I didn't hear in the Parliamentary Secretary's answer a definition of the rules that apply, first of all, to Canadian businesses applying for American procurement work and vice versa. So I'm just simply wondering if he'd be willing to follow up in a letter and outline what rules govern the application for procurement projects from parties of one country to another going each way. And I'd appreciate a letter to that effect.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my colleague, not only again for their support, but also for raising this important issue, because I know this issue is very important to many Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. And I just want to take a moment to remind him and our colleagues here in the House that we were negotiating with an American president who wanted to limit trade and wanted to make it very difficult to access the free flow of trade and of products and services between our two countries. And it was a challenge at times, but we persisted and we insisted on protecting the interest of Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. We reached a good deal. Having said that, there's still a lot of work to be done, and I look forward, just like we collaborated on this bill, Bill C4, I look forward to continuing to collaborate with our colleagues in the NDP to achieve even a better agreement in the future.
Order. The motion to adopt the House is now deemed to be adopted. The House accordingly stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.